Sim. It isn't like the main game. Now, if you look at the mods, just to be clear, these are all Giants official mods. So anything that's not Giants official is down here turned off. No judgment for anyone who does that, but just, new things. So when people go and is like, what mods are you running? It's basically every Giants official mod, including precision farming. But no any additional mods that are not those things. That way, what you see is what you get kind of deal. That said, it's not like I never mod. I have had plenty of runs where I've done, usually I'll do stuff like I'll get way to like late game where I end up having 2 or 3 production lines going, and then I'll finally be like, I'm tired of forklift simulator. I'm taking autoloader. I can't take it anymore. I like the forklift, but there's definitely a point when you're sitting there going, how many pallets do I need to move today? Oh, 118. No, I think the forklift's taking a break. That said, we did like the entire temple without the autoloader. We did on the East Asian map. We did the playground on the Ooh, did we have the autoloader? I know we did the playground on Riverbend. I think like most of it I didn't have autoloader. I think like the last stream I did because, at that point I was ready for that building to be done and I was like, all right, well we're like neglecting the farm and just buying stuff from the warehouse, loading it and driving up because I wanted to see the stupid playground get done. We are planning on building the castle. I have not started because we are doing a challenge run and I'm broke. And so I don't have a place to make the lumber and I'm not buying the lumber and then selling it back at a loss. That seems like a way to slow progression slightly. Anyways, so what have you been up to in your playthrough? If you gotta do your post stream stuff, don't let me hold you and all that, because I didn't get the chance to actually watch what you had going on today. Unfortunately, just I had a dentist appointment, car repair. Well, not car repairs, oil change. So it's just kind of one of those things I got to peek in and then zip around a whole bunch. Then I took a nap because I was tired, and I was gonna stream because I was tired. Then I took a nap, and now I'm not tired. Now I'm streaming. But yeah, no, that's Megabong's been fun. I've what would be the first game in that genre that I really got in? I got into Nova Drift pretty heavy. That's a fun one. That's an old one at this point. For your roguelites. It's sort of asteroids roguelites. So, let me give you a tour of my farm. I have concluded my tour of the farm. So we do have a sprayer. We have a tractor with the sprayer setup. This is the what's the one? It's again one of the official DLC ones. It is our little wonderful tractor here. If you're ever looking for an early game sprayer, it's actually a pretty cheap one. That these fence here that were from the FarmCon, they're official mods that they have. They're really funky looking things. But they're relatively good horsepower for a cheap price, and they have their own custom sprayer that's dirt cheap. So they're not the best at really anything, but for getting a cheap sprayer that could be a standalone thing, they're actually pretty solid. We've got our harvester, and then we've got our tractor, the Argo Star. I keep calling it Argo, it's Agrostar. And that's basically the equipment I've got. So we are early game, and you might be going, it's like, wait, you've been playing this long and that's all you've got? Yes, I'm doing... Oh, that's... Alright, that's too big for me. Okay. But, that's just kind of what we're doing when you're doing your challenge runs like this. That's just the nature of the beast. The first time I did a Survivor Man challenge, we played on a whole bunch of, sweaty try-hard settings and all that. And very genuinely, I was sitting there with the tiniest of the tractors... Or, sorry, the tiniest plow, not the tiniest tractor. The tiniest plow that was available in Farm Sim 22, which was 1.2 or 1.5 meters. Because I exhausted all the wood on the tile, and I had just enough to get the harvester and all that, I decided to go into crops because I didn't want to do grass, because everyone does grass, including myself. I've done that, because that's Farm Sim 22. And so I was keeping... for No Man's Land, as big as a field as I could make just south of, or just past where you bought stuff. I bought that piece of land right next to it, and I had just that one little, like, 1.2, 1.5 meter plow, and I made the entire area I could fit as a field. And for harvests, I was having to plow the entire field with that stupid little, tiny, tiny, tiny little plow. With a tractor that could barely run it. And in hindsight, because that was when I was newer to the game, in hindsight, there was definitely better ways I could have done that. But there was a certain fun of enduring that. Or, like, doing Silver Run where you go, like, full deforesting. Do they have that same plow here? No, that's right. There was one smaller than this one. Oh, it was smaller than 1.2 meters. There was one smaller than that one in Farm Sim 22. I think. Either way, it was the smallest plow that was available. I remember having to do that for like 2 harvests before I finally got like an okay cultivator. But yeah, so pretty much what we've been doing on this run so far is I do want to get myself set up on my own field as fast as I possibly can at this stage. We are doing the dare drops and all that, and we've done pretty well with that. We've already got all the collectibles. Actually, in my opinion, the collectibles on this map have been the best collectibles we've had for a couple different reasons. One is actually do something. There's a lore to it, so you can read the story of the captain, which is more than, you know, we've had before, which are just, you pick up the wood toy and cool, you got a wood toy, here's your money. The second one is, there was actually logic and rhyme and reason as to where you found the bottles. I won't spoil where they're at for people who want to go and discover them for themselves. So it was very nice in that regard that you could, you know, work your way through, find the bottles, all that kind of stuff. Hey, train. And just generally, like, they also added a glow effect to them, because that was kind of one of my complaints about Farm Sim 22's collectibles, is you could stare at those wooden toys, and you'd be like, is that a collectible? Like, I liked looking for the ones in Farm Sim 22, the wood toys, the 100 of them or whatever, but some of them were pretty obnoxious. So I felt like they did a really good job of having a balance where there's a couple of them that are actually kind of hard to get to, but also not being unreasonable as well. I felt like they struck a balance. Okay. I'm going to probably change our music here. I was a little unprepared on all that because OBS crashed on me twice after I had gone live. And that is not conducive to being productive in any regard. There we go. That'll be better. But yeah. So I liked that about the map. I think the map aesthetically is really good. I've heard a lot of rumblings about a lot of bugs in multiplayer for the map. So, like, one thing I've noticed is, for me, fishing has worked perfectly fine. I've gotten trash, I've gotten good fish, I've gotten bad fish. All of the gates, for the most part, have worked. I think I had, like, one gate that maybe didn't work for me. But, no, I don't remember. No, that's right, I've had all the gates work. I had one spray contract that I didn't get credit for, like, I was spraying the weeds, and it just didn't do anything. And, you know, it didn't hurt. I just canceled out of it. But those are the only bugs I've had. But it looks for people, like, I'm guessing it's a multiplayer issue, because I haven't experienced it, but I've seen multiple people playing multiplayer who have, is there have been some people that some of the gates just don't work. And my guess is it's something to do with multiplayer, like maybe things are desyncing or something. And then I've also noticed I've had 2 different people who are playing multiplayer that literally would just catch one fish again and again and again. No trash, no anything else. And so I am wondering if that's a multiplayer bug. So if you're experiencing that, that's a possibility. But generally speaking, I've had a fairly bug-free experience this expansion. Like I said, it does seem like there might be some multiplayer shenanigans and demons. One thing I did notice that happened to me, and this is the first time it's happened for me with Farm Sim. So I played on plenty of maps that have the train, and I will constantly tab between vehicles as I need to, as you do. But I've had it where more than once I ended up tabbing to the train, which automatically rented the train for me. which confused me. I'm like, why do I have control of this train? Because it had been so long since I've done anything with the train. And so I was getting charged the lease fee for renting the train all day. You know, and I got that sorted. But I've not had that happen before this expansion. Like, it almost feels like some update took the toggle that tabbed a train and turned it on. Whereas, like, I don't know if it's on or off by default. And it could even be a setting I changed. But that was definitely something that caught me by surprise. Was accidentally tabbing over the train, and I'm like, oh, I guess I have a train now. And then getting knocked to the lease. And one of the things I kind of did find with that is it's been so long since I leased the train to, you know, sell goods that I forgot how the UI on that worked. And I do think, personally, one thing I'd love to see them add is that the train, when you're leasing it, should get added to your list of vehicles and show as being leased. Because I was losing my mind for a minute there going, why am I getting jacked for like $2,500 each month? I don't have any vehicles here in my list of vehicles that I'm leased. And eventually we figured out it was the train was just sitting there. Which, again, not a big deal. But it's not a huge one. Now, as far as my plans for what we're going to be doing with crops and all that, my intention is first to just get a field. We'll probably just start with soybeans because I've got the equipment, and without any production lines, soybeans are pretty decent. I know on the Discord I've got where I did the math about like all the crops based on acreage, like your input costs versus output costs, like what was the best. So it doesn't take into consideration the human time cost, but it would take the strictly, you know, Y dollars goes in, X dollars comes out. Did all that. And I remember soybeans are relatively okay, but I haven't looked at the numbers in forever. I know they're out of date at this point because I remember canola was ranked extremely low on that list when Farm Sim 25 dropped, and then they buffed it. It's also one of the reasons I pretty much I want grapes and olives to be better. For as laborious as grapes and olives are, I want them to buff grapes and olives, like properly buff them. I feel like those crops that are like the potatoes, the sugar beets, the olives, the grapes, the really laborious ones, all the root crop, they should be among the more lucrative one because, again, the human effort, if I'm putting in the time, I should get paid. Because, like, the root crops, you can justify them. Yeah, they're laborious and obnoxious, and a lot of people don't like doing them. But at least they pay well enough. But then you got the grapes and olives, and you work really hard on those. And I know I've seen Sparks do a bunch of that. And you put all the effort in, and it's like someone throws a fistful of nickels at you and says you're welcome. And it really doesn't feel good. And I haven't gone into doing the math around the production lines because I can't be bothered. Let's see, this X-Pack is worth it for the new map and fishing? Well, worth it I can't answer for you. Because what my money is worth and what your money is worth might not be the same. I will say, I got the year pass that I bought. Because, you know, I am a Giants partner, and they give me the Giants version, but I prefer Steam, so I bought the Steam version for myself. Of the year pass when the game dropped. I don't regret buying it. So you can take that for what you will. But that said, as far as the worth it, not worth it kind of thing, the map looks good. I like the map. I do understand there's a couple bugs with the map in multiplayer, is my assumption right now. I have not experienced those bugs outside of multiplayer. But if we like look at the map, it's got like, for me, I think this is the map I've seen so far that has the nicest balance between not being super flat, but also being not so mountainous that, you know, it's kind of a problem in its own right. It does a nice job of the fields are usably flat and all that. There's enough of them, but you do have elevation and terrain. So I do feel like they actually do a pretty solid job in that. Because, like, for example, Silver Run is a wonderful and fun map. It's really rough to do anything on the actual farming side. You're committing to the lumberjacking there. Because of how mountainous it is, it's very hard to do any type of meaningful farming on there. So there's like that extreme. But then you've got some of the maps like Sri Lanka where the map is just straight up flat. There's like really little elevation to deal with there. And so maps like that can be a little bit uninteresting when it's just a big flat plane. And you'll certainly have, there are some people who go out of their way to like get custom maps that are just literally flat the entire way across. How are animals now? I mean, animals haven't functionally changed. They did add Highland cattle, but like, they still function the same if that's what you're asking. Ultimately, animals are kind of still the same thing. You set up a building, you get some animals, they have their food, maybe water that you have to shove in there, and then some product comes out of it. There's kind of an input-output on that. Horses, you can ride them. They did add a, and this isn't even the DLC, this is just a update. They did add a border collie. That you can get a border collie and you can choose the different fur textures and all that for it. That's actually one of the dare drops we need to do is get the dog house so we can get our border collie. I just can't do it until I own land, which is kind of the big thing we're working on right now. It's based on Eastern Europe. Oh yeah, no, I don't think it's a bad map in the representation. But yeah. No, you're not wrong. Like, it's a very, very flat region, the Sri Lanka map. But that's just it. Like, whether or not it's realistic or not, for me personally, when you have a map that's almost entirely flat, it's not very interesting. Like, these little cliffs and ledges kind of add character, having like a little bit of a river or a lake or something. Those are things that give your place something to look at, something to spice it up. Versus like the Sri Lanka map. It does have like the towns and the buildings, and that certainly helps. But like, you really have to lean on those buildings. And it does a good job. Like, I actually, like, for a balanced map play-wise, I actually think Sri Lanka is a pretty solid map that kind of doesn't get enough play. Because, yeah, it's got a ton of tiny little fields, but they're all next to each other, so you can convert them into large fields, so it's not that big a deal. Okay, and just restocking our fertilizer. Because immediately I gotta make money. That's gonna be some contracts. And we do try to, like, mix up what we're doing a bit. We're kind of a bit narrow on what we're able to work on right now. Just the reality of the fact that I don't have much equipment. Alright, so there's another 5,000. Yeah, because it's like, I don't have a hoe. The deadwood, 300 bucks is a joke. Plowing fields is really, really slow. We've been doing the spraying ones as well. I've been tempted to potentially buy the hoe, which is 36,000, but it's going to take a lot of these hoeing and weeding contracts to catch that up. So it's a little hard for me to justify, because the seeder I want is also in that same price range, and that's all I'm missing between operating my own field and then the field itself. So we're just kind of trying to muscle through to get that last bit so I can get my own field, and then we'll probably stop on the contracts for a while. Alright, so 39 is way down there. There's not really... Yeah, it's best route I'm probably gonna get. Take this road to the south and then cut on over. But yeah, so this wasn't a criticism of like the quality of map. But my point was more the Scottish Highland map here we've got. It does a nice job of being, like, this area is relatively flat, what we're looking at right now. Relatively flat. You know, yeah, there's a little bit of a hill ahead of us, but relatively flat. But then we do have, like, this cliffside over to my left and everything. And so they do a good job of having, it's like, you've got your relatively to somewhat hilly farmland. You've still got a bunch of elevation to kind of split up the terrain to keep it interesting. But they do so in a way it's not really disruptive to being able to do farms. Because, like, I really like the mountainous of, like, Silver Run, but it really murders your potential for farming. I took the time to, like, clear up some of the entire areas on that map, and it very much, even after you, like, cut down the forest, it's just so craggy that, you know, you get these, like, these little thin slices of farm. It's a good map. It's just, it's a logging map with a little bit of farming. There are some fields on it. And there's two of the lots, whatever you want to call them, farmlands, that are just north of the railroad track, so the other side from the water. I'm getting worried I have the north and south wrong just because I can't remember what the map orientation is. But just across from where the water is and the farmland they give you, those fields right there that you can buy if you deforest those, those two become pretty okay fields, but after that it's pretty bad. Okay. And then this will probably be our last contract for this in-game day, because I'm actually surprised we're not starting to see sunset. And then hopefully, tomorrow we'll have some more variety in contracts. Because right now we're doing a lot. Let's see, yeah, you spend like 80 hours logging, then making your own fields out of those areas. We did that on stream. That was, so when I first checked out Farm Sim, it was Farm Sim 22. That was my first one messing with it. And I loaded up, I don't remember what the name of the first map was, like the default tutorial map. I genuinely think I got Farm Sim through Dare Drop. But like, I was like, okay, let me do this map. Alright, so they have their Dare Drop for me to do the tutorial. Okay, I did the tutorial. And you know, we just did like, you know, I figured it was going to be this game I'd check out, do like half a stream. I wasn't sure how my audience was going to receive it or not. I had no idea how I was going to feel about the game or not. But I've liked a lot of simulation games, so I figured I'd give it a shot. A lot of people love the game, so there's got to be something there. And I popped in, and I did like the tutorial, got utterly lost afterwards, because the tutorial, even today in Farm Sim, is like, here's how you plow a field, here's how you harvest a field, here's how you sell your goods. Okay, go home, children. And you sit there and go, but how do I farm? Like, when do I do these things? What is the order of operations? So kind of the first step of knowing how to play the game is already knowing how to farm. Which is not particularly helpful. And that's something I would still hold as criticism nowadays, is I do hope whenever our next Farm Sim is, which is probably like Farm Sim 28 or something like that. Then I'm sure I could probably look up stuff and maybe they would say something. But regardless, whatever their next Farm Sim is, I do hope when they make their next tutorial for their next game, that instead of just being like, here's how you attach a tool, here's how you shove it in the dirt, here's how you drive, okay, sell the thing. I do hope the next time they give you like a little teeny tiny field, and they go, okay, we have this new field. Well, we need to prepare the soil. Shove a cultivator and just drive over the field. Cool, you have cultivated the field. Alright, now we need to put seeds in the field. And you'd shove some seeds in the field. Okay, cool. Now, those are going to need, you know, you're going to probably need to, like, they don't need to even have the step of fertilizing and spraying them. You could even have it just kind of handed away where it's like, okay, well, at this stage you're going to probably want to fertilize it, maybe roll it, maybe weed it. Like, these things will all help you, you know, get a higher yield. But, you know, game hand wavy, I've taken care of that for you. Because you don't want to have the person trapped in a tutorial for several hours. And so you'd turn around from there and be like, okay, you know, let's fast forward time. Hey, look, it's ready to harvest. Go harvest and sell. So you're still going through the same mechanics for the most part. Like the seeding, I don't believe that's part of the tutorial now. But you go through that same mechanics plus like one. But just having it trapped on a field and like going through the order of operations. Or it could even be something that they take like these 4 tiny little fields that you get on your starting lot that maybe they're the same size you'd normally get. And being like, okay, you're going to cultivate that one. Cool. Well, after we cultivate, we would need to seed it. So let's go seed this one. Cool. I mean, actually, I take that back. Because you could have them cultivate and seed the field on the same day. And if you want to do fertilizer, spray, or weeding. And that would be all that. And the only thing you'd still need to do after that is weeding. Or, sorry, harvesting. I could see them literally just have 2 fields. And have you go through, like, the motions of all that stuff in the first field. And then you would just hop over to the second field. And it's just like, yeah, we've already got this one ready to harvest. I think, doesn't wheat have an overlap on its harvest and its Canola has an overlap on its harvest and its seed day. So yeah, so if they did canola, if they started you on a canola field, they literally could have you go through the entire process of you go to a field, you harvest it, you harvest it, you cultivate it, you seed it, maybe not include the fertilizer and weeding and all that. And then, it'd be cool, you've done it, now next year you'll harvest that again. And I feel like that way with the tutorial, they would at least give you, here is the minimum to run a non-special crop. Just your baseline thing. Because almost all the specialty crops start from that same common ground and go, okay, well, this one is rice, so a little different. We don't fertilize and weed it. We flood it. Like, they wouldn't even need a tutorial for it. That's perfectly fine discovery. Because then you can also just read the guide. Because I want to say, unless they changed it, I remember looking at the guide. Oh man, it's been a while. Yeah, I want to say when you look at the guide, they do it like this. So they have the farming basics here, but even then they don't tell you the order of operations. And I want to say there's somewhere you can find that in the game. But getting people to like read through your entire wiki is a rough one. That's when I'd hold against them. But that's always been a problem with Farm Sim. But the point was, as again, this ridiculous tangent. I played the tutorial on the first map. Did the tutorial, and they're like, okay, go do. And I kind of like looked around and said, I have no idea what's going on. Like, I have zero clue what I'm doing. And I think we messed around that I kind of worked through getting like a field to work, and then that was like the end of the stream or whatever. And reception of it was pretty good on the channel, so I was like, you know what, I want to do that again. But I want to start from scratch. Because I've always been a fan of like challenge runs, 0 to hero, you name it. Like when I do Project Zomboid, I would start with like literally no stats, maximum zombie pop, and work through it and all that. It's just the preference of how I like to play. And I like the idea of, you start as like the farmer who's got nothing and built up. So we end up going to Silver Run. And I believe I started with... It wasn't nothing, but I believe I started with very little. And then because I didn't go into like editing the save file to remove money or anything, I wasn't that knowledgeable on the game yet. And I went to Silver Run because that had been like the new DLC. Silver Run had come out at the time. Or that might have been the next update. And I was just kind of like, okay, we'll check out this new map. And of course, you cut down some trees and you make some money and go, this is good money, I'm going to do more of that. There's lots of trees here. And then you're deforesting a mountain. But I did clear like a good 2 or 3 of the entire large areas of all of their forest and convert it to farmland. And it was fun, but yeah, that's around the time you get away from the more hilly level fields that you can actually work as farmland, and you start getting all the really craggy ones. By then my audience is a little like, hey, we're ready to not see this game for a while. Because it was just endless hours of lumberjacking. And surprisingly, people really stuck around and enjoyed that way longer than nowadays I would have expected. People just really like you cutting down trees. And then a while later I got No Man's Land. I did Survivor Man Challenge where I set myself to $0 a chainsaw and a dream and just made it work, and I had so much fun with that. Even though so much of it was so tedious, using like the tiniest little cedar and trying to do a giant field. Insert story here about someone watching. Yeah, no, we've had that one. That there's like, another content creator is a friend of the channel playing the forest. Not doing any of the like story stuff, just chopping down tree after tree and just plunking logs down. For long hours and people just being super into it. It's just how it be. Sometimes the stream needs to be like super engaging and have a whole lot of stuff going on, and sometimes you just gotta cut down trees. Alright. Now, the downside is because we're broke, we're homeless, and we don't own land. Whenever we hit the end of the day and we decide it's time to go the next day, we just stare into the middle distance for long hours throughout the night. And it takes about a minute for the day to switch. And I still like the visual image of just, like, the farmer finishes their day's work, and then just, you know, standing in the parking lot, just staring into the middle distance till they get back to work the next day, and just everyone in the neighborhood going by is like, What's wrong with Tom? Should we talk to someone? Is Tom okay? Very robotic. The Forest Skelly? Yeah. I had fun with that. There's been times I've debated doing like a YouTube series of just taking one of those forested maps and slowly clearing and all that. And then I remember the incredible time commitment that actually is, and being like, you know what? I actually don't think I think the amount of time I'm going to be investing into this, I'm not quite sure there's an audience for this, because I'm going to have to edit this down to next to nothing. And it's going to be like, okay, I need to clear some land. Let me cut down some trees, show like 2 or 3 minutes of it. And then be like, all right, let me just get at this. 20 hours later, and there's like one field cleared. Alright. Might as well start up a RuneScape account. Okay. So we got a cultivating contract, we got some fertilizing contracts, we got a bunch of stuff like that. Before we get into that, any sales we care about? Not really. So let's start by getting our tractor with the cultivator, get into position. We'll hand this one over to the AI most likely. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna go smash through our herbicide, as you do. Sometimes you just have to assert your dominance over your supplies, make sure they know who's in charge. Okay, so field 14 is to the north. I have found, for me personally, for those who don't know, you can actually take your tractors when you're not in them and say, hey, go drive over there and do the work. I have found that this map has kind of the same problem as Riverbend, where there's just not reliable. Like, just half the time you go to send them, they'll just go, no route, cancel immediately. It's not like it eats your money and they just sit around. The AI just kind of throws its hand in the air and says, you can't make me. Which is fine, it's not the end of the world. But whatever their pathfinding is for the vehicles figuring out how to get places, it does not seem to cooperate well. And I don't know if it's because of all like the fences or the hills and the road, like curvy roads or whatever. Is it the one down there? No, it's up here. That's fine, we'll just cut across their field. It's never ended poorly for anybody. It's okay. You're growing carrots. I'm doing you a favor by destroying your crop. I'm sparing you from having to harvest those later. Not really. We do have crop destruction turned on, but it only applies to the fields that you as the player own. You can't go trashing the AI or other... If you're playing multiplayer and you're not in the same farm, like your separate farms or whatever, both cases, you won't be able to destroy the crops. Not without mods, at least. Okay, so that's all signed over there. Let's go check on what the other contracts were. Because I'm feeling really good about this in-game day being able to buy that plot of land. Yeah, so spring contracts are pretty small. So we'll keep to the fertilizer contracts for right now. The fertilizer does cut into our profits on fertilizer contracts quite a bit. But if I take one for like 8,000, I'll usually burn just shy of 2,000 fertilizer doing it. So all things considered, that's not Not too bad. Especially considering how fast you can do sprayer contracts. It's not like doing a stone picker contract where you put in a ridiculous amount of time. Or plowing. Plowing contracts can get pretty unreasonable, the time investment for the payout. Was this the far southwest? Still learning, yeah. Still learning the map. And still constantly switching to driving on the right side of the road, which doesn't go well. Alright, sorry about that. But yeah, no, I like a lot of the map. It's also been very interesting for me, because needless to say, I've never driven around Scotland, or, you know, anywhere in, like, you know, UK, Ireland, Scotland, any of that. I have been in an airport there once, so I'm assuming that means I'm native now. No, I'm teasing. But I have been in an airport, but that's kind of it. It's interesting seeing, like, different styles of roads. Like, they have approaching the crosswalk, they have, like, this little squiggle. And I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. Like, this is like the, hey, maybe don't put your car in this squiggle area. Let the pedestrians do their thing. It's been interesting seeing, like, signs that I can clearly look at the sign and be like, I get what that means. You know, it's very clear, but it's just a different sign style that I'm used to seeing and all that stuff. So it's been fun seeing that. Because I've been to Europe a bunch of times. Germany, Italy, and all that, but I've never, like I said, I've never really been to any place in the United Kingdom. Again, not counting, I landed in the airport, that kind of thing. Let's see, there's little plots in the Rockies that are 3 or 4 generations clear rocks to make the land usable. Oh yeah, well that's one of the things, and this is me not being a commercial farmer. This is me, like, just having, like, a vague interest that I've done lots and lots of gardening. Like, lots of gardening. I have not done farming. So, I understand things like you have your nutrients balanced between, like, your potassium, your nitrogen, your phosphate. And I understand, like, your pH or your soil is relevant, and you have to take into consideration what zone you're in and that kind of stuff. But then the moment you get any type of, like, commercial equipment on, anything I know there has come from talking to people while playing this game, so 2 steps removed. But because of that, when I see games like Farthest Frontier, where you can, like, dedicate your people to just working the field to, like, you know, remove stones. And obviously in real life you don't remove the stones down to 0%. It's just done. They're gone. In my head it was always the thing, it's like, well, I figured once you'd churned up the soil enough times and done that enough times, it's not there'd be no stones, but you'd start seeing a measurable reduction, which I've been informed that is not exactly how it works, which, fair enough. But yeah, no, that's where it made me think of that, Dick Butte, the Farthest Frontier, where it's like you get this big, craggy, rocky area, and you're like, well, I need a farm here, so someone's going to be doing some back-breaking labor, breaking up boulders and taking them chunk by chunk out of here so that we can slowly make this into a usable space. Because ultimately, while completely impractical, you could eventually convert any area so far as, like, the soil composition to something else. It's just it'd be so impractical you wouldn't do it. Like, if the soil here was just not fertile, it was just barren soil, whatever, you could keep importing fertile soil until you've effectively replaced the volume of the earth there to effectively make it fertile soil. It would be asinine to do, but it's just one of those things in, like, the games where you can, like, go through and you can clear an area and be like, man, eventually I wouldn't have to deal with it. Like, obviously with fertilizer, the plants pull out the nutrients, you gotta be replaced and yada yada yada. So that's not how that works. And then, you know, stuff affects the pH of the soil. But, like, the removal of the rock. But I didn't understand the idea that you would have, you know, you'd have your dirt layer, and in some places you have your hard pan below the dirt layer. So as you're taking stuff like plows, it's just scraping up on that hard pan, and that's where it's getting new rocks from. It's like pulling up chunks of that every once in a while. Barren soil, and you know the areas that are that is being done. Yeah, no, if you've got the resources and the commitment, you can terraform. It's just, well, I mean, okay, you can terraform like changing soil composition. You can't really terraform as in you can make the boreal forests of Canada into the tropics. I mean, I guess technically you can if you really committed to global warming, like really said, you know what, this is something we want to do, and just went all, like, full send for it. You might be able to do that. You'd probably wipe out the entire Earth in the progress, but, you know, if you wanted to grow a palm tree in Saskatchewan, it is technically probably doable. You just got to get into geoengineering in the most horrific way possible. Or get a greenhouse, I guess. Probably do the greenhouse. That's less likely to lead to, you know, ending all life on Earth. Or if you had money, set up a giant greenhouse domes with mirrors to redirect light in a vast region to the dome. I don't think you'd have to even get that extreme. I think if you set up, like, a proper greenhouse and were willing to pay to heat it, like, heat it, I think you could get away with growing it. It'd be, again, super impractical. Because also you're growing a palm tree, and not all palm trees give coconuts, and not all of them give coconuts that you actually want. And there is a more cost-effective way of getting coconuts than trying to grow palm trees in Saskatchewan. And that's called put them on a plane and fly them over. Or train or boat. The cost of loading up a bunch of coconuts and having them shipped in would be substantially less than trying to grow your own stuff there. Let's see, I mean, you have tropical trees growing in English gardens in somewhat cold regions. And they're at times heated, so it is possible in a way. But that's like 5% of the effort, if at all. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It depends on your course. If you're trying to grow like some exotic plant that's in the tropics and you want it in your garden in England, I'm sure there's a way you can do it. You might have to have a whole bunch of like heat stones nearby just radiating heat all day to kind of artificially make that spot warm and have it, you know, enclosed enough that you're just not leaching off all the heat to the area around, or whatever you gotta do. Greenhouse it. Certainly doable, but maybe not pragmatic. There's a reason we don't have commercial farming of pineapple in Alaska. It's also good to see you, Infinity. It's good to have you. For that said, if anyone's ever seen how pineapple is done so far as grown, pineapple's a really cool plant. It's also, if you're in an area that pineapple can grow reasonably successful, it is a very, very low effort plant for you to grow in your home garden. You literally just take your pineapple from the grocery store, you hack off the green bit on the top, just like, you know, go just half an inch below where the green goes into the actual fruit, so you got just that little slice of fruit on the top of it. You walk out to your garden, you stick it in the dirt, and then you just give it a little water, and then you neglect it for a year. And then when you come back next year, you got a pineapple. And so what you do is you cut off the top, you put it in the dirt, and then next year, you got 2 pineapple. You get where this is going. Exponential growth. Or, you're like me, and you grow a pineapple, and you get all excited about eating your pineapple, and you go outside, and you realize the raccoons got to it first. And then you're upset, because that's your one pineapple. And you gotta wait next year for the next one. I think I had a good like 6 or 8 pineapple plants going before, just between critters and weather, they did end up dying. But that was I basically got fed up after multiple rounds of losing my entire garden to various animals. It wasn't even the same animals either. is like each season I got a progressively larger animal that I would then have to figure out how to get rid of. Until finally it was like, alright, I'm getting rid of deer now, and I'm really terrified at what the next escalation is. Because, one, there's not that many bigger animals in Florida, and also, two, a deer's already a relatively large animal. That's why it's always good to read, particularly when you're unhinged, strong, ADHD thought. Hey, no, it's totally fine. Panther? Well, luckily, we've all but effectively wiped them out. That's not luckily, it's actually a really bad thing. Where I'm at, that'd be really bad. That, like, having a panther or something show up where I'm at would be really, really bad. That would be like, I'm not straight up in the city, but I'm in the burbs. If you got a panther loose in the burbs, there's something has gone really wrong. Oh, that's fine. Baylor. Okay. That's only like $2,000. I guess it's a really little one up there. That's fine, I'll do it. Beggars can't be choosers, and we're begging. To deal with deer, it's simple. It's 3006. Sure, if you want to be fined for discharging a firearm within city limits. Because that is illegal. It is a finable offense, and more than likely, if you have a permit, you will not have a permit anymore. Because if you miss the deer, you just shot your neighbor's back, like the back of your neighbor's house. Or their cat, or their neighbor themselves, or their car. There's a reason we have restrictions about discharge of firearms outside of self-defense within city limits. Well, it's simple in the country. I mean, you can get away with it in the country. Even then, you actually do have a lot of restrictions about a lot of that stuff. I think you actually have to have a hunting permit to shoot deer in Florida, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure you do. Otherwise, you're considered poaching. So, well, it's easy to be like, well, I could just go out and get my shotgun and put some 12 gauge in there and pop a deer real quick. You can do that, but sure, but, you know, there's a reason we have a lot of rules around a lot of this stuff. Granted, when it's eating your garden and you're pissed off about it, you're not as worried about the rules in that moment. But it's the same reason why, when I was dealing with raccoons, my grandpa's like, oh, here, I can give you these traps you can use to catch the raccoons. I was like, oh, cool, you got a keep alive. No, he did not have a keep alive trap. He had a trap that makes raccoons very dead. Which, again, maybe if you're on the country, that would actually be a little bit better. We got neighborhood cats and dogs. And the last thing I wanted to do is have to explain to my neighbor why their cat got smooshed because I had a trap in my backyard. The problem of the raccoon would be significantly less than the problem of killing my neighbor's pet. So, it was definitely one of those things where I was like, that's cool that you got those, I'm not going to use them. Can't you deter... Well, that's what I did for a good while. Is I forget what they were called. Basically it was, so there's two things I tried. One is I got this thing that's supposed to be a spray that you put out. It's supposed to be like large cat smell or whatever, like panthers or whatever. And it worked, but it's also Florida and it rains like every freaking day. So I would have to go out there and spray this stuff that smells like cat piss every single day. Which was fairly demotivating. But what worked for a good while, and actually did seem to stick for a good while, was it was this big stick, and it had a little wire over the top of it, and a little cotton swab in it. And what you'd do is you'd take a couple of drops of what smelled like acorns, you'd rotate out, it smelled like berries or acorns, but a couple drops on the little thing, and if you ever held like a 9-volt battery to your tongue, you got like that little tingle, it gave you that. But what would end up happening is the deer would go up, it would smell the smell, it's a good smell, it'd poke its nose into it, which would, you know, bridge the wires, and it'd give it a little zap on the nose. And you know, I was like, how bad is it, you know, shocked myself with it, and like, it was It was like a 9-volt battery. It wasn't even a zap or a pop where you like get surprised or startled by it. You'd be like, oh, that's mildly uncomfortable. But, you know, to the sensitive nose of a deer, it's deeply upsetting when you're not expecting it. And that worked for a while, but it was sort of still the same problem of it rains here every freaking day. And while that one I didn't have to redo the scent every single time it rained, I had to do it every once in a while, and I had to pull the cotton out because, shocker, cotton getting soaking wet and then being left out in warmth, it just molds. It molds aggressively. But it kept the deer away for a while. I also had tried for a while, it was a motion sensor sprinkler. That worked well until the hose broke off, and then I had to pay like $100-something because it's just dumping, you know, at full blast, dumping water from the hose into the yard. Because I wasn't home to realize that a problem had happened. So that moment that happened, I was like, I can't do this again. That was way too much money. I appreciated other animals that were way easier to deal with. For the raccoons, the way I got rid of those is I grew a lot of habanero peppers. And so I would end up with so many spare habanero peppers because this stupid bush was like, they're supposed to like at maximum get like 3 by 3 feet, 3 tall, 3 wide. And that's like, that is a big bush for habanero. This joker was like 4.5 feet tall. I have no idea what the width is and never tried to measure. And it would have literally hundreds upon hundreds of peppers every year. And I love habanero. There is not a human being who can have a functional digestive tract and eat several hundred habaneros every year. So I had plenty to spare. So what I would do is I'd dehydrate it and I'd grind it up into a powder for seasoning. But with all the extra, I could take it around the plants that the raccoons liked and I'd just sprinkle it in the dirt nearby. And the raccoons didn't like that. The cats didn't like that. You'd see them going and sniff in the garden and they would immediately get out. And you're like, cool, learn your lesson, don't come back. Before that, I dealt with leaf miners. That one was relatively easy. I just... Oh, what was it I mixed? It was something... It was water and some kind of oil. Like, not like gas oil, like some kind of like vegetable oil or whatever. But you just give your plants a spritz every once in a while, and then the leaf miners wouldn't put their eggs on it. Using nature's biological weapons. It wasn't castor oil. It wasn't Crisco. That would probably work as well. Like, it wasn't olive oil. It may have been, like, literally just been vegetable. Because it wasn't a matter of, like, what the oil was. It was more like the oil being on the leaf. Yeah, like, it could have, like, I didn't use canola oil. I think it was just, like, straight up vegetable oil. It doesn't matter. Like, it was more that it was, like, that oil. So it would be on there. And so when they went to put their eggs on it, they just wouldn't. Like, whether they don't like it or, I don't know. I don't know the biological reason why they don't, but it was just something that once you started doing, the leaf miners was like, nah, man, I'm taking this someplace else. Like, whether they would try and put the egg on and it wouldn't stay there, or they didn't like it, I don't know. But it did work. Like, I did that for a season, and I didn't have leaf miners after that. Like, I'd have, like, once in a while, after I hadn't done it for a long while, one would show up, and as long as I kept ahead of it, it's not a big thing. Yeah, for pest control. How are those things called? Leaf miners. Yes. Yes. So it's, leaf miners, they're like a little fly, and then they land on the leaf, and they lay an egg on it. And so what ends up happening is the egg will hatch, and a little larva, and it lives inside the leaf. Like, it's like, lives between the layers of it. And so it leaves these, like, really cool, kind of almost like mosaic-looking patterns on the leaf, as the leaf miner eats the inside of the leaf for nutrients, and then, you know, hatches to become a fly to repeat the process. So, like, it's actually kind of cool looking, but it kills the leaves of your plants. And if you have just a couple of them, it's no big deal. But it is one of those things that if you get, like, a proper infestation, they can kill plants pretty easy, especially once they're vulnerable. Yeah, that's the whole thing. But yeah, no, it's just whole thing. Aphids on the other hand. So I'm fortunate here that we actually don't run into much aphids here. We do have ladybugs and other things here. There's actually, like, caterpillars can be a problem. I had one time caterpillars got a bit out of control. But Florida has a very high wasp population. And wasps are, predatory against caterpillars. A lot of times, a lot of wasps are. So, you know, as annoying and upsetting as wasps can be, they do serve a purpose there. That said, if I get a wasp on my garage door or something, that nest is getting sprayed. Those wasps can kindly F off. But if they're, like, in the green belt or whatever, just doing wasp things, hey, more power to them. That's another pest I don't need to deal with. Okay. Yeah, so field 29 is the one we're actually looking at buying. It's field 29 right there. We get just that land. And whatnot. So I'm going to go ahead and accept both these spraying ones, because they're not in a bad place. We will have to circle back to drop off, and I gotta remember where the heck... Oh, we're literally at the castle. Yeah, no, that's, I've dealt with a lot of pests. We've had the weirdest thing going on. So, like, right now my garden's in a sad state. I need to... It's a project I've had on my to-do list for much longer than I'm willing to admit. After I had Bambi roll in and just utterly eviscerate my garden, it was a bit demoralizing. I was like, you know what? I put all this time and energy into it. I'm just gonna wait. I just don't have it in me to restart this whole garden right now. But, we've been having a thing that we're getting caterpillars on our house. But just one side of our house. And it's weird. And they're like the really spiky caterpillars. And I'm honestly surprised the birds aren't just utterly murdering them, because they are not hiding at all. But it's just been this weird thing that we just walk out, like you go to take out the trash, you just kind of go and go, there's like 8 caterpillars on this wall. What? You see a subterranean wasp net, it will receive a flood of molten aluminum. Okay. Yeah, I guess there's things. Yeah, no, they don't. So wasps, or not wasps, when it comes to the caterpillars, like usually they're another one that they plant the, not plant, they have the eggs laid along, you know, whatever plant they're going to be dealing with, like milkweed. They'll go after tomatoes and pepper plants pretty heavily. That's where I always dealt with them, was they would get on my pepper plants. And then usually they'll, you know, hatch out of the egg or whatever. It's bugs. I don't know the proper term. They basically, you get your bug. And then the bug will, you know, like, crawl along and then eat from the underside of your leaves and do that. That's actually one of the reasons it can go a long time before you start noticing you're having a caterpillar problem. You kind of start finding the leaves that are destroyed. Because the caterpillars chill under the bottom side of leaves, and unless you take the time to peek under your leaves, which most people don't on the day-to-day, you just can blissfully go not noticing until you see chunks of leaf missing. Let's see, you hear hanging bars of Irish soap will keep the deer out, but you can't manage it good for your plants in a rainy area. Also, it'll keep me out. Yeah, I have no idea about Irish soap one way or the other. What's different with Irish soap and other soap. But yeah, no, it's probably the exact same thing. It's something that's an overpowering smell. Because that's, I know here in Florida, one of the crops that we export heavily is strawberries. And so for a lot of anti-pests, what they'll do is they have an entire machine set up where they'll do like 2-3 rows of onions, or sorry, 2-3 rows of strawberries, and they'll do a row of onions, and they kind of go back and forth. And the reason is because, like, a lot of animals don't like the onions. A lot of insects will stay away as long as you got the onions there. So they don't have to go quite so heavy on, like, pesticides. And then added bonus, Those are strawberry onions. They're a special breed of onion. They're kind of popular. They don't ship them most places, but you know, it's kind of a local culture, like local, like Central Florida in its whole, that people kind of go out of their way for them. Because those jokers are like this big. They're like very, very mildly pink. They're sweet onions. They're like, even for a sweet onion, they're a little bit on the sweeter side. Not sugary sweet or anything quite that extreme, but you know, they're not as bitey. You guys knew wearing an onion on your belt would keep the riffraff away. Yeah. Yep, alien plants are great for stopping plant-eating animals, because that's why they evolved their spicy stuff. Also good for upsetting your tummy. Yeah. Well, that's a lot of things. And with gardening, you see that a lot more, where that's known as sister cropping. Where you'll be like, here's this tomato plant I like. Well, I'm going to go ahead and shove some onions down there, maybe some garlic or something like that. And then, you know, when, like, the neighbor's cat comes up, doesn't like that strong smell, so they go away, versus, you know, using your garden as a litter box, or a raccoon might come up and decide they don't like the smell and go away. I actually don't know about raccoons when it comes to that one. But there's a number of animals that they, like, you know, the smell is just unpleasant for them, that kind of thing, and they'll just leave your stuff alone, go to where the smell isn't. Not unless they're, like, really hungry. If something's properly motivated, it'll deal. Okay. But yeah, now I've done that. Which is the thing, we actually had the conversation that I mentioned that before, that in Florida we do that with the onions. And people are like, you know, you just don't do that commercially. And it wasn't like, I'm not trying to call out a person or anything like that. I was like, no, I'm pretty sure, like, I've gone to a lot of the festivals and all that. And, like, they show that they do that as, like, a thing. Like, it's something they're genuinely proud of. And it was just, the detail I had wrong was, I thought it was, like, strawberry onion, strawberry onion, strawberry onion. But it's like I said, it's like 2, 3, 4 rows of strawberries, then a row of onions. And he used the kind of the same equipment. So even though it's not necessarily the best for how you normally grow onions, because, like, usually with growing onions, you'd be worried about trying to just get the best yield out of the onions versus another, like, a bunch of other stuff. Versus this one, they're trying to get the yield out of the strawberries, and the onions are kind of a happy extra. So my understanding is the onions stay in the ground much longer to get much larger than you'd normally turn them around, kind of thing. But they still just use that thing that's a glorified big weight. We just kind of smoosh it in and make like a trough, cover it up with plastic wrap, then poke holes into it to put strawberries in. That's, over the years, people have asked me in Farm Sim, like, if I was, you know, given the thing to choose, like, the next crops I would like to see them add to the game, what would I like to see? And usually the one I'll say is I want to see an orchard. And I don't mean like their olive and grape orchards that we got now. I want to see, like, a proper orchard. Like, I don't care if it's citrus, I don't care if it's apples or pears or cherries or grapefruit or whatever, pecans. It could be nuts or fruits. I don't care about that part. I would love to see them add like a proper orchard. Because you do have those where it can be 100% mechanicide, like 100% machinery. Ooms? Well, I mean, those are beans and all that. Those grow on bushes, right? If I remember correctly. Like your various bean plants, I believe those are bushes. I'd be still curious about that one, but you get the idea. So that way we could have like the proper like tree planter we put along the way. Like, and actually have a tree planter machine, not just you buy and you like click and drag and drop. But then the way you harvest some of those, so like the nut trees, it's usually this big hydraulic, this big hydraulic machine. You drive it up, and it has this arm, and it grabs the base of the tree, and it goes thump. It just gives it like one hard shake, and all the nuts fall down. Has a glorified broom on the back of it that just kind of puts it all in the middle of the road, and then, you know, you'll have whatever come in to scoop it all up afterwards. And it would be fun to do that, to have those rows of your trees and just have your machine go up one pair of trees at a time and just give them a shake, go to the next pair, give them a shake, go to the next pair, give them a shake, sweep it all in the middle. It'd be a laborious crop. But I mean, let's be fair, like almost all the specialty crop in the game are laborious. I think it'd be a fun thing for just something very different. But then, if not that, the other one I would always bring up is like, I want strawberries. And we do have strawberries in the game, but they're a greenhouse crop. And all you do for that is you just put water in this side and strawberries come out the other side. And that's fine, but I want field strawberries. I want to get just the big metal plate that it's not a cultivator or a plow, you still do that part of it. But it's just a thing for making these trenches, so it's just this big heavy plate, it just smooshes the dirt down into a ridge. And on the back part of it, they have a machine that comes right behind it. And it basically glorified saran wraps it. It's like this big heavy plastic black wrap, but you're just basically wrapping plastic over the top of it. Okay, let me turn those two in. And then they have one last machine that goes through, and it just pokes a little hole in it, and it shoves the strawberry plant in there. You know, and they just drive along and you do that. Now, the catch with the strawberries, and I think one of the big things is there's not really many places where you use machinery to harvest strawberries. They do have it. That is a thing that exists. But the vast majority of places handpick strawberries. And that's the same thing with citrus. We do have machines to pick citrus, but generally speaking, the vast majority of time, you're going to handpick citrus. The machinery is very cost prohibitive, and it's not very fast. Versus getting a bunch of field hands and sending them out there with, you know, stuff like, you know, truck to fill up or whatever. Hand picking deals a lot less fruit, a lot less expensive. Yeah, I mean, so the picking the fruit by hand can be more and less expensive, because sure, the machinery is expensive, but having a lot of farm hands, people are expensive too. So I have no idea where the breakdown is there, but you aren't wrong that the people tend to be better about not ruining the crop, because again, these aren't things like wheat and all that you've got these machines that do extremely well where they don't trash a whole bunch of the crop. Doing a lot of the things that are like fruit picking kind of machines, those are very hit and miss depending on the type of fruit. Some of them work extremely well and some of them not as great. I imagine stuff like grapes and all that, they probably work really well because, you know, they're not grapes, like the vines to grapes, you know, other than like the core part you're not worried about, but like the vines are going to be getting the fruit off, I imagine are not extremely rigid. I don't know that for a fact. This is me guessing. Versus it's, you know, an orange tree, it's a tree. It's wood. It's got some give, but not that much. So unless you're going to start snapping off branches by having the machine shove it around, you're going to have a little bit more of a delicate touch. Fruit usually don't grow uniformly across the field. Their crop all in the same height, like grains. Yeah, well, I mean, that's to my understanding one of the advantages of stuff like grapes and all that. Is because you'll have your vine elevate, and there's kind of a very small range that you actually will have the grapes on them. Same with blueberries. But blueberries are another one that you primarily handpick as well, from what I've seen. Because we actually have a couple blueberry farms here in Florida. That said, we are not a big producer of blueberries. The big things we do is we do strawberries, we do citrus for now, tomatoes we do quite a few of. We have some pineapple here, but it's not really big. I want to say in South Florida they do, cons, but again, it's not a big export. It's mostly the citrus and the strawberries. I know there's a bunch of other ones, but they dwarf, like, they're just nothing compared to the other ones. We do actually, we also do beef. We have cows, but we don't do hardly any dairy cows here. It's almost all meat cows. For whatever reason. I'm sure there's very valid reasons like heat tolerance or something or other as to why that's what's done here versus the other. Or it could be something, you know, tax related or whatever. But you see very little, if any, dairy here. There are a bunch of greens that can grow well here. And there are all like smaller farmers who do that. Like smaller farms, I shouldn't say farmers, smaller farms that do that. But they're just not nearly as significant. Like, because a lot of times when you're looking at greens, you know, whether it's spinach, alfalfa, whatever, you see a lot more of that out west. Like California. But actually, alfalfa is a grain? I don't remember. But, you know, like stuff like spinach and cabbage and all that. There are variants that can grow in Florida just fine, but not really done a lot. You go to the Panhandle, you'll start to see stuff like collard greens and mustard greens a bit more. But most of Florida, it's just too hot. Just gets in the sun and gets baked. Man, I used to do so much gardening. I genuinely wonder if my neighbors, when I had an apartment, thought I was operating a grow house. Because genuinely, like, my entire porch off the back of the house was nothing but planters. And granted, you could see that they were tomatoes and peppers. I had, like, this windowsill planter thing that was, like, chives and a bunch of other stuff, and then I eventually planted mint, and don't do that. Don't plant mint in anything you don't want to be mint. And I did all that. The really fun one was, while I was there, I couldn't tell you what hurricane was because it didn't really hit us that bad. But there was a hurricane there, and they're like, hey, bring, you know... Oh, no, it wasn't a hurricane. We were having a freeze. That was a year that we had a whole bunch of, like, really... It was a weirdly cold winter for Florida because, you know, it's a big deal in Florida when we have a freeze of any capacity. And that particular, you know, winter, we had, like, 4 or 5 freezes, which is really bad for us. It hurts a lot of local wildlife. But during the freeze, to keep my plants from dying, I brought them indoors. And it was one of those things, you just walked in the house, and it was just plants, like, just flower pots and all that everywhere inside the apartment. Just took over the entire space. That's probably the most successful I ever had a garden, was on that apartment, because just being elevated that far off the ground, like, there was no pests you had to really worry about. Like, I never got aphids or leaf miners or caterpillars. You didn't have to worry about the neighbor's cat or raccoons or deer or anything else. Like, I'm sure there would have been some kind of pest you got there, but it's mostly all I had to do is just manage to make sure the soil was properly fertilized without going too over top. Make sure they're properly watered, because all of them are in flower pots and whatnot. Make sure the pH is fine, which was usually not that hard. And that I used to have this, oh man, what was that thing called? They made them for a little while. I know they've still got them around, but they've got like different names and other tools to do it. But it was this cool little device that had these 2 prongs, and it was designed to look like a flower, just so it didn't look hideous, which I didn't care about that part. But you could put it in your, in a plot, like a flower pot or whatever, and be like, okay, in this flower pot I have a jalapeno pepper plant. And you'd stick the thing in there, and it would take readings. You'd take it out the next day, and you'd plug it into your USB, and it'd be like, okay, well, here's the temperature range you saw for the day, here's like the sunlight you saw for the day, like here's all the stats, you know, based on what we're seeing here, here's how we think your plant is doing. And it'd even go like when I had something not planted there, I'd be like, okay, based on where this plot is and everything, like here are the plants that, based on your region and this and all that, you know, this is what we'd recommend growing, and some of those worked out really well. Let's see, you were really tempted to move down to Florida after your brother moved down there, but that situation is scary right now. As someone who's been in Florida for a long time, my recommendation is, whatever the opposite of moving to Florida is, do that. Florida is a weird state. When you look at it on paper, it seems cheap. You know, there's no income tax, there's talks that'll probably go nowhere about abolishing property tax and all that, but Florida nickel and dimes you on literally everything else. So we actually have a fairly high cost of living, but it's very deceptive in how it's high. It's not the like in your face, oh, you're gonna get nailed for like 5% income tax or something. Instead, you just get chipped away at in everything else. It's freaking hot, like really freaking hot, like 2/3 of the year. It's torrential downpours, like 2/3 of the year, and we have about a month that's absolutely lovely. Like there is, if you like, obviously, if you've got a job opportunity here that you got to move here to do it, you do what you got to do. But generally speaking, unless you're specifically looking to live on the beach or something like that, the big pile of negatives that are not always clear here are pretty substantial. Let's see, you're peeling back the layers, trying to understand why there were so many houses at okay prices, and it looked rough. Oh yeah. You grew up in Louisiana, the heat and natural general don't scare you. Yeah, I can't speak for Louisiana one way or the other. All I know is it's been, like, getting significantly worse here. Florida is in a unique position in the U.S. that, due to the nature of us being a peninsula on the Atlantic Ocean, when it comes to the temperature change, climate change, we're going to get hit harder than anywhere else in the country. Because we are just surrounded by nice, warm water. And so we are a sauna. Because this year we had a number of days that it was, the feels like was over like 118 Fahrenheit. You know, and it was like 80, it was like 95, humidity of like 80%. And you just walk down and been like, yep, I would like to die right now. Just gonna lay down here and just stop living if I can. Because, dear Lord, it's just humid, so it's just all the pores. So we are like 1, maybe 2 contracts away from having our money for the field. Take that lovely month and transplant together. Like months with other states. Yeah, no, that's the reason why you have the whole concept of the Florida snowbirds, which are people who they live up in like Michigan, Ohio, all those kind of things, and then they, you know, winter shows up and they stay in Florida for like 2-3 months, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're going, well, you know, until it gets to like winter, places like Michigan and Ohio, the temperatures and all that are relatively nice. There's not a whole lot of weather events you got to worry about. I think that's one last package of herbicide. Louisiana's pretty similar. Yeah, I'd imagine it'd be relatively close. We're both talking pretty far, and yeah, sure, Florida goes a bit farther south, but at the same time, I don't think it'd be that substantially different. Both of them are incredibly humid places. Alright, so we got field 20. And that is Okay, so that is, if I take this road straight out to the west, it'll take me right to it. Man, this isn't to be like, oh, the place I live is the worst ever. No, there's bad places. I've had the fortune of living in Michigan. I don't really have much complaints. Obviously, if you don't like snow, you're probably going to have a bad time. But generally, I actually have more positive things to say about Michigan than negative. While I've not lived there, I've spent a very significant amount of time over in Oregon, and I love the Northwest. The Northwest United States is really, really lovely. It gets really drizzly and rainy sometimes, like measurable chunks of the year. But you know, it is a lovely place otherwise. And I find the people up there, generally speaking, I've had like nothing but positive experiences. So generally, like honestly, most of the places I've been in the world, I would say very, very positive things. Most places. There's certainly always pros and cons with literally anywhere you live. There's no place that's perfect, because if there was, then it's not perfect because everyone wants to live there, and the housing market and your cost of living are going to be astronomical because everyone wants to live there. Those are places like San Diego, where the weather is perpetually mild. All that. Housing up there is completely decimated right now. Oh yeah, no. The cost of houses in Northwest let's see, the Northwest, like, US is, like, ridiculously expensive houses. Build includes skyways across buildings instead of sidewalks. Never only exist inside during that. Oh, yeah. You guys thought Washington State would be a place to go? So, Washington State is really, really nice. Oregon is really, really nice. California is really, really nice. Now, California is weird because as, like, if a topography exists, California probably has it. There's probably, like, they don't have boreal forest, but they have just about everything shy of that. Like, tundra boreal forest they don't have. But they've got mountainous, they've got desert, they've got temperate, they've got rainforest, they've got tropical. Like, they do the entire gambit. It is a very big state. But all of them are very lovely places to live. But the entire West Coast, it's not even just the U.S. If you go up to, like, Canada, the Canadian West Coast is also one of the most expensive areas to live in Canada, too. You know, at least, you know, where people actually live there. And that's just because the nature of, the weather along the West Coast is very mild. Like, it's literally a joke in places like San Diego that they just don't have weather. It's just not a thing they do. It's not that you don't get storms. Like, it's not like they actually genuinely don't exist, but they're very rare. You know, versus the East Coast, we get lots of tropical storms, tropical cyclones, those kind of things. And it's not that the East Coast bad coast or anything like that, but it is a thing that the West Coast is a very desirable place to live. The temperatures are very mild for the most part. You know, obviously hot days are still going to be hot, but generally speaking, they're very mild. You know, the weather is far less severe. All that stuff going for them. So they tend to be very sought-after places to live. And as such, the cost for housing because of the demands being so high is ludicrously high. I think it was me and Toom were looking it up, and I want to say Vancouver. Yeah, it said Vancouver was. Oh man, because I looked at both like San Diego area and like Vancouver area, and they're both in the top 10 most expensive places to live in the world. and I don't remember where they ranked, but they're very expensive places. But you're talking like the most expensive of the most expensive of those areas in the West Coast. First, like you go to someplace like Oregon, and yeah, Portland itself is a bit pricey to live in, the PDX area and all that stuff. But you go a bit farther south, areas like Corvallis and all that, which is a college town. And while it's still certainly expensive, how expensive it is changes astronomically. Hot day, high of 90. Yeah, no, exactly. Like Burning Sun talking about California hot day, 90 degrees. Like, don't get me wrong, there's places in the desert of Cali that the number get high, but even then it's usually not super awful, because at least you go there and it's like, what's the humidity? Oh, it's 12%. So it's like the feels like is 92 and the not feels like is also 92. The temperature is what it is, versus when you're at 80% humidity and the feels like is 92, or sorry, when the temperature is 92, the feels like will be, you know, like 102 or something like that at like 80% humidity. And when you sweat, something gets done. When you sweat in the desert, it evaporates and you cool off. Your built-in cooling system does its job as designed. Well, I mean, as evolved, it's not really designed, but you get the idea. As incrementally improved, your built-in cooling system works really, really well in dry heat. Versus in humidity, you get sweaty, and then you just get wet. And there's no relief. You just get sticky and gross. And you look like a wilted flower when you walk inside, and just all your hair's matted down from sweat and your clothes are just soaked. And you're like, I just feel like disgusting incarnate. Incrementally improved, that's a good expression, you'll see that? Yep. You get sweaty, which causes you to get hot, so you start to sweat. Yep. Think of the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, that's, the way I've described it to people who haven't been in Florida is, imagine you woke up first thing in the morning, and you decide you're gonna take a hot shower. You're gonna take, like, you can barely stand it hot shower. You crank that heat up. You know, you might actually be mildly burning yourself, but it's kind of pleasant, because you just really want a hot shower. You haven't hurt yourself or anything. And without drying off, you hop out of that shower, and you immediately put on your clothes. And that's just what your whole day feels like. That's what it's like to live in Florida. Except for that one time a year that's nice. The winter here is actually quite lovely. But the rest of the year, that's pretty close to how it is. You just feel ick. Okay, I'm on the southwest part of the map. Yeah, so we want to... Yeah. And check out Bassett, another fantastic content creator, playing some Little Rocket Lab, which is good times. So definitely go check them out with that. For those who don't know Little Rocket Lab, it's basically Stardew Valley and Factorio if someone just went squish. And it is genuinely really good. Winter's quite lovely. Last year, it was on Tuesday. There was a really... We have some... For everything going on, we actually have some really solid meme shirts and all that come out of Florida. And, you know, there's a bunch that are Florida Man and all that stuff. But we do have, like, the shirt that says, I survived the winter of, like, 2019 or whatever year it was for. You know, 2019, December 22nd to December 23rd. Or we have a town in Central Florida called Mount Dora. And you could say, like, there's a shirt that's like, climb to the peak of Mount Dora. And it's like 183 feet above sea level or something like that. Which is where most of the rest of the world is, like, the normal height. We've got the, for Hurricane Charlie for a long time, they're selling these shirts where it was like Florida and there's just a hurricane covering the entire thing, like it was the satellite image, and there's just a red arrow being like, you are here, pointing to like the general like Disney area kind of thing. um there are some solid shirts that come out of it. Is it worth it? Probably not. Okay. Oh, we did get a spraying contract. All right, let's double check. Let's double check things. So first, no new stuff here. So the field we're looking at is 29 there. So 29 there is 65,000 bucks. I have 63,000 bucks. Now, my hope for that field is I would like to have the money to buy that field. I believe harvest, because I think they were growing barley on it when I looked at it. I think they were growing barley on this field. Sorghum. They're growing sorghum on this field. So sorghum gets harvested in August. So the idea is I would like to buy the field in August. So that way I can buy the field for the 65,000 and immediately harvest the sorghum to kind of take back a little of that. It's not a big field, so I'm probably going to make like 8,000-9,000 or something like that back. That'll chip off that, which we'll definitely be able to do. But if I can get that to happen, we'll have ourselves a field. So 3,000 for that one. We'll give it a couple more minutes. We're just fast forwarding time real fast to see if we can't get another couple contracts going on here. Oh, wait, harvesting? Ah, spinach. I can harvest any of the grains and all that, but... 1 second. Probably don't go to a full-on ban, Luxray. We'll just leave it alone. But what I will say is, generally speaking, we kind of run this channel as like PG-13. I don't, it's fine. I don't think that was quite necessary there, but yeah. They got auto-mod, I probably should have said something. It's kind of on me. But yeah, so generally we keep it as like PG-13. It's not like swearing is against the rules or anything like that. Obviously, if you're swearing to a point it's getting obnoxious, that's a thing. Like, if every third word is the F word, there's eventually a point where, like, alright, come on, man, tone it down. And we're just saying this because something got caught by Ahmad, and I'm gonna cancel that timeout. Where is that? Because, like, that's on me that I didn't do that. But yeah, no, it was just a comment that got auto-modded. But yeah, no, it's a little thing. But yeah, so on that regard, like, again, it's not like people can't say, like, anything lewd or whatever, but obviously kind of use your best judgment. Or use better than your best judgment. I'm going to absolutely regret if I say use your best judgment, because some people's judgment is not as good as others. But what I will say is, like, generally speaking with that kind of thing, the way I treat it is, think about it like this. If you're sitting there and you're watching your stream and your boss is sitting next to you, I'm okay with the boss giving you a little side eye. On board. That's fine. Little side eye. But if the boss feels like they got to get out of the chair and be like, come on, man. Working hours. And if your boss is just totally cool with all sorts of ridiculous stuff, pretend it's someone else's boss or your grandmother or something. Whatever you got to do. But you get the idea. I'm alright if a couple people are like, okay, that's a little outside the great, you know, like, super on board zone, but not a... Yeah, not your boss. A good boss. As a boss that hurts. I've said a couple of times, I've been fortunate that in my career, out of the many bosses I've had, the vast majority of them have been good. I have had three bosses, I had to add one, sorry. I have had three bosses that's not the case. But generally speaking, most of the people I've worked under, I would say, mostly, if not entirely, positive things. There are three exceptions. One boss who was just terrible. Actively bad. One boss who most of the time was fine, but would 100% throw you under the bus, even if it was their fault. Which is bad. But outside of if there's someone being blamed for something, we're very easy to work with, very reasonable. But that, you know, that's a pretty big, you know, party foul in my book. Especially when it was their fault and they throw you under the bus, which they did a lot. Yep, no, I got you, Luxray. Nah, we can just keep an eye. Like, if you know, more stuff flags, we can take moderator action. But like I said, it's kind of on me at the moment the automod thing happened. It should have been like, hey, let's not. And I did not, so I'm putting the blame here. Yeah. No, but generally, I've had good, even in industries that are kind of notorious for bad bosses. Like, I know a lot of people who work in retail, a lot of retail bosses do not get positive review, as you would say. And I know the ones I have worked with personal experience, that's one of my bad bosses. I had, it was a weird situation where I kind of had three bosses, not counting, like, higher-ups, but, like, immediate bosses. And two of them I really liked. Like, one of them was just a very, very knowledgeable person, and the other one was definitely not knowledgeable, but it wasn't from a lack of effort. They were just new at it, but they're very passionate and tried to do the right thing. So I would still say they were a good boss, though they need a little bit more hand-holding. And then the last one was the one who would just absolutely chuck you under the bus at any opportunity. And that was the one I'm like, that's a bad boss. One of the other bad bosses I had was in software development, who, that's a case study. That's a whole thing. Everything was priority one. Literally everything. Literally everything. Call you at home, no boundaries. The whole shebang. Even the most mundane, not important stuff was critical enough that they'd have to, like, reach out at home and be like, hey, I need you to do stuff, like, right now. And you're like, come on, man. It's like, this is like some stupid button that no one asked for that you just feel is a good idea. This is not a I'm working the weekend kind of situation. Like, if the payment processor's down, that's a working the weekend kind of situation. Yeah, that one is the worst boss there. That was a boss that, you know, dealing with my wife Toom was basically like, hey, if you have to quit your job, just do it. We'll figure it out. Like, you are miserable. Let's see. Your last boss was a priority one, no boundaries boss. That's why you quit. Yeah. No, I've said a couple of times that job I had worked at, I'd gotten some, like, very early on there, I'd gotten a really big red flag I chose to kind of ignore. And the hindsight is like, oh yeah, I probably should have, like, you know, obviously going into it I didn't know, so I can't be like, oh, I shouldn't take that job. With the information I had, the job made sense. I don't think it was a mistake to take the job. I think staying was a mistake, because I stayed in that job way longer than I should have, and it just drove me miserable. But it did indirectly lead me on to what ended up being my favorite job. After I burnt out on that job, and I kind of, to myself, had a whole thing, I ended up getting a really, really good job that, to this day, I feel has ruined me 4 other jobs because of how good it was. And sadly, that job doesn't exist anymore because acquisitions suck. The only one who wins in the acquisition is the people getting the payout at the top. Which I didn't get, like, laid off or anything. They just ruined the company. Let's see. You've sat through an inordinate amount of leadership training, and you still say to this day the most powerful training you ever got to be as a good boss was working under a really bad one. Yeah, no, I feel like that is very genuinely... Like, for me, if I was running a company and I had to hire someone to be in a leadership position or whatever, I think that'd be one of the first, like, one of the qualifications I would have as a requirement is that they had to work they had to be working in farther down the pipe roles at some point. And I definitely would also, like, when you're doing the interviewing, I would definitely also, kind of be trying to, like, get that, have you ever worked under, like, a pretty rough person? Not because I want to be like, how did you overcome that strife? Because that's usually the question you get, is it'll be like, when was a time that you didn't agree with someone, or when was a time that, you had a bad situation at a company, and how did you resolve? Like, there's that side, there's stuff to learn there, like that classic interview question. But more that, like, okay, you had this really crap situation, and rather the answer I would want to be is like, in that other person's shoes, where you had this crap situation, what would you have done to make it better? And the cheap answer is, I wouldn't have done what they did. But, you'd want to see that more thoughtful answer, depending obviously on what they say. I just realized I started driving back on autopilot. I didn't even check where field 20... Okay, good. Field 20, I think that's literally just field we did a minute ago. Yeah, easier not to answer. Easier not to answer. Easier not to answer. Sorry, I've lost the timing and the context on it, so I'm not sure what that was in response to. That's on my end. Stream delay, all that. It'd be very easy to fall behind with that. Okay, boss, sure. Each out of schedule works is double pay for week. Oh man, so is that? Yeah. Well, that's that one company where I had the really bad boss. Like, I quit and everything. And he called me back because they tried to just contract stuff out, and they were trying to do that while I was there. Like the cheapest bidder kind of thing. And they were running into all sorts of problems because you get what you paid for, and when you contract out to the cheapest bidder, you're paying for very little. But they were running into problems that were genuinely hurting the business really bad. They were losing a lot of customers because the software just wasn't working. And they're like, hey, we could really use your help. We're willing to bring you on contract to, like, deal with this project or whatever. And, we're willing to pay you the rate we were paying you before. I was like, I'm sorry. It's like, that's not my rate. I gave them what I refer to as the FU rate. The FU rate is the blown-up rate that is so high you expect their response to be FU. But if they are actually willing to pay that rate, you are willing to put up with it. And that's the FU rate. I am willing to deal with this person I don't want to deal with if you're willing to throw enough money into my hand. But most likely the answer is going to be no. And I've only had one person accept the FU rate before, which was definitely one of those, like, all right. I mean, it's a lot of money, so sure. Fine. I could swallow my pride for getting 3, 4, 5 months pay for about 1 month of work. You're either going to be happy not dealing with them, or you're going to be happy getting an inordinate amount of money. And that said, there are definitely places that I don't even give them that rate. I've definitely had times where people have reached out and they're like, hey, look, man, we're willing to pay you like double, triple your rate. We just really need you. And you're like, nah, man. It's not a money thing. Like, I'm not going to say there isn't a dollar figure you could throw at me and getting you to to accept, but I do know if you were to try and give me that dollar figure, someone's getting fired because it makes no sense to pay me that much. So you throw out the FU rate for a 1-year contract. It was double what it should have been, but man, you should have tripled it. Oh, did they take it? And you're like, man, I didn't charge enough. I've fortunately got, because luckily when I gave them the rate, the 1 or 2 times I've gotten people to accept that, it's not been for a long contract. It's been for something that's like a couple of weeks to a month or something. And so it doesn't have enough time to really get under your skin. But yeah, no, a year thing. It's like, how long were you in that F job? Oh man. 3, 4 years, something like that? I'd have to look back at it. It was somewhere in that area. And like, don't get me wrong, like it wasn't clear how bad the job was until 6 or so months in. Like I got my first like serious warning flag. Sorry, the way TTS mispronounced it make me chuckle. But thank you, Atomic Ice Queen, for the 3 months you've been subbed to the channel. That's in our Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate you. Get only one of those a month and you use it here, and that means a whole heck of a lot that you'd use it here. So I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access. Did it say the Atomices Queen? Is that what it tried to say? Oh, TTS, you try. You do okay. Every once in a while. But yeah, no, that job, like the red flag was I had started at the job and it'd only been there for I think it was like right about to hit about a month there. And they laid off 1/3 of their staff. That is not a mild red flag. That is a full-blown shot across the bow red flag. Where you just started your brand new job, you've only been there for a couple of weeks, and already, like, you know, 1/3 of the, like, 1/3 of the people you know in the company are gone. And, like, don't get me wrong, there was definitely, like, I'm going to keep my resume out there, I'm really not sure about this. But I didn't actively go, I need to get something else kind of thing. But that's a pretty massive red flag. And there was many more red flags. That was honestly one of the bigger ones. But there was many more red flags that happened over the years. But yeah, no, it wasn't until like a couple of months in and we started having some turnover and all that kind of stuff that we started to like really like, because I was new and I was still learning the product, so people hadn't gotten to that point of having expectations on scheduling and all that yet, so I had time to figure stuff out. But, you know, once I started to be one of the more senior people there within my first year being there, yeah, then all those expectations like ratcheted up to unreasonably high levels. And this is not like baby's first dev job or whatever. Like, this is, I'm well in my career. I'm at like 10-ish years experience in software dev, working under a number of companies, some that were pretty ambitious on their timelines and all that, some who were more relaxed. So it wasn't like, oh, you know, I just don't know what a real job is like or something else. It's like, no, these people are wild. And 90% of their projects, like, the number of times that a project came across my desk, you know, it's like, this project's dead on arrival. Like, I'm gonna be wasting hours on this thing, and this isn't gonna see the light of day. Like, the software's not gonna be the problem. You're not gonna get customers, you're not gonna get past legal or whatever the hang-up was. But, you know, and I pushed back on a number of them. But that place is run weird. You've occasionally contemplated what you'd say in such a situation. You pay me enough for a lawyer to therapist staff to accompany 24/7, plus all the costs you incur for keeping me fine in those regards, however much that is. But also, bosses in most industries don't have the authority to agree to those kind of costs. Well, that's the whole point of the FU price. Is the vast majority of time you know the FU price, even if they wanted to pay you that. it's not going to happen. The moment they get to whoever keeps the budget and they take one look, they're going to be like, no. Ooh, that's a good spraying contract. Because that way you basically, you put a number down in the ledger. So this is what I cost. And it's up to you from there. It's no longer like you're being difficult or whatever. Now granted, they might be like, oh, that's just an unreasonable number. It's like, hey, that's my number. I don't work for you. I get to tell you what my number is. You can be like, that's an unreasonable number, and that means you don't give that number to me. That means you talk to someone else. The one I did find funny was when I did that FU number, and they didn't even hesitate. They're like, yep. And you're kind of like, oh, I probably could have asked, like, in your head you're going, like, I could have probably asked for more. It's like, I'm already asking for over, like, triple my normal rate, so... But that was a situation. That company was in a really bad spot because they just kind of ran through people and just had everyone quitting out from underneath them. And so they're like, their product was starting to fall apart. Like, they had to get it fixed or they were going out of business. They still ultimately went out of business, but not from the product falling apart. They went out of business because they don't know how to operate a business. Let's actually deliberately go over. So one container closest to that light pole, that's herbicide. All the rest of that's fertilizer. Let's kind of deliberately scooch on over here and try to empty this herbicide container. Because that over there is also herbicide. Because if I get rid of this one, they don't have to, like, fuss around with making sure I'm grabbing from the correct container. Because you've had more than once already where I was going quick and I accidentally put herbicide... That's perfect. I put herbicide in, like, the back thing and then fertilizer in the front thing. It's not a big deal if I'm doing the herbicide side. I can get around that pretty easy. But if I'm doing fertilizer, I can just kick the herbicide out, but I might not have enough fertilizer to finish the field. Okay, so your field 19, which is top right. Let's see, you wouldn't want to put down a fixed number. They can make you feel working there. I wouldn't want to put down a fixed number if you don't know how bad they can make you feel working there. Ah, yeah. No, I can get that. And low-key, one of the best skills I've picked up in my professional career is knowing how to say no. Like, when and how to say no. Because, like, I definitely remember early career, especially in the software dev stuff. You know, I wouldn't call myself, like, a yes man, but, like, if you came up and be like, hey, can you do this thing? And be like, I can try and make that happen. And I was really, really good at actually seeing things through in a really fast timeline. I was very, very ambitious. And in a lot of ways, that actually hurt times. Because sometimes you'd have that thing that you get asked, and you're like, in your head, you're going, I don't know about that. And you kind of learn over time of your career being like, okay, I can do that. I am capable. You don't want me to do that. You really don't want me to do that. And, you know, and then being able to go through and explain why and do that. And that's actually one of the trickier ones, is when you... I've had to deal with one or two people over the years that you kind of go in there and you can't tell them no. They're not the kind of person who's receptive to pushback. So then what you have to do is start doing, like, the spitballing conversation. Where you're going, okay, yeah, I see what you're thinking. And you know you don't want them to have you do it because, like, you know, it's a bad idea or there's a legal ramification or whatever. But if you just tell them no, they're going to like almost double down and push for it, just the personality. So you got to do that whole song and dance about trying to like walk them into coming to the conclusion that they don't want it without telling them they don't want it, so that it's their idea that they don't want it. And I got really good at that. That's a skill in its own right. That's a hard skill to have, and there's sometimes times where you just cannot make it work. Big same in uni already? Yeah. It's a very junior point of view. You had that too when it's 2 year. I feel like, and this probably isn't even a software dev thing, it probably applies for software dev, engineering, any of those things. It's probably just to kind of universally your first job in a job that you've got a passion for, that early on you feel a need to like prove yourself, or like, you know, pie in the sky, twinkly-eyed kind of view on what you're doing. And there is a place and value in having that. I actually argue you want that on your team. You also want the old curmudgeon who doesn't want to budge as well. You want both those people represented on your team. Gaslighting a not smart boss into being smart enough to not do not smart stuff, yeah. You had that at your first job. It was awful. Oh, the boss, you had to like talk him around to an idea. But yeah, you having had that your first time, like the Stargate. Yeah, I think that's one of those things that you either go through it yourself or watch someone you know go through it, and that's kind of the only way to learn it. You need to develop an ability to be selected in the places you choose to help. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the idea, is you want someone who is optimistic enough, is what I will say. Optimistic enough to tackle things that are entrenched. Someone who'd be like, we can make this better, we can do whatever. But you also want someone who can rein them in a bit, because you'll want to make literally everything better at all times, and that's neither realistic nor practical. And so, of the like 10 ideas that shoot across the board from the, you know, the new hire who's all excited and passionate, there's going to be some of those that are actually genuinely really good ideas. And so you want their curmudgeon, for lack of a better word, you want them to be there to knock down the bad ideas, but also to have enough people in the middle to, when a good idea comes across, you can kind of shove that person out of the way and be like, hey, this is a good idea, let's move with it. Because it's also one of those things that when you've worked, especially in software dev, this is probably true of other careers, I just can't speak for them, like, you'll have something that's a pain point. You know, this thing doesn't work well in the application. We don't have time to fix it. We got to do this other thing. And after a while, you stop being like, hey, we should fix this. Like, it just is kind of the state of the universe. Like, you've been told no enough times, you stop asking. And so it just kind of becomes the state of the application. And it's usually not until you get some, like, new hire who doesn't realize that's the way it's always been, who goes, wow, there's this thing here. It really isn't great. And it can kind of reignite that discussion and potentially get it sorted. Definitely it's universal. Like, I imagine if it's not universal, it's probably pretty widespread. Because there's some jobs that you don't get to have as much control. Like, I mean, I imagine that specific one, even if you're like someone who is just pick up bauble from this thing, stamp, put it on that side, you'd still be like, hey, the stamp is sticking, and you just get to the point of stop caring, and then the new hire comes and goes, wow, the stamp sticks really bad, doesn't it? And they're like, you know what? It does stick. We should talk to someone about that. You went into it thinking you could do more than you could do? And overwork the heck out of yourself trying to prove yourself, then went along with whatever you're asked, get burned out fast to the point you didn't have the energy to keep up the job. Yeah. At least instructor process. Yeah, no, I definitely feel like those are universal pains. Yeah, no, and I feel like that's again, why you want mixed teams. Like, this is a real big problem we're having in software dev right now, where a lot of tech companies, they want to hire people with a decent amount of experience. They do not want to deal with teaching people or training people who are entry level. They do want to pay you entry level rates, but they do not actually want to deal with entry level. And at the same time, they don't want super senior people. They're too expensive. So they're only like really willing to hire for the most part in kind of that middle zone. It's like the only place like real hiring is happening in any capacity right now. And even that's pretty grim prospects in the current situation, but that's kind of its own animal. And you kind of have to sit there as like, one, I actually think that's a terrible idea. That I do think there is value in having people on the entire range. You know, you probably want most of your people in that middle zone, but you want people in kind of the entire range. But also, too, it also means you won't get new experienced people if you don't bring in non-experienced people to get them the experience. So everyone expecting someone else to try and, you know, make that happen is not going to be a thing. A while Saspot appeared? Oh, nice. I didn't catch it, because one downside with the way my chat... Well, actually, oh no, that's just all lowercase. Okay. A lot of times, there's one of the chat clients, or not clients, there's one of the things I've used to get Twitch chat before that lowercase is everything, and that be a thing. Used to be in very technical positions for like 15 years. Lately, do a lot of program design and manage developing teams and infrastructure. LLM, UI, the amount of BS you recognize from tech people because they think you have no, you have no technology is outstanding. They're surprised when you go down to the bits of them. Yeah, no, that's, well, there was, one HR person I worked under that she really impressed me a lot more than a lot of other ones. You know, other ones, they're administrative functionaries, they're fine, like, no, you know, whatever. You recognize that they're there to represent the company. If your interests are aligned, they will support you. If they're not, that's a problem. Yada, yada. But the thing that impressed me about her is she genuinely went around and tried to, like, learn everyone's job. Not like learn like they could replace you or whatever, but it's like, oh, there's this person, they do something here that I don't understand. And, you know, as long as it wasn't disruptive, she would try and, like, take some time to be like, okay, so, like, you know, how does this work? And, like, genuinely was getting... Like, she was getting to the point of being proficient in software dev that, you know, if she said, you know, had said, like, you know what, I'm done with this HR thing, I'm looking to take a job in software dev, and I had an opening, I'd be like, yeah, I'll take you in as a junior. I didn't, like, I never got the opportunity because she really liked what she was doing, but, like, I was very impressed by that because it wasn't even just software dev. Like, she went and she'd hang out with the DBAs and learn a lot how that, and that's impressive because that is so many different skill sets. There's a reason why people don't do that, is it's just so much to learn. And, you know, especially things like software dev, that's a moving target as it is. That's a full-time learning job in its own right. You get your basic proficiency, but every N amount of time, your tech stack or application or design patterns or best practices, something is always changing. Something's always a moving target there to be learned. Then there's usually so much depth to it, you never do find the bottom. Let's see. Well, but the misery of commons, not giving people the opportunity to earn experience. So that's not a problem. Yeah. Do entry into many things, master one, as someone wrote. Oh, the quote where you hear, you know, what is it? Oh, I'm blanking on it. It's the master of one, or no, it was, jack of all trades, master of none. Is like, yes, jack of all trades, master of none, but better than one, or something like that. Because you always get the version that Xerx has, where you have master of all trades, or sorry, jack of all trades, master of none, and it's presented in the incomplete quote as a negative, that someone who's broadly experienced is a bad thing. But the full quote is like jack of all trades, masters of none, but still better than master of one. And I don't necessarily say that there's like a better or worse between there. It is one of those ones that like gets misquoted all the time though, like incomplete quote. There's a lot of quotes that happens to, but and I do generally believe that it is better to have broader skill set, generally speaking, than to have a very narrow skill set. Now that said, I do still also feel there's a lot of value in specialization and all that stuff. Missing the full quote is hilarious when the meaning gets flipped. Oh yeah, no, that happens all the time. There's so many of them. Yeah, no, exactly. The customer's always right in matters of taste, and so you'll just always hear the customer's always right. And you're like, no. No, actually, customers are pathological liars as far as my experience goes. That's not fair to say all customers, but customers are actually pretty awful at being right. But they are right in matters of taste. The customer can say, I do and don't like this, and they are correct in that assessment. But the customer saying, you need to take this back is like, no, you've broken store policy and everything, and I don't need to take this back. Yeah, the customer's not always right. They are still the customer. Right. There's just a time you need to actually sit there and be like, you know, you are the customer, but what you're asking is unreasonable, so we're not going to accommodate it kind of thing. Oh yeah, no, but oftentimes better than one. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, you got that one. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, both customer and staff should be respectful of one another until someone has given a reason to cease such respect. You should enter that situation where both parties treat people as, you know, well-meaning, decent people until proven otherwise. Now, to be clear, I don't mean hand over your wallet trustworthy so much as, you know, give them the benefit of the doubt at least on the opener until, like, again, they've inserted foot into mouth or whatever, and you're like, all right, here we go. Your favorite is blood is thicker than water? Is there more to that quote I'm missing? Because I'm not familiar with that one having a flipped meaning. Or at least I don't remember if I've heard it. The one that pops into my head is, you know, the people saying, like, you should lift yourself up by your bootstraps. Because the fun one about that quote is if you don't know where the picking yourself up by your bootstraps comes, it is an act of absurdity. Something that is not feasible or whatever you want to say for your verbiage. It is doing something that is unreasonable, unfeasible, ridiculous. Such as trying to grab your bootstrap and picking yourself up with your bootstraps on your shoe. And if you try and pick yourself up on it, you fall on your butt. Let's see, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Ah, that's the actual quote. Yeah, I see. Yes. No flip meaning, but this is your favorite one. People who forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Yeah, no, and I think that's a fair one. Like, that's not a flipped one, but yeah. I think that's absolutely a fair one. The actual quote flips it. Oh yeah, that happens all the time. Like a fan-mounted sailboat. Yeah, no, exactly. Well, that's the thing, and you hear all the time these days, where it's like, well, these people just need to pick themselves up by their bootstraps, and you're kind of be like, you do know that's literally meant to mean something absurd. Like, arguably, if you're using that quote correctly in meaning, you are literally siding with me in my argument in that, like, the thing you're asking is, like, unreasonable. You shouldn't have that expectation. But you're weirdly using the quote to meet its inverse, and that's a strange choice. You don't choose your family? Because I can see that. That one's an interesting one, because I feel like that one doesn't flip its meaning so much as how you choose to receive it. Because I can see where he's like, you don't choose your family, as in, like, you bring your family together because you don't choose your family, they're your family. I can also say it's the opposite, where it's like, you don't choose your family, like, you don't, like, the only thing you owe them is, like, the fact that they brought you in the world, and that's not really a debt that gets collected on, necessarily. You know, if mom and dad are a jerk, mom and dad are a jerk. Like, you can treat them like jerks. They can be your parents and also awful people. These are not mutually exclusive. Mom and dad can continue to be a jerk if you say. For the record, I actually have had mostly positive experience with my parents. Like I would say I have no complaints. Young me would have many complaints. Young me would have a lot to say about it. But generally speaking, all things considered, you know, while I didn't always see eye to eye with them, and there was certainly a number of arguments with my father and all that, generally speaking, I would say, you know, things with my parents are relatively good. Dad and me have very different views on the world that are not always compatible, but none of it like the awful stuff that some people go through. But the blood in the short version is equated to family, but in the full version, it is the water. Yep. Young, everyone had to say a lot. Yeah, that's also a normal thing. So, oh man, that was, there was something that came out that was around psychology the other day that I had even, like, mentally noted to be, like, oh, this is a good topic for me to bring up on stream, and I don't remember what it was, so it doesn't help. But it just makes me think of, like, the, you know, young people and being very opinionated. That's just young people. That's not young people today. That's not young people tomorrow. That's not young people next year. That's just young people. You know, your parents' young people, their parents as young people. You know, it's the same thing we talked about, like, when you start off in your career and you're ambitious and you want to accomplish things. There's a lot of psychological reasons for it, and a lot of them aren't bad. But it is a, you know, one of those things. Because they're just different stages in your psychological development that you test your boundaries. That's honestly most of childhood is like, go a year, test your boundaries, go a year, test your boundaries. The terrible 2s and 3s, congratulations, your kid's testing their boundaries for the first time because they are now capable of locomotion that doesn't involve you dragging them places. They're feeling out how far they can go, so they're gonna go fuss with the trash, and you're gonna tell them no, and you're gonna turn around, and they're gonna fuss with the trash, and they're trying to feeling out, being like, all right, what happens when I do this? And then once you get past there, sometime between like 5 and 8, they're gonna test their boundaries again, because now they're not some stumbling toddler to really young child. Now they can actually like run, jump, play, all those things. They've got a grasp of language that's, you know, relatively sound. They've got a decent vocabulary. They're now starting to have time away from the parents, actually like in proper school and everything. So again, they're having to re-feel out all those boundaries and figure out where everything is. And then you get to the teenage years, and those are infamous for boundaries because they're not an adult yet, but they're definitely not a kid still. They're somewhere in between. And there's a lot of stuff that they know and can do that are very different from the things that they could know and do when they were younger. And they're going to test their boundaries. But now they have a driver's license. Or, if not a driver's license, they have the knowledge and capabilities of going to a friend's house without necessarily needing you to be their ride there. Or, you know, order food or whatever. Like, they've got the ability to do far more than ever. Unless they're homeschooled, then they have to. Homeschool is not necessarily bad. I personally, I do think we should have far stricter requirements on homeschool, personally. If not, just get rid of it. But generally speaking, homeschool is as good as the individuals who are running the homeschool. And the problem is, while there are some really good people running homeschools, a lot of them that is not the case. And I know growing up I had a group of friends who were homeschooled that had like this really solid clique of really very knowledgeable people and all that kind of stuff that they're extremely did a really good job. And there was things that they did better and worse at, but that's no different than public school. And then I had another friend who their parent came them home from homeschool because of their own personal views, which we won't dig into. And it wasn't about actually the kids' education. It was about they were scared that the school was going to kind of change their children's view on the world kind of thing. And that was a really bad situation. They never technically finished high school because of it and everything. I never know what happened to them. I fell out of contact with them. And unfortunately, there was a lot of groups that falls in that second thing. Yeah, no, I don't think like full abolishment of homeschool is necessarily what I would advocate for, but I would want it to be like fairly strict that says, hey, this is the material you're going to cover. You are going to need to do all these things. And I know that starts to like really put the rails on it and people shake their fists at it, and it's okay to have a difference of opinion and all that. But I do find that while we do have rules around what they teach, it is kind of one of those things that you can be pretty laxadory with the homeschool and have your kid pass and not having learned really anything. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Dick Butte. It's just kind of one of those things that, maybe regulation's not the word for it. Oversight might be a thing. More touch points, whatever you want to go with your words. Because it does feel like it's kind of one of those things that generally for homeschool, and this is again me not being a student who's homeschooled, but seeing on the periphery and helping out with technical issues for people who homeschool. Like so far as not the students, but the parents trying to homeschool. That it really did feel like at the time, and this is going back 20 years, so none of this might be relevant to today. It really felt like they only touched back like once or twice a semester to like have them take some standard test. And the material in those standard tests were like nothing. And it was just like, that's kind of the only oversight they really had was, did they pass this like standard test kind of thing? But again, it wasn't like the full big standard test. I believe in the high school level it becomes that, but that's why so many of them failed. Is like the hand-holding through elementary and all that. You know, there wasn't very many touch points, and then suddenly you have to hit this much higher bar later on. And you're kind of just set up to fail at that point. Okay. Most states don't even require that. Yeah, and that's kind of thing. It definitely feels like we need more. It's one of those things like keeping or getting rid of homeschool. I personally don't have a strong opinion because there's lots and lots of pros and cons that go into both. I do feel like the expectations of any other school, I feel like the expectations in school should be relatively high, is the way I'll phrase it. And that whether you're public, private, or homeschooled, those expectations should be consistent. Because the learning at that critical time is pretty much critical time, pretty much complex world societies. Being able to learn new abilities themselves, anything but trivial, it should be taken seriously. Yeah. You homeschooled and just blew through the GED, like, is the mentioned? Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's part of my point, Butte, is the fact that you had people who couldn't do the GED, which is, for those outside the United States, the GED is the equivalent of our high school. Like, you can go through, get your high school diploma, or you can choose to not finish high school and get your GED, and they're equivalents. And it's just kind of one of those things that there's so many who they can't even hit that. And like your GED, you have basic algebras, I think, about as hard as math gets. So like, you know, 1 plus X equals 2 kind of things. I don't think they even include history in your GED. Basic language skills, reading comprehension, those kind of things. It's a very, very easy test. Was the ACT? Well, the ACT... Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm thinking... Yeah. Americans Public School? Yeah, no, there's that problem as well. A lot of that is not having resources as well. Yeah, no, the ACT is the state college one. Or no. No, was ACT. All right. So the SATs was the college one. ACT I thought was the military one. Or am I mixing that one? They're all like the college level one, because remember there's 3 of them. There's your SATs, your ACT, and then there was a third one. ASVAB. ASVAB's the military one. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so it's the ACT, SAT, and then ASVAB. And ACT and SAT you'd take for college stuff. And then ASVAB, you could take it could help you with the college stuff. But that was mostly if you're interested in military. If you scored high enough in theory, they would promise you an officership, and the theory is about where that ended. But yeah, no, and exactly as Lardine saying, it became common practice to just have people take the ASVAB as well. Part of that was they'd actually have you take the ASVAB first in a lot of cases to kind of get you used to taking a standardized test on one that was deemed as not as important before you took, I believe the SAT was considered like the big one. But that's like if you're looking to go for any type of like really, really nice, like prestigious school or whatever. That was your in or out, unless you had a very, a very wealthy donating parent to the school. Okay. So, the contracts we have today are utter rubbish. We can afford the land, by the way. I'm choosing to not buy it yet, because we can't harvest it till August. And you never know when I'm going to get lucky and get something else going on here. Harvest, that's spinach. Really big spraying contract. You take the 300? I mean, genuinely, I have taken like the 300 one just to knock it out, because it'll be like 2-3 trees. It'll be 2 trees, actually. It'll literally be 2 trees, because it's 150 a tree. Because otherwise you can't get other ones to show up for a while. Like, eventually it'll time out. Okay, so we got a spraying contract for another 5,000. Way down was field. No, that's not. Field 12's not on the bottom. That's on the right. SA was at least back into your time. Yeah, that's the thing. For so many of this, like, I have to remind myself that a lot of my information's like 20 years old. And so a lot of that has certainly changed. Some of it's not 20 years old, because I actually used to work for a university. I worked for a college for a while, and I worked for a university for a while. Ah, I forgot about these. I was gonna just try and gun it across the tracks, but... thing. You hate being reminded of that? I know, right? Well, it's an important thing to recognize for yourselves as well that information's out of date. Because just like the same thing... Like, I've had the conversation with my dad, not in a while, but, like, there'll be something coming on that'll be some type of, business decision, like, oh, how to get a job, or how to pursue a raise, or, like, whatever, pretty normal things. And, it would be like my dad just be like, oh, well, you just insert thing. And you have to be like, I'm sorry, that's just not how the world works anymore. Like, that, it used to be a thing, like, in his age, that if you were looking for your first job, you would just go around town and just hand out, like, a little resume to, like, everyone. It'd just be a resume being like, hey, I'm looking for whatever work. And you just go by every business and drop off your resume. And this isn't to say, like, times were easier then or anything, but that's one way you would look for work. You would just go downtown or whatever, go to the various restaurants or whatever you're pursuing, and drop off your resume, try and get a hold of the boss for a minute and talk to someone in charge. And, like, very genuinely, very early career, I got a job or two that way. But it's like, yeah, that's just not a thing anymore. Everything else, like, everything goes through computers now. That, they don't want to hire someone who may have, like, all sorts of issues going on or whatever, so far as, like, criminal record or whatnot. So, like, everyone was like, just, oh, you want to apply at your local grocery store? That's fine. Go to the website. You can show up with your resume, and a lot of times the store manager there physically cannot hire you. You have to go through the website. Yeah, show up in someone's front office with a resume and you get escorted about. I mean, I don't think it's that bad. They'd probably just look at you like you grew a third head and be like, thanks, I'll file this straight into the garbage. But they're pretty much going to tell you to take it someplace else. Now you have to weaponize your own AI to beat the recruiter's weaponized AI. Oh, that's been I've low-key been enjoying watching that from the sidelines. Like the whole recruiters using the AI kind of garbage, that's real bad. It's hurting a lot of people. But now that, you know, the response has been for the individuals applying to also use AI, and they're like, they can't do that. They can't do that. That's not okay. And you're like, look, man, you're doing it to them. Either it's game on or it's not. Like, it's got to go both ways here. If you're allowed to automate this thing entirely away, they're allowed to automate this thing entirely away. Yeah, Spider-Man pointing meme, exactly. And I don't know how that shakes out, because, like, you know, as much as I'm like, oh, I can't wait for the AI bubble to pop, that's more like Gen AI kind of things. Yep, yeah, no, I noticed the sub. Yeah, no, I mentioned it. I'm glad you made sure I gave credit, though. I would want to do, like, I would want to make sure someone, you know, threw money at the channel and all that, I recognize it and whatnot. But yeah, thank you for making sure I didn't overlook it, because I'd feel bad if I did. Like, got to the end of stream and I was like, oh crap, that person did sub. You have to use AI to get the right terminology, to get the AI that filters resumes, work history pick up for you. Yeah, no, it's like, and it's one of those things that, sure, I think the Gen AI, you know, bubble's gonna pop, and that's gonna go away, and then all of the AI, that's just like random garbage that really doesn't have a purpose is gonna go away. But there's gonna be a lot of it that sticks around, even when the bubble pops, because we were doing stuff that it wasn't AI, it was machine learning, that we were doing with like hiring and all that to screen applicants, and this is before all like the current AI wave stuff and all that, and it had problems. There's a really good book, and I know I've recommended a number of times on the channel, called Weapons of Math Destruction, so like math like algebra destruction, by Kathy O'Neill. It is a really good book to kind of go over it, because that's literally actually one of the topics they cover. It's not talking like AI or machine learning or any particular type of technology. It's nothing on that, but just using any type of like algorithm system, artificial intelligence, machine learning, any of these things to make decisions for you, and just, you know, feeding things in. And the entire point of the book is like they go through a whole bunch of different things out there and how they've created like harm at scale. And some of them, like, the intent at the beginning was not particularly good. And other ones, they were very well-intended things that went to accomplish a goal and literally accomplished the reverse of their goal because of either design flaws in their system, or, you know, they weren't double-checking it, or all their different things. And the book is kind of about how to make systems and all that don't do these things. And so, like, big parts of it is, you know, your system may never be allowed to become its own source of truth. So you can never sit there and be like, this is true because the system said it's true. No, you should never accept that as given truth, especially when dealing with challenges against the system. You must always have a way that an individual can challenge your system and be like, I think the thing you did was wrong. Like, that you got this wrong. There always has to be a way for people to challenge the system, because, you know, how else are you going to find that there's flaws in your system or not? You need to constantly assume your system is wrong and continuously test in different ways to try and prove it wrong. And if it happens to survive, it means it survived that round of testing. You do it again the next time. But what ends up happening with a lot of these systems is you create the system, you put it there, and say, that looks right, and then you just keep running it. And you can have a system that's actually really good and accurate at one point, but the circumstances unrelated and outside the system that impact it ultimately create a different result. it's misaligned with what's changed. And so your good system that you've proven is no longer good. And, you know, and it goes into some of the classics with a lot of those things of how things become bad. One of the classic sayings for people in machine learning or data science and all that is, they'll have different words for it, but it's crap in, crap out. Your results are only good as the data you base them off of. You got bad data, you got bad results. So you said that Eurisco never took off. Instead, we get 3 Markov chains and a trench coat. But yeah, no, so it's a good book. And they go into stuff like, here in the US, we had, going way back, there was it USA Today? It doesn't matter what the newspaper was. We go back, and I'm going to have the time frame wrong. It was something like the 70s or 80s or whatever time frame it was. But basically, there's this newspaper that was struggling. It was getting out-competed by its competition. It's like, we got to do something. Like, we got to figure out a way to draw in more customers and all that. And a really big problem at the time is there was no way to kind of check to see how good, bad, or otherwise colleges and universities were nearby you. The internet's not a thing in this time frame. There's no one like keeping any kind of score of that school's good, that school's bad. Pretty much the only metric you have is, I knew someone who went there, and I've heard of that Ivy League school. And so it was just hearsay as 90% of your measure for metric, measure for these things. And so we're like, all right, we're going to make this whole system. They're going to take all these data points, and we're going to grade all these schools based on these data points. And again, they're well-meaning. They're intending to make a product that will actually genuinely help people. And so they come up with their first iteration. It's doing stuff like, how much did it cost to go there? What is the rate that people tend to pass if they go there? Like, do they generally do well after they leave by, checking what graduates have? They, did an incredible lot of legwork and got a whole bunch of data. And they're like, cool, we've got our system, and it gave out the ratings. And those ratings did not align with what general public opinion was. Like, the Ivy schools were all not ranking really well on there. A bunch of these, schools that no one had ever heard of were doing extremely well. And they looked at it and went, crap, if we release this, everyone's going to think it's hot garbage. Because, everyone expects to see Harvard up there. Everyone expects to see, school X and Y and whatever up there. And they're all ranked really low. I actually don't remember where they were in the rank, but they're not ranked up where you'd expect them. And so they're like, okay. And so they kind of fudged the system a little bit. And this isn't an algorithm. This is being done when I say system here, they've got all the information there, and they're doing it by, hand, mathing it all out and all that. And so they go on and say, do they have a sports team? How many students do they reject? And basically they started coming up with criteria to add on to it that had nothing to do with the success of the students in getting an education, which was the whole point of their system. And they did just enough that it was at least most of the high-end schools were kind of up there. There's one or two that were outliers here and there, but at least it vaguely kind of aligned with what people expected. And that's ultimately what they released. And it was wildly successful. And even to this day, here in the US, we have you can go to, there's government websites related to grading schools and all that kind of stuff that are a continuation on of that system. Now granted, it has changed a lot over the years. It did get a massive overhaul a bit over 10 years ago that it still has problems, but they did kind of realize that it was taking all of this junk that had nothing related to what it was intended. They did pull all that cruff out of it for the most part. And they did put a lot of good data points in there, because one of the data points they got rid of was the cost. That used to be a factor, and then they got rid of it, and it got added back in, because that's relevant. And it's still not perfect. There is still data that they should be considering that they have opted to not include under pressure of lobbying and whatnot. Yeah, improving your bias. Is your theory even complete? Well, that's the thing. To be fair, in the business, because this wasn't scientists trying to get the truth, as it were. This was being done by a company who was trying to make a product. And the assumption was if they presented the product as is, the public wouldn't trust it. So yeah, they did confirm bias. So that's unfortunately what they did, is they did make it confirm bias. So it is the profit motivator was the thing that kind of ruined it. Marketing science? I don't even think that they presented it as science though. They were just trying to grade schools. Because no one was at the time. Like there was no, you would go to this website and it'd be like, oh yeah, this school has, you know, whatever pass-fail rating. They like literally had to send people, like their reporters and everything, to the schools and be like, how many people did you admit this year? How many people graduated this year? You know, what is the cost of tuition? And like really just kind of go through that. And there were schools they couldn't get good information on. But the original intent was to make a good product that would help people. It's just, along the way, they realized that they released the product in its most honest version, that it would be wholly rejected. And they were probably right. To be entirely honest, if it came out and all the schools that everyone kind of had collectively agreed were really good schools were viewed as really bad schools, they're probably right that people would have just kind of wholeheartedly rejected it. Whether or not they should is a different issue. It'd be like now if we had some group that came out with a study that said, actually water is super bad for you and you should never ever drink water. You know, here's all the information. And even if they had the evidence to back that up, it'd still be a really hard sale. That would definitely be challenged constantly. Now, if it was coming through and it had like the entire study notes and yada yada, you know, eventually, if assuming it was true, it would potentially eventually, you know, find its way into actually being taken seriously. But, you know, if the source was, you know, PepsiCo being like, hey, we did this big study, we wanted to see what we could do to make our products healthier, and we made this discovery that water's actually, like, super awful for you. PepsiCo, by the way. You know, everyone's going to take one immediate look at it and be like, nah, man. Nah. You don't fool me. I hear your lies. It would just, or like, or it'd be like, you know, if suddenly this group comes out and they said, hey, hang on, we just came to the realization that actually eating root crop is super dangerous and you should never do it. It'd be that same kind of thing. They're like, come on, man, you don't believe me. Or like that carrots make eyesight worse, or some of these things that's just, you have an established belief, and even if the new one is right, it's a real hard thing to convince people to kind of go directly against their existing view. There's a term for that, a bias term. It's like first heard bias or something like that. I'm gonna have the term wrong. It's basically that the first thing, not confirmation bias, that is a thing as well, but it's makes eye contact. Well, priming isn't the bias. So we're not talking about like with intent of like screwing with someone, but the idea that if I told you that the sky is green, and then someone else told you that the sky is blue, you are more likely to continue to believe the sky is green. Versus if we flip it, where if the first person comes up and says the sky is blue, and then someone else says the sky is green, you're more likely to believe the sky is blue. Like, what you've heard first, you are more likely to stick with that belief than change your belief. It's biologically difficult to change old information and assimilate new one. Yeah, but there's like an actual term for that bias. And it's not that you can't overcome it, obviously you can. Yeah, first impression bias. Yes, that's the one. Ooh, I can do that one. We could do some heckin' harvesting. We can mix it up. What field did I just agree to? I should have looked at that first. 24. Oh, that's like right next door. I didn't see where I'm dropping off. Ah, yeah, the scientific term is no take backsies for ideas. I once had, like, I was in this office, and we had this one guy who, he was fine, but he could be a bit of an opinionated jerk. And he would say all sorts of ridiculously outlandish things, most of which were never true, like, provably not true. And it wasn't like, and we're not like, this isn't like political things like, oh, this idea versus that idea. He'd be like, oh yeah, well, you know, fish can run on land or something. It'd be something you're like, what? And of course, you could be like, are you talking like a mud skipper? Because, like, I wouldn't call them running on land. They do technically come out on land and kind of flop a little, or sort of like scooch. Yeah, dogs can't look up type yes. Yeah, no, exactly. And so what we started to do is we started pushing back because it's getting kind of tiresome. And like every once in a while he'd actually have something that was true. It's like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, sea cucumbers could spit out their stomachs. And you'd be like, what? And you'd be like, oh no, actually, you're right. They can do that. That's actually pretty sick, man. But I got a big chart of fallacies. I had my fallacy chart on the wall. So when he would pop into my room to, like, whatever the latest claim was, I would find it on the fallacy chart. He did not like that. That did not make good impressions. And the fallacy chart isn't like an official document or anything. It's just a bunch of common fallacies. I also like the fallacy chart has like some fun ones, like, you know, this is true because I'm bigger than you fallacy or whatever. Or the I yelled louder fallacy. You know, he or she who yells the loudest is the one who is considered as telling of truth. Now, he might get kind of screwed here because I just noticed we're coming up on rain. But yeah, there was times he'd come in and make some claim, and, you know, you'd be like, hey, here, I can show that's wrong, and then make some arguments like, well, you fell into this fallacy. Let's hear, no black swan is equal. We don't need to account for that possibility. It's not going to be true anywhere until people went to the Australias. That is slightly different since the fallacy is about because it's actually rare, but still a fallacy. Yeah, well, I mean, that's, oh, it was on the chart. It was like, I haven't seen it before fallacy, or like, it wasn't I haven't seen it before, I can't remember. Basically, the fallacy of, like, if you individually hadn't experienced or seen or whatever it is, therefore it's not true. So, like, for an example of that, like, you know, if I were to say, that, like, you cannot be hired by showing up at a place because I've never seen it happen, which that's not even true in my case, but I'm just, like, pretend I hadn't ever seen someone get hired from showing up at a place for the first time. I could claim that that was true, but it would be a fallacy because just because I haven't witnessed it doesn't mean it's not a thing. And then, of course, there are plenty of times that has occurred in history. You would have a very easy way of doing a counter-argument, being like, hey, well, here's an example of this person. They got hired when they showed up someplace. Therefore, I can establish that your statement is provably false. Like, I have the example that disproves your statement. Let's see, similar to I/my known circles can't achieve X, so it cannot be achieved. So we won't even consider it to having it done. Yeah, there was also, like, there's something like good at something else fallacy, which was like the classic, you'll have someone who, in their own right, was like smart or accomplished or whatever. They did a thing. You know, you made the personal computer, and then you turn around and be like, I know how we can save. Like, I know how we can solve food, like world hunger. And like they'll give their plan, and people just go, "It's like, oh yeah, well he did this other thing, and it's really amazing. Clearly he's got the answer here." And you go, "Hang on, just because they know how to sell a personal computer doesn't mean they know anything about this other thing. That doesn't automatically default this to being true." Like, these are two very unrelated things. Now, that said, they could be correct. It'd be incorrect for me to also say I can disprove that they know how to do it based on that experience. Like, both of us need more information to prove or disprove it. But to state it as like a statement of fact, both of those could not be taken correctly. We could say they claim to do it, or it looks promising. But yeah. Appeal to unrelated expertise is the worst. Oh yeah, no, there's some of the dumbest people I've ever known are also some of the smartest people I've ever known. That they will be very smart in the thing that they know, and then you step out of the thing that they know, and they will have some stuff that you just go, "Hey man, look. Do you want me to sit down and we can hash out why you're wrong?" Because we can make that happen. Like, we can demonstratively do this. This isn't opinion versus opinion or subjective or anything like that. It's like I can sit down and I can, without question, like, there's no based on my view or your view. I can confirm without a reasonable doubt and everything that you are in fact wrong. But also, within their area of expertise, incredibly intelligent. Well, they dabble into many things, but master one thing. The only thing you can find about Musashi right now is he fought numerous wars and transitioned into being a wandering swordsman, pursuing mastery over his chosen path. Later in his life, he put down the sword and pursues mastery of calligraphy, painting, philosophy, metallurgy, and more. It's sadly not a quote, and if you look at the book now, it'll take me days until I find it. Yeah, no, I don't know where the quote originates. Bear with me, chat. What's going to happen real fast is I've got to use the restroom. So I'm going to do that. And I'll be back in just a minute, so thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be right back. All right, and we are back. We are harvesting. We're getting that oats. I had to figure out what we were actually harvesting. So we can afford the field. We can do that. And that will be ready for us to harvest next in-game month. So we can buy the field, get the harvest out of it. I will probably be able to seed it relatively soon as well if I can afford that. The big thing I'm going to run into here is right now we are harvesting directly into the harvester itself. I don't have a trailer. I would like a trailer, but I do run into a situation known as I have many things to buy and not enough muns. If, you know, would like cash, please. You know, essentially you start at least having some knowledge in many areas, but you really need to master at least one thing. I think Rual's HR colleague, who was dabbling in so many ITs, so was really good at that. Oh yeah, no, she was extremely knowledgeable in what she did in HR, and she was very, very talented in that. And it's one reason why you will have people who have the language like never trust the HR person, that kind of thing. And I don't necessarily agree with that. There are cases you have HR people like that. It is worth recognizing the HR person is there to protect the company, and that if you are at odds with the company, they will be almost certainly siding with the company. That's their job, to protect the company legally and whatnot. But generally speaking, a lot of the time with your employer, you and the employer will be more likely to be aligned in a lot of things versus against each other. Obviously, when it comes up to stuff like pay and all that, that is a place where you can end up having a discrepancy and all that, or odds where you're not getting along, where, you know, you might be expecting more, the employer's paying less. Where do things stand? But even in a lot of cases that with HR, a lot of times, if you are in the right there, even there, a lot of times they will, they'll side with you to get it sorted, or they won't side with you, they'll get it corrected. Because again, HR's primary responsibility isn't just to, like, nickel and dime you, it's to protect the company legally. And so, like, if they're supposed to pay you a certain amount and the company has effed up, they want to make it right before a lawyer gets involved. So, generally speaking, a lot of the time, you'll be aligned that it doesn't need to be a thing. Now, obviously, there are cases where you have, like, a workplace accident, and your company's trying to, like, sweep it under the rug and all that kind of stuff, and it can put people in a weird spot. And if you have, like, a less reputable HR person, they will potentially do the wrong thing that benefits the company because it's good for their career or whatever. But even in cases like that, I usually do see HR people be like, hang on, we do need to, like, pay this person for the injury, and they might try and mitigate what you get paid, but they're going to try, because, you know, obviously if you get a reputation for it, now you've lost, like, as a company, you get the reputation of, you know, dodging that kind of stuff. That can be very harmful. But I have found they're generally reasonable to work with. But it is worth taking the time to recognize if there is a situation where you and the company are at odds, that the HR person, their payroll is paid by the company. They are there to protect the company. And then it's a matter of, you know, how good or bad or otherwise are the integrity of the individual, because I've certainly seen HR people also get told to do stuff and tell them, it's like, no, I'm not doing it. What you're asking me isn't legal, and I refuse. And then the company has to decide, well, okay, we've got this mess. Are we willing to fire our HR person over and hire a new one? Which, of course, if there is a legal case, then that looks really bad if it goes into discovery of court being like, okay, well, this thing happened. How did the company respond? Oh, they asked their HR person to do something who's now one of our witnesses because they got fired over it. That's going to ruin any credibility the company could possibly try and have. But you do also have companies that are pretty rotten. The story must always include the matter was corrected immediately. Yeah. But yeah, so definitely people have been screwed by HR people. I don't want to minimize that. But at the same time where people have the mentality, it's like, oh, HR's evil, they're only there to line the company's pockets or yada yada. It's like, okay, their loyalty is to the company, you're not wrong, and that is true. But usually the vast majority of the time, you're not in a situation where you are butting heads with your employer about things that HR needs to be involved with. Now, it can be a thing. One place it can be a real problem is if there's like a behavioral issue from someone higher up against someone who is, you know, subordinate or whatever. And then a lot of times, yeah, HR can side with the person higher up because that's easier. And that can be really, really bad, and that happens more than it should. Like behavioral issues, that does happen. But yeah. So I'm trying to do the math in my head. Right now, I am lugging oats back to be sold up here. And the reason oh, you know what I didn't check? That might be the determining factor. I did not check if I can get the harvester in there. Behavioral issues of the HR person. Well, if it's the HR person that's the behavioral issue, that gets messy. Like if it's actually your HR staff that is the behavioral problem, that gets real messy. It can be resolved well, but usually that, you know, that's the ones who're supposed to be dealing with that as the ones who are doing it. That's a disaster. I was thinking like boss of the company. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. Your org is small enough that if they stopped having a full-time dedicated HR person, and now subcontracted out, yeah, and that could be fine. But yeah, no, like, generally speaking, for the most part, there's companies I've worked at that me and the HR person never really interacted beyond, like, you know, doing some, like, simple, like, here is your paperwork for getting hired kind of stuff. That is not where I'm dropping this off. I'm glad I looked a bit more carefully. Which are you talking about? I was talking about more like, you know, you've got, like, the CFO of the company does something inappropriate, and it has to go to HR. That unfortunately there's times that it puts the, like, because the HR person's put in a really bad spot because obviously they tell the CFO they're, you know, they're wrong, whatever, and takes your side. They don't have a job anymore, and so it could be very difficult because you're like, well, you want to act in integrity, but if the person's going, I got a kid who's gonna starve if I don't have this job, you know, that's where a lot of things can get messy. Oh, after the previous HR person got having an affair with the big boss? I haven't had anyone that high up. I definitely know I was in a situation where one of our middle managers, like one of the managers, you know, dealing with the retail side, was having an affair with one of the employees, who was also married. So, like, there were two married individuals having an affair, and that became a mess because it was kind of one of those things that was like within the retail store was like an open secret. People just knew because they were behaving that way at work. Shocker. Their partners found out. I wonder how that happened. And it became a whole mess. Oh, that situation, you're watching the inappropriate videos in office, kind of CXO, and the HR has to explain to him not to do that. I've, not HR, but, I worked as a network administrator for a while for a manufacturing company, and we had an engineering department for, like, helping design stuff and all that to then be manufactured. And we had, it was, what was his title? It wasn't like CFO or whatever. It was like President of Engineering or something like that, I think was his title. Well, we put a proxy filter in place. For those who don't know what a proxy filter is, it's just a thing that your internet traffic goes through into the company so that we can do stuff like, hey, you can't go to this website, hey, you can go to this website, that kind of thing. And it's because we had, like, people in the warehouse watching stuff, and honestly, most of it was, you know, higher-ups thinking that everyone was, like, sitting on Facebook all day, which wasn't the case. We had some people popping on, but we did have people, like, in the warehouse who, when there weren't people around, were doing stuff they weren't supposed to. I don't even remember what field I'm going to. Okay, it's right over here to the right. I think it's literally the field out there. But we had a little bit of problems, but that was one of the presidents in the company, and he was watching porn in his office with his door closed. And so we had this awkward situation where we put the proxy filter up, and then we got a help desk ticket that the internet wasn't working. And so show up there, it's like, oh yeah, if you have any websites that you should be trying to get access to that aren't working, we put this proxy filter in to make sure, you know, we had people visiting stuff they're not supposed to during work hours and all that, and it was just to get ahead of that, you know, name drop the CEO kind of thing as to why we were doing it. And to his credit, the man was smart enough to be like, okay. And they're like, oh yeah, like, so if you got a website you legitimately need to be to that's getting blocked, let us know, we'll get it added to the list to not block it and all that. You know, just like, is there a website you want us to add? It's like, no, I don't think it's that important. So, you know, gave him his out, being like, it was very much like, well, look, man, we know what you're doing on your thing, but like, obviously don't do that. But it was definitely one of those ones of, like, explaining that we were blocking, like, going through and actually explaining what we were doing. But being like, yeah, if you have any websites that you should be allowed to access, just let us know. We'll get it added to the list. Which, of course, you're not gonna do, not unless you're, like, really, really bold and brazen. But yeah, he was like, nope, it's not that big a deal. Yeah, no, I withdraw my ticket, basically. Like, don't get me wrong, the manager was a good guy and all that, so far as, like, you know, working with him was fine. Like, he didn't work under him. Like, he's a perfectly good boss. He treated his people well and all that. He just had that behavior. You know, whatever your opinion around that is, whatever it is. But he would just go to his, you know, when he wasn't needed, he'd just close his door. So let's see. Oh, you busted a ring of users trading corn on a company network at a client site. And it was so many that they had to give them a slap on the wrist to get a better web filter. Yeah. Oh, that's where it says, well, to be clear, so it wasn't the CEO, it was the president of engineering. We did not make a big stink of it in IT. Like, we could have, you know, phoned up HR and been like, hey man, this is happening. But that place is kind of operated like this guy's multi-million-dollar hobby. And so it was kind of one of those things that's like, are you going to get, like, an actual professional response to this and handle properly? Probably not. This person was a buddy of the CEO. Probably not. So we could go ahead and we could stop the behavior, which was the problem, and just move on with it. Because sure, it was misconduct, but at least he wasn't, like, sexually harassing the staff or something. Because that's a different animal. You know, whether he's watching movies or whatever during company time, that's whatever. I don't care enough. Versus if he's, like, genuinely hurting someone, it's like, alright. But yeah, because he was also not the only one. We had a warehouse person who was doing it, but we kind of, like, we did the exact same thing, and that was the thing that actually kind of kicked off, like, actually putting the proxy filter in there, was the warehouse person was suspected of doing it. And, you know, the person over top of them was just making a stink. Like, there wasn't enough stuff moving through the warehouse at any given time that it was a big deal. Like, things weren't, like, it wasn't like things weren't getting done. It's still inappropriate and shouldn't be happening at the workplace. But, so we put in the place, and we did catch a few people. We caught that one. We had a lot of people who are doing lots of stuff on social media, which personally I don't care, and I didn't care at that point. It's like, hey, they're here to do job X. Did job X get done? Yeah. Then who gives a crap what they're doing outside of that? Like, I'm not someone who agrees with the you're at the company, we need to extract maximum value out of your time kind of mentality. I'm like, I have hired you to do task X or Y. Did you do task X or Y at an acceptable level? Yeah. Then cool. I said do this, and I'd pay you that much. We both done our sides of the contract. We're good. Keep doing it. But that's not a way a lot of people look. There's a lot of people who look at that, you know, like, you know, I'm paying you 95, you're effectively my property to, you know, keep, like, all everything needs to be maximizing the amount of money you can give me kind of thing. And I don't agree with that mentality. People are people. Let them live. Yeah, he was, like, he also didn't get fired or whatever. It was the exact same kind of situation what happened to the president, where we're like, he didn't put a ticket in. That guy was at least smart enough when he started seeing his websites he wasn't supposed to be at getting blocked. He just didn't say a word and just didn't go to him anymore. That was a man who knew not to open his mouth. He clearly realized he was busted, and opening his mouth was going to do nothing but make it worse. As long as they get the quota in with time? Yeah, no, as long as you're getting the work done on time and of acceptable quality, sure. But see, if you can't have an honest conversation about expectation and downtime, then you're just trying to manipulate people. Oh yeah, no, it's fortunately becoming a bit more rare of a behavior nowadays as people are starting to learn more. But I definitely had the boss that, as a software developer, software development, to give you like a peek behind the curtain, it's like 90% figuring out what you're going to do, and then like 5% actually doing the thing you're going to do. Like the figuring out the plan and how you're going to tackle a problem and all that, that's all the work. How you're going to organize it, how it's going to fit in, what are the areas it's going to hit, like all that like stuff. So it's a whole lot of staring at code, figuring it out, tinkering stuff, like all that kind of side of thing. You know, it's all that planning, logistics, and all that. But like the actual like putting the code in there that is physically making the change, that usually takes seconds to minutes. It's usually a very, very small cut of the time. But for people who don't know software development, i.e. a lot of managers who are in charge of software development, it looks like your employees are sitting around there putzing on their computer for long hours and not even typing anything in the keyboard as they're like moving from place to place to place, and just looking at stuff and then taking some notes down on paper, whatever your note-taking choices are. So it looks like you're kind of just not working, just, you know, giving the impression of being busy while not actually being busy. That's the way it comes across. And so, like, unless you're typing code, they feel like you're just kind of not doing your job. I ran into a few of those in my career. And no matter how much you explain to them, like, and I had ones I would sit down with them and just kind of be like, let me walk you through solving a problem. Like, what this is actually entailing solving the problem. And usually most people, if I could get them to sit down with me like that, they usually did pretty good from there on, but that wasn't often, because sometimes, you know, like, depending on the problem, that might take me an hour. And, like, once they understand, there's, like, all the, like, research and figuring out, and then, like, you go in and you add a comma, and then everything works. Or you just change one value and then everything works. But you had to spend 2 or 3 hours to figure out where that problem was to deal with it. Mysteriously, a new business need for a VPN showed up all of a sudden. Luckily at the time, VPNs were not a particularly common thing. So, like, not for just, like, daily use or whatever. So, yeah. Brackets are missing. Oh, yeah. Delete a quotation mark. Suddenly everything works as your entire code is no longer commented. The boss, let's see, boss, I'm just staring into the abyss. Don't worry, once it stares back, I'll understand where the syntax error is. But yeah, no, that's just a thing, that's just the reality of doing software dev is so much of it doesn't look like you're working, it looks like you're just reading stuff. You're like, you're not typing, you're not doing whatever. And you can have, like, I've had bugs that, you know, you're dealing with a legacy system, something that it was designed to, you know, it was designed to put round pegs through a round hole, and then the boss decided it needed to be a square hole now. And, you know, you've gone through like 80 different iterations and business changes, so everything's a little crusty, little not great. And thank you for that follow, welcome to the stream, I do appreciate that. Like everything's a little crusty, there's a lot of technical debt, so where something would normally be relatively simple, because this has kind of become, you know, what is the, oh, the machine that you sit there and you make, like, a super elaborate, overcomplicated thing to, like, butter toast. Ruth Goldberg machine? Is that right? Is that what it is? Rube Goldberg, that's right. Rube Goldberg machine. Yeah, so your code has become effectively a Rube Goldberg machine over the many years and the many iterations. I'm exaggerating in that case. But you get the idea that something that should be as simple as, like, I'm going to add a button, but there's all these different things that are now related that really shouldn't be, but, you know, again, this thing has changed what it's done so many times, and you haven't been given the time to clean it up. And you can sit there with those where you have this weird bug, and you can sit there for like 10, 11 hours just working through the code, trying to figure out the bug, and then change like one character. So as far as like the actual working on the code, you only hit one keyboard button to fix it. And then, you know, compiled and yada yada. And that's not an unusual thing. But it would take you like 10 hours to figure out where you needed to go to push the button. You moved the Tweety Bird, the website broke. Oh man, there has been some I've had over the years where it's like, okay, I am doing my code review on this thing. There is nowhere in the entire application that calls this method. Literally, this method is orphaned. The integrated development environment sees it's referenced nowhere. I've done searches, it's referenced nowhere. This should be a 100% safe to remove method. No tests call it, nothing calls it. So I've basically got instruction that nothing anywhere in the entire system calls at any point. Safe to delete. And then you delete it, and then the website crashes. And you're like, what the absolute hell? And then you realize you have this other application who now calls over that and then uses reflection to dig into the code, which you should never do that way unless you're dealing with like utility stuff for like actually like helping you develop software. If you're using reflection, there's like a 98% chance you're doing things in a way you probably shouldn't. There are those 2% that it is fair and valid. But really shouldn't. And then, you know, you do that and everything breaks and you're like, but why? It's not attached to anything. It's what we refer to as orphaned code, that like once upon a time it did something and there was something that pointed at it, and situations changed and the thing that pointed to it no longer exists, but it still exists. So it's just cruft. It's just code that sits there that, you know, it's just there, it's not used. And of course no one do that. I've had a number of code bases over the years where you'll have something that looks looks messy and bad, and you're like, oh, I should refactor that and make that better. And just have to go through and you burn a bunch of hours trying to do it, and then you have to go back and be like, okay, code comments. It's like, leave this thing alone. It's like, it doesn't look important. It does, like, it looks ugly, but it's ugly with a very valid reason. Like, here is the reason. Don't touch it. Yes, it looks bad. No one's happy about it. But there's a reason it's designed in this horrific way. You think that you've done that in your personal debugging flagger? Was clearly over the top, but you don't have the spoons to research how debuggers in R actually work. I have not done code in R. I've most languages I've at least touched. If you know, a lot of them not much. Even some of the novelty languages that are just ridiculous, just to kind of see what they got going on. I haven't touched R yet, not for any specific reason. I think R kind of didn't really start picking up at the time. Like, it wasn't a big one then. Never touched the master log. Yeah, no, there's oh man. I was trying to think of an individual example of something that, like, totally unrelated, but off the top of my head, luckily that doesn't happen very often where you find code that's very clearly shouldn't be referenced anywhere. The one I ran into that was always a pain point. And it usually wasn't in the code itself, though not never in the code itself. It was usually, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons, don't mind me. It was usually stored procedures, which, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, it's database stuff. All you gotta know about what a stored procedure is, it is code that talks to your database and says, hey, do this thing. And usually it'll be a complicated thing. You know, of varying complexity. They'd be like, hey, go, I will give you a user ID, go grab from the database the user's information, and then go grab, like, the documents they wrote, and put it all in a thing and give it back. And that could be a stored procedure. And those end up having to change over time. Again, business changes and said, hey, I need this extra information. Hey, we used to have this information. Due to changes in law, we've decided we no longer want to store it, so we got rid of it. And what would end up happening is people are scared to death about committing to change in stored procedures, because once you make that live, it just is going to do what it's going to do to the live data. And if you got it right, it's great. If you got it wrong, you can hose a database real easy with a stored procedure. So people are understandably paranoid. We also don't have nearly, at least at the time, we didn't have nearly as good source control stuff for those, which is just how we, you know, keep different versions of stuff. That way when we make a bug, we can revert and, you know, give descriptions of why we've changed stuff, yada yada. We didn't have nearly as much of that stuff that was good for that kind of thing. And so what you get as a result is someone will be working on something and be like, this is the new order stored procedure. It creates a new order. Fair enough. Okay, well, we need to update it. Well, this is the new order stored procedure 2. Okay, that's pretty bad. Alright, well, this is the new order stored procedure new. Alright, so which one's the new one? The new order stored procedure new or the new order stored procedure 2? And this is the new order stored procedure old, to like reference the old one back. And you'll end up with that, and you'll have like 20 of these things that all have basically the same name. You're like, I don't actually know which one we're using anymore. There's like 20 of these stupid things in here, and I'm pretty confident new order stored procedure new old new is probably not it. But I don't know which one is. And no matter, like, and usually the answer is actually you end up having like 3 of them in use, and they're being inconsistent, and that's why you have a bug. But it is always a mess. Alright, so we got a little bit of a problem right now in game. It has started raining, like I said it might. And the issue with that is if you harvest in the rain, you take a penalty. Yeah, name rot. And it's not that I've never had that in code. I've had it once or twice. And usually when I see it in code, I very immediately pull aside whoever the hell did and say, you will never do that again. We have source control for a reason. Or, you know, like, that. And that's like, the database, I'm more forgiving, but still like, hey, let's not do that. I'm fine if you want to keep a backup, but like, you know, once you're using the new one and it's been there for more than 10 seconds kind of thing and it's working, we kill the old one. It's gone. Like, we're not keeping 30 copies of this. Sometimes you need to be the dragon and take the big motion to change the big thing. Yeah. But yeah, so what we're going to end up doing is how much later you have. Alright, so you have a couple rows. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take this over. Because I cannot harvest right now. Till the rain passes. And if I fast forward time while I have a employee out, I get charged more. Yeah, no, you get all sorts of wild stuff that happens. You also end up with orphan variables. That's another one that's a very common problem. That's, again, like, half of the pain that happens in software just comes from you make an application, you do what's called greenfield. A greenfield application means, hey, I have this new idea, we're going to make this, it's the first time it's done, I've got what its intended purpose is, and we're producing it from scratch. That's a greenfield application. And usually, if you got competent people and you know what you're doing, so your requirements are well documented and all that, they usually tend to be relatively, like, good quality, all that. Software development creates orphans? Yes, the level of stress you can have in that job. No, I'm teasing. That's fine. The level of stress in that job. No, I'm teasing. But yeah, no, so it's just... I've lost my train of thought. It's gone. Oh yeah, so you have greenfield. And again, that's net new. Someone comes up with an idea, they say, we're going to make an application. You sit down, you plan it out, you make it. And obviously you can have really bad ones if people don't know what they're doing or whatever, or if what the application is going to do is not well defined, that kind of thing. But generally speaking, technical debt on a greenfield project is usually pretty low, not unless it's something really, really large scale and complicated. Then you got what's called legacy, which is the other extreme. That's an application that's been through the ringer. What happens is you have that greenfield application, and it's just, you know, okay, right now we're making a website for selling t-shirts. Cool. Alright, well, the next iteration, we now do t-shirts and coffee cups. Well, the website was designed with t-shirts in mind, so everything is based around t-shirts. So we can kind of finagle it, and we get coffee cups on there. Cool, that's fine, we got it working. Well, now not only are we going to have t-shirts and coffee cups, we're going to let the user create their own. So now I have these t-shirts and coffee cups that have all these extra stuff for customization. Cool. And each time it changes, it's a little bit less perfectly tailored to what it did, because you're taking your existing thing and kind of repurposing it. Now, in a perfect world, you would be given the time to actually take the effort to, like, completely rework it to match what you're doing. But, you know, the world is not a perfect world, and quite often you have not enough time to do that, so corners get cut, that kind of thing, and you kind of just bolt it on the side the way to fix the thing. And each one of those just becomes one less, like one more just little scratch, little pain point that you've added to the system. And if you take the time, you can go back and clean it up, and that's fine. And there are companies there is a practice that I can't think. There's some pretty big companies that do it. I can't blank the name. That there's companies that what they'll do is they'll have, you have your, like, Monday through Friday, and they'll be like, okay, well, Thursdays are just maintenance day. We're not implementing new things. We're just going through and cleaning up problems, or once a month, or whatever their time span is. Right? Because it could be like 1 week out of the month is just maintenance and cleanup, and they'll have very dedicated time for dealing with that. And their products usually hold up very well long term as far as quality. Whereas most of the time it's like, no, I got the new feature, no, I got the new feature, no, I got the new feature, no, I got the new feature. And that technical debt, that cruft, builds up more and more from that constant change until it's just taking so long to do even simple things that you have to like sift through all the issues just to do your job. And that's, unfortunately, I would say, the vast majority of companies, that it's way more that you've got to get the new thing versus the maintenance. Because it's a much harder value proposition, much harder pitch for you to make as a developer to your boss. To be like, hey, I'm going to spend time doing something that you're not going to see any noticeable impact from. And you want me to do it. And you'd be like, does it make me money? Well, no. Does it save me money? Yes, but not in a quantifiable way. It's a real hard thing to pitch. And you can quantify it a little bit if you go through a bunch of stuff, but it's a far more blurry quantification. It's much harder to measure the cost it may have at some point, but hasn't had yet. And so it's a real tricky one versus what if we add a new feature that might make you money. That is a much easier sale. So understandably, most companies fall into get the next feature. If it ain't broke, keep going, man. Yeah, camel case variable naming versus constant underscore naming scheme that is in-house. Constant function might type. Oh man, what is it? Because with capitalization, there's a bunch of different systems. You have what's called Pascal case, which is the first letter of every single word is capitalized. You've got camel case, which is the first letter of the first word is lowercase, but every single word after that is capitalized. Was it Turkish notation? Which is where you give the data type? Or like what type of thing it is? I'm playing it something notation. But it's where you'd have your name, so like I would have SP underscore the name of the thing, or the name of the thing underscore SP for stored procedure, or STR for string, the name of the thing, or underscore STR at the end. Slightly off topic, but you had horde case sensitive programming languages. I'm on the other end. I like my strongly typed languages. I like my languages that, you know, if I use a word, like, the capitalization. Because there are situations where you have the same word has two separate meanings in the language. What, in Fantasy Seconds, I believe what they're saying is, you could have, like, for example, let's say capital string is one, like, the word string, capitalized can be one thing, but the word string lowercase can be another thing. So I personally like capitalization mattering. And it's like, and for the record, I think it's totally fair to feel the other way. For me, my argument is there are points where I would have a public and a private variable for the same purpose, like for the same data type being stored, that have reasons to have different values. And I know that's a really niche, weird thing, but that is a place where being like, you know, first name, capitalized, well, that's the externally accessible one, that's the public one. And then internally, like as a local variable, I might have first name being used in that moment, but then I'm going to discard it. Because I don't like things like temp name, sysname, or function, like where you have a name function, not a function that has a name, but you have something that when I was a team lead, we had a rule that you weren't allowed to call anything utility, and you weren't allowed to call anything system. Instant, not allowed. Because you'd have people be like, user system, and you're like, no. Tell me what the system does. Give me the name of what the system does. Or manager. You had to give me more detail. You could use manager if it was like, let's see. Like, you know, I'm trying to come up with a good one. Like, connection, like, I don't know. We didn't, like, manager didn't come up that very often. You learn a strong language, but case sensitive language? That's fair. But, like, those, like, and that's not one of those things I wouldn't objectively go to someone and be like, oh, you want a case-insensitive language, you're wrong. It's like, that's more subjective, more opinion, more preference. Preference is the word I should be using. That's more of a preference thing, not a, this one is objectively better or worse. Just like, you know, strongly typed versus, not strongly typed languages. Yeah, there are certainly a lot of arguments you can have about, well, this one is safer than that one in this situation, and yada yada. Is this game normally left side driving? I don't know what you mean by side driving. Sorry. Hi, wifey.
I have the most handsome husband in the whole history of the whole world.
Can I have the prettiest wifey?
In the whole history of the whole world?
Yep. No.
No.
No, Save-A-Lot. This is the map we are on is in Scotland. Scotland, or Scottish Highlands. So, because we are in Scotland, it's left lane driving. Most of the maps I'd actually say are right lane driving. And Alaska Company leadership thought it was a good idea to optimize all maintenance away and only give the devs time to work on new stuff without pause, attaching more and more to legacy systems. Didn't end well. Everything got worse and worse until the stress is unbearable. Yep, that is unfortunately very common. I would definitely arguably say out of like every 10 companies that you deal with that work in software, probably somewhere in the ballpark of like 9 of them, that's probably the way it would go. Just that it's like, are you making new feature? Are you making thing that make mun? Yes? Good. Are you doing maintenance? Then that bad. Okay. You know, or else I could sit there. You're just waiting for the rain to break. Rual burst into your home holding a whiteboard screaming about case-sensitive language. So, there's, I'm gonna call it the grass is greener phenomena. I'm sure it has a real name, but for me, I'm gonna call it the grass is greener phenomena. That having worked in my career in software development, which is over 15 years, there are patterns that happen about what is popular at a given time that, you know, the individual languages will change, but like what paradigms there are. And I'm calling it grass is greener because it's kind of like whatever the pain point of the current popular thing is will lead to what the next popular thing is, which will then lead back to the first thing kind of stuff. So the one that always comes up for me is strongly typed. And all you need to know for those who aren't into software development of what strongly typed is, if I were to say, my drink is a variable, and my drink is of type can, and it has to, like, every time I talk about my drink, it must be a can now, because I've strongly typed it to can. That's strongly typed. If I go and I say, I have a strongly typed variable, or I have a variable that's my drink, and it's just a variable. I don't care what it is. It could be can. It could be eyeglasses. It could be a duck. It could be anything. That would be not strongly typed. And there's ways you can enforce those things and all that in not strongly typed languages, but it's the once you set the type, that is what it will be forever and ever, and you can count on it. That's where you get into strongly typed. And I've noticed the phenomena that you'll have like strongly typed languages will be popular for a while. And then people will get annoyed because, especially around like numbers and all that, you'll be like, okay, I have a value and this value is integer, which means it must be a whole number. And then later on, some use case will come up where it'll be like, okay, well now we need to allow decimals. So it needs to be whatever data type. There's so many numbers that I'll have different, but they need to be decimals. But now your entire code base, this thing has always been an integer. And now you need it to be a decimal. So you got to change throughout your entire code base this thing to be decimals. And that can be a pain point. That can be annoying. It's not actually that hard to fix, especially if you're using an IDE. You can potentially do it like that. But I'm just trying to give an example here. Now, with the not strongly typed one, it's no problem. You just add a decimal onto it. It'll figure it out. It's going to interpret it. Now it's a decimal. You're good. Work's done. But on the other hand, you have the pain point from the not strongly typed, which is, I don't know what the hell I'm going to get out of this thing. I said, it's my drink, and you might give me a number, you might give me a name, you might give me this. I have to just assume that I've got the code set up in such a way that I've ensured the values I expect to end up there. And that's fair. You can make both work really well. But you end up with this like almost pendulum between the two where it's like strongly typed will be very popular because people are happy that, you know, you can look with confidence and be like, I know that's going to be a string. I don't have to worry about verifying it's a string because I know it's a string. Like all that stuff. Like I don't have to verify it's a date. I know it's a date. Without question. And then you'll hit those pain points and then everyone will get like into the not strongly typed and they'll be like, cool, I don't have to do all this like weird stuff about casting from type to type. I don't have to worry about like if the type changes, I have to do all this maintenance. And it just kind of goes back and forth because they both have their strong pros and cons. One is not better than the other. They have their reasons for existing. And it just goes back and forth. And there's lots of stuff like that. And it's not even just software development. You'll see that in like even in styles where like for a while really bright colors and really like flamboyant designs will be really popular. And then that becomes kind of the old thing. And you'll end up with something a lot more refined, a lot more muted will be the popular thing, and they'll swing back the other way again. Thank you for the strongly worded lesson. You're mostly referencing your take on evolution. Evolution doesn't exist in a microcosm. It evolves through layers. Was your point? Oh, I got you. I see. I missed that. But the SKCD had an episode about variable naming. Oh, yeah. And I know I missed the spot. We'll circle back for it. But you see that a lot, and that's not only software dev. That you'll see, like, and it's always like, here is the thing, it's got pros and cons. Here is another thing, it's got its pros and cons. And you can see, like, if this one's pro, or if this one's pros solve that one's cons, and then this one's, you get the idea. If both their pros solve the other one's cons, you almost get this pendulum effect of, like, this one will be popular, now that one will be popular, now this one will be popular, now that one will be popular. And the cycle is usually long, like 8 years or something like that. And you'll just kind of observe that after a while. And it's just a thing I've kind of noticed way too often. Not way too often. It's not even a bad thing. I think it's good for like popping back and forth or whatever. But you'll notice that you'll have individuals who have fairly strong views about like what's better and all that, and they'll preach. And you can almost like see people who've been around the industry for a while, because the other person's like, oh, it's not strongly typed, and you'll just kind of be like, cool, man, and it's Tuesday. That's fine. Neither of these are better. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I mean about things like working in cycles, episode naming conventions being like variable name, just variable name, have to do cycles, pretty much everything else too. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, and it's, you will have ones that go away. Like, there are patterns that as an industry we kind of find a better way of doing it, or we start to recognize there are significant reasons to not do something, and they'll go away in a big way. Like, for example, there is a thing called a singleton in software development. And the way to think about that is you'll have to create an object. So I have, like, dog. And dog is an object I can have many of. I can have many dog. And that is not a singleton. That is just an object. It's a class. You know, dog can run. Dog can have fur. Dog has name. And these will be your property and functions and all that. Now, I can only have one, you know, of a specific dog. Now, sometimes in some development, you want to make sure you have just the one. That all reference is that dog. And there can never be another one. So anytime I do anything where I'm like, create dog, it is creating that dog. And that would be a singleton. It's not a good example. Game dev has more use for singletons than most things. But a lot of the times when you set it up that way, it creates no end of problems. Because someday, like, I could have a singleton in my code that says my dog, and my dog is a singleton where there's only ever one my dog, and anytime I reference my dog, it is that dog, regardless of anything going on. When I instantiate a new my dog, it is still my one dog. And then I buy a second dog, and then all of my code is bad. Because I always expected there to only ever be a one dog that is my dog. And so now I've got to rework all these patterns that may not want to be reworked smoothly. You want only one display manager usually. Yeah, no, that's where stuff like game dev comes in. You have display manager, which is usually managing how you render stuff out to your screen and all that. Well, usually in game dev, you want the thing that's controlling what's rendered out to the screen to only ever exist once, because that can create some real problems if you're trying to write to the same hardware from multiple places and all that, and it can become a convoluted mess. One of the mistakes that happens in game dev historically is they'll make the player a singleton, so that you can only ever have one player. And then they go, okay, well, how do we handle multiplayer? It's like, all right, well, the player is referring to just the player on the local computer and whatnot. You see some honestly, if you ever get to see, like, game dev code, some game dev code is absolute nightmare fuel. Because it is an industry, they have very passionate people who aren't learning software dev because they want to be a software developer. And thank you, Paul Harvey, for the tier 1 sub. That's 18 months been subs to the channel. Subs to the channel. That's a year and a half. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. And all that stuff. But yeah, so you can look at a lot of game dev code. And it's kind of one of those things that a lot of people, when they learn software dev, like, to create something of scale, they're learning software dev to learn software dev. Like, that's the thing. And there's obviously people who do have objectives they're pursuing and doing tutorials and yada yada, and that's totally fine. But, like, later on, it's almost always they're learning software dev to software dev. The goal there is to create a software application, and that is the skill set they want to do it. But when you look at, like, game dev, you have a lot of people who have a passion for the design and creation for the game, and like, the software dev part is it's just a hurdle you got to get over. It's a thing you've got to do to accomplish this task. That it's not misaligned with the software dev or anything like that, but that's not what you act like. That's not the part you're passionate about. You're passionate about creating your game. And so there's a lot of times less time focused on the craft that is software dev. Yeah, you are using it as a necessary tool, not as something you are, like, wanting to work with specifically. And as such, usually you'll run into a lot more cases where the craftsmanship just isn't there. Like, and you can really tell when someone has put a real effort into trying to keep up their code quality and all that, and, like, actually is considering the code itself versus someone who is attempting to accomplish a task by means of code, and once they accomplish that, they just like they don't want to do the code. They're only doing the code because they have to do the code. And you can see some absolute nightmare fuel. The craftsman isn't there in the code. Looks itself. There's oh, I think it was Terraria. One of the really old versions of Terraria had its source code leaked at one point. And that was one I found interesting because it was in a language I was proficient, or am proficient in, I shouldn't say was, am proficient in. And I definitely remember looking at that and being like, oh my god, what is this? As like 90% of the variables were like global variables, which all you need to know is you do that, but like in a whole application, you usually want like maybe a handful at most. Like there's reasons for them. They're not inherently evil or anything, but they're dangerous, and all of them eat memory and just sit in your memory whether you need them or not. And so it's not like a memory leak kind of situation. It's not like infinitely growing memory. But it would just be like holding data that's just maybe utterly irrelevant. League of Legends is apparently full of things coded as minions, which explains so much back in the day when you played it. Yeah, no, it's... Oh, well, and you also have, like, wild things like that. Like, there's been some really creative stuff. The code I want to see, I want, you know, for some of these roguelites that have come out over the years that do some, like, these really wild interactions, I want to see how that's coded. Because that's got to be some really wild ways to get all these interactions where you can have all these different modifiers applied to things, and they just, you know, you have to just, like, mishmash stuff together and it just does the calculations and it's fine. That, to me, feels like it'd be the really fun stuff to see how those are coded behind the scenes. Because it's all going to be how your different objects are related to each other. Halls of Torment rise up. Oh yeah, no, like Halls of Torment, Vampire Survivors. Mega Bonk actually feels a relatively easy one to code. Like, that's not to diminish anything, but like you don't have any of those squishing two skills together. A lot of your items you grab, it's either an on-hit effect, or it's just an incremental improvement, like make faster, do whatever. So I feel like that wouldn't be too hard. Oh, roguelites. So games like Mega Bonk, Nova Drift, Halls of Torment, Vampire Survivors, because I feel like seeing how they manage the relationship between everything, I think would be fascinating. You forgot what game it was, but it was written in Lua and just a massive nested if-else-then statements. That's probably about a third of the industry. No, I'm teasing. I am willing to bet if you look at a lot of code bases for game dev, there is probably a lot of stuff that would be utter nightmare fuel for anyone who, you know, again, the craft is a passion. They're like, dude, just K-switch, man. Please, I'm begging you. Just K-switch, me. K-switch. Come on. We don't need this many if-elses. You don't need to do this many challenges on your values. Please. I suspect a lot of weird game stuff originated more on what happens if I do this and it didn't break, so it becomes featured. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely. Because I can imagine a lot of it is like, I need to accomplish this thing, and you're going to throw like 3 or 4 different ways at it to try and figure out which one works the best. And you're going to have a little bit of cruft from all of those things that you tried that didn't make the cut. You think it was Hades? Yeah, no, and actually, like again, with the example of Terraria, you'll have some really high-name games that you look at the code running underneath it and you're going, how did you get this thing to run at all? Like, how is this not crashing my computer right now with this nightmare fuel I'm looking at? How do you maintain any of this? Now, I can't speak for, like, Terraria nowadays. It's probably in, you know, at least relatively decent state, I would hope. But I definitely know, like, way back in the day, like the code as far as like managing the world map was really slick stuff. But there was just a lot of other things you looked at and went, "Oh, that's rough." Get this code far away from me. And it's fascinating. You'll see those cases as well, where you'll see like really sloppy, messy, gross code in one place, and then you'll be like in other places like, that's actually a really cool setup. Like, I've never seen anyone do that. That's a really good idea. You also have people who do clever code. Clever code in the industry is considered bad. Clever code usually means someone did something in a very atypical way, and not necessarily without with any kind of good reason. Which means when you see it again, you got to figure out what the hell they did. And a lot of times, the reason it's not normally done is for very good reasons. Sometimes not. Sometimes you actually have like genuinely new novel code that's actually good stuff. But even then, if it's convoluted and hard to read, that is a major negative too. Even if it's more optimized, it could still be a thing that'd be like, nah, we're cutting it, because maintaining it's hard. That's it. You mean, or at least repeatable behavior? Yeah. Over to single-threaded until like 2 years ago. That's, even nowadays, a lot of games are not good about multi-threading. That they won't have multi-threading at all, or it'll be like, everything is on one thread, except this one thing that we felt safely we could put off onto its own thread, which is better than nothing. But see, recently needed a component that was logically rather isolated from a GitHub project, and had to spend multiple hours digging out unnecessary cross-references with other components from it because the code was such a mess. Oh yeah, no, I've had those ones. That's actually one of the things that there are individuals who are just vehemently against integrated development environments or similar tools. And I'm just like, man, you can do that all you want. I'm gonna get my dev environment. I want to be able to cross-reference all these things really easily. I want to be able to just click on this and take me directly to the thing that referenced it over there, to go through here. I want it to give me my warnings before I hit the compile button. I don't need to demonstrate that I can code in Notepad++. I've done that crap before. I've done that when, I'm not at work and, something has crashed in a big way, and so you're like trying to code on your cell phone or something like that because, the whole company's on standstill because your payment processor had an issue or whatever. But so you're also an industrial engineer by trade, and it's so crazy to me the parallels between programmers and devs have with our line of work. Oh yeah, well that's the thing. That's one of the reasons why there's been an argument about whether or not we should call software developer engineers, because we don't have the engineering knowledge required to do engineering, and that's one of the reasons it's protected, because usually to call yourself an engineer in most places there is a general level of knowledge required. Basic mechanical understanding and those kind of things. Obviously in software development, that doesn't serve a purpose for us. It's not bad information. It's just not something you need. So, understandably, if someone's like, hey, I need an engineer to help me figure this out, physical thing in the real world, it would be very inappropriate to call on a software developer to do that. At the same time, when you look at the workflow between software development and engineering, it's the same freaking workflow. The only difference is, like, the materials used and, like, the goals attempted to be achieved. Like, your tools are different. Someone might be grabbing, like, some drafting paper, and I'm grabbing a integrated development environment. But ultimately, we're making a thing that has an iterative process. There's going to be your requirements it's meant to, meet, the expectations aligned with all that. You're going to create it. It's going to maybe have problems, all depending on, again, what we're developing here. And all that kind of stuff. Obviously, with engineering, depending on what you're engineering, the circumstances change. If you're someone who's trying to come up with a chair that is the best chair that is ever chaired, for whatever customer use, you're going to go through a bunch of iterations. If you're trying to build a bridge, going between a chasm, you don't get to have an iterative process when it comes to the actual assembly. It's fine when you're in the design phase to be iterative, and you probably will be. But once you're putting concrete down, iteration stops. You're putting up a bridge, and it's either going up or it's not. It's the same thing as like launching a rocket. You build the rocket, all the aerospace engineer, you get to push the go button once. And it either goes or it doesn't. And you can test along the way, which we have the same stuff in software engineering. But once you mash the big red button, it's either getting to its destination or it's not. There's no, we'll try again. Not unless you push the red button and literally nothing happens. Then you get a second do-over. But that would hurt confidence a lot. Let's see. Many Kerbins gave their life to get this bridge into space. Yeah. Well, that's and you actually run into that in software development too. That there are some software development projects that you can keep iterating on it again and again and again. You can make mistakes. It's fine. Like, especially with like web dev and everything nowadays, where you can put something up, if there's something wrong, you can hit the button and instantly replace it, assuming you can fix the bug that fast or whatever. And so there's a lot more flexibility there. But also, using the rocket example, someone has to write the software for the rocket. And I've gotten to work with those people. I wasn't one of them, but I've gotten to work with those people before, with extracurricular stuff for helping out high schoolers. And the standards they meet for testing, I would dream of. Probably not, because it would probably get frustrating when you're trying to do something fast. But, like, they will have peer reviews of their code that, you know, I will write code, and it's going to go by 6 different people's desks who are all going to double and triple check my work to make sure it's on point. And we're going to have a very, very thorough and wide range of tests we're going to put it through and test everything we can come up with. And it's a level of testing you don't see anywhere else, because the level of risk is so much higher there. Like, the cost of failure is super high. Because again, if I put up a website and I get a typo and someone's name is wrong on a screen or something, boo-hoo, I just go on to the right thing, I type in another name and I redeploy, and n amount of time later, it's done. There was like, the cost against the company was effectively nothing. But when I push the big red button in the rocket, if it doesn't go up, millions of dollars just vaporized. And I may have irradiated a launch pad. Design engineers are a different breed, for the record. They're wild. Yeah, no, it's like, and it's very specialized. But that's the reason there was like this whole big discussion about whether software development should be considered a type of engineering or not. And there are some places where they've kind of gotten their own slice or flavor of engineering, so that again, that I can't call myself an engineer in the sense of, if you're looking to hire someone to build a bridge or make a railroad track or design an engine or whatever, they don't call me. But also, you know, because the processes are so same, they want to recognize that's like, yeah, I'm not just slapping code out. Space Chef? Yeah, Space Chef's an excellent game. Why are you mentioning Space Chef? Is like, because YouTube should not be mislabeled. Because this is Farm Sim. We did 2 streams of Space Chef. We did one 3-4 days ago, I think it was. And then we did one about a week and a couple days ago. Which, very excellent game. Very fun. Probably not a game you're going to sink hundreds of hours into or anything, but definitely a game worth doing a playthrough. It kind of reminds you of Dave the Diver in the sense that, like, you get ingredients and then you run a restaurant, but it's actually got way more layers to systems than I gave it credit for. When we finished off the last stream of it, we actually had opened a restaurant, whereas prior to that we did home delivery, like Uber Eats style. And then there's like mining and all sorts of stuff. It's got crafting and everything in it. It's a pretty sick game. I have left behind my trailer. Okay, no more contracts here that are any good for us. But yeah, there's a remark about a simulator. It's kind of like, you know, you look at engineer, you look at inventor, you look at scientist, and you look at like research assistant and like a researcher, and you look at all these, and they're all independent things, but like the overlap on all of them is like 80-ish%. The focus of the what you're trying to accomplish and that kind of stuff, and maybe your methods are different, but like all of them are kind of dancing around the same, you know, do thing, iterate, that kind of stuff. It's kind of like where you fall in the scientific method changes. You know, you have the scientist who's in the earlier phase of like theorize and test and all that. The researcher is way more focused on the test and analysis side. You have the inventor is, okay, but what's the practical application? And then the engineer goes, okay, someone's figured out a practical application, but like, how do I actually make a thing, you know, that, you know, people will use, can, you know, buy, whatever, and then iterate on it. But all of them iterate. You know, you come up with a theory, you do some tests, you realize that it's not quite right, you iterate on your theory. And granted, real science doesn't follow the scientific method as we were taught in school typically, where it's like, here's step 1, here's step 2. There's a lot more of skipping around in the steps based on things. Let's see, you worked on a team that tried bringing manufacturing, design, and pre-production costing, sourcing, and training all together. We were an abject failure. We sucked because all the different KPIs you all had. Corporate management starts and ends the focus. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Well, it's one of those things that, like, while I was kind of saying that, you know, software development has so much shared stuff with engineering, and at least in that one, engineers, generally speaking, and software development are aligned in the sense that you're using your tools to make a thing. You know, not counting, like, engineers are going back into an existing thing, doing an iteration to improve and yada yada. But you get the idea. And we do that too in software development. They're aligned to that. It's just all the tools are different. The concerns are different because software, we don't usually have to worry about breaking a physical thing. Sometimes we do. Sometimes our software are running on physical things that do break stuff, like robotics. And that raises the bar a bit. But you wouldn't take an engineering firm and a software firm and just smoosh them together and expect one leadership style to work on both of them. You'd have a lot of similar stuff so far as goals and all that, but the means of getting there would be different enough. You would want to make sure to cater them. Yeah, no, it's I think it'd be tricky when you're doing cross-discipline. I think the wildest stuff I've ever done in software. We weren't even taught the scientific method as such in school. Interestingly, you felt very teaching the rules by the letter when you started interacting with people from other educational traditions. Gotcha. Yeah, no, the way we were taught, and it might be, I don't know if it's still a thing here in the US, but at least when I went to school, we were taught the scientific method, which was you would come up with it's something like you went with an idea to a theory. I always forget whether theory or hypothesis was first. And then eventually you could potentially work up to the way of a law, but laws are very rare because there's a level of scrutiny that's very hard to reach. And the reality is it doesn't work quite that way. Because you'll have some stuff that could like skip all over the place in there depending on like circumstances and all that. And it's not so clean. Like it doesn't go just up, it'll go back and forth, it'll skip around. And then sometimes it's a little ambiguous as to where it falls in the stack. And it's not to say it's a bad thing to teach. It's just, it's like a lot of things that happen in school. A lot of times you'll be taught in school that it's a oversimplified version of something that's good enough. But then the moment you actually put that into reality, it's not right. It's like teaching Newtonian physics versus our modern physics. We can objectively prove that most Newtonian physics are either oversimplified to a point of inaccuracy or sometimes just straight wrong. but they're good enough. They're close-ish enough versus the correct stuff, the truly correct stuff. Are you ready to get a degree in physics? Because that's what it takes. The hypothesis is where the sciencing occurs? Yeah. And yeah, biology honors 5-hour diploma exam. Yeah, like I said, in a lot of ways the scientific method that is presented in grade school is not really how the world works. It's loosely-ish, but it's not that very tight-knit, clear and clean thing. There's a lot of fuzziness that happens in there. And none of that's to say in a bad way either. It's just the reality of almost everything. It's very simple on paper, but in reality it's far more nuanced. Unfortunately, there's very little that's simple in the world. And it's also payday for the harvesting. And that harvesting we can't do, and other art contracts we can do. But we're in good shape. We're at 89,000. The field we were looking at is 65,000. We can buy it tomorrow in game, and that'll leave me with about 24,000 left over. We'll harvest it. That should give me 30-ish thousand. And so we might have it where we do like 1 or 2 more contracts, and that might be enough for me to buy my cedar with the stuff. And once we've got that cedar, literally we are farming our own field. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Does you actually need to understand why it's supposed to be working that way, so you can alter when needed? And the right way of alteration? Yeah. Like, you can observe when X, Y, but at some level you also need to be able to go, okay, when X, Y, but why? Why does Y happen when X happen? What is the thing that makes that occur? Okay. Even the senses are not that simple. There's more than 5? Yep. We have more than 5 senses. And that's the thing, is you simplify it for school and all that stuff. Map's name? Oh, the map's name, this is... I'm not going to be able to pronounce it right. Aw, man. It's the new one. It's the Scottish Highlands from the DLC. Was it like Lingrade or something like that? I know it's here. I know it. Like, I know if I exit the save file, I see the name. I was hoping it'd be on the name of one of these businesses. Yeah, they don't have the name easily accessible. It's something like Lingrade or something like that. Basically, if you get the new DLC, it's the new map. So if you're on the fishing DLC, it's the fishing DLC's map. Scottish Highlands, whatever it is, like I said, something like Lingrad or whatever it is, like the name. But yeah, no, that's very, very common. It's not, oh no, we're teaching the kids wrong. It's just, you have to kind of make that call of, what's the priority here? I'm gonna let that one go. If it's still there the next in-game day, I'll potentially grab it. Because most likely what we'll do is we'll buy the plot of land, and I'll get harvesting on that. And while we're harvesting that, I might take the tractor and have them go run some other contract for a minute. Get ourselves like a little bit more money. Yep, so we're going to move on to the next day. That would have been a good cultivating contract, but we're too late in the evening for me to justify it. I could slow down time to get it done, but I'm not gonna. Or like, what we teach for nutrition isn't really right. We teach nutrition that, like, you know, the number of calories in versus the number of calories burned ultimately is like whether you gain or lose weight, that kind of stuff. The food pyramid here in the US, the food pyramid's actually pretty not great. In a lot of ways. but it is what we teach because it still gets kids to eat veggies because they're like, you gotta get your veggie servings. But it's still one of those things that, like, if you objectively stop and look and go, but it's not right. But that's because to actually do it, to be like, oh, well, you can't just have this broad, here's what we recommend for everyone by default nutrition. We all have different needs based on what we do, our activity level, genetics, a whole bunch of stuff. And so trying to actually enforce any type of thing like that is just, you're not going to teach someone that. Like, going into class and be like, your nutrition, everybody's different, so we're not going to bother telling you the amounts or anything. What's the point of the lesson? It'll just be, you'll be like, all right, just gave me a bunch. Okay, so you got spinach, root crop, sorghum, parsnip. So, that's an interesting one. I have a contract for the field I'm about to buy. And he ain't willing to pay me crap for it. It is a harvesting contract for $1,600 for the field I'm about to buy. Which is a little curious. And that's the only harvesting contract we can do. I don't know if it makes more sense for me to accept the contract, harvest the land, or harvest it all, and go that way, or buy the land, harvest it myself. I really don't know which way actually is the better way so far as money making. I've never tested that because it's a thing I never thought to try and test. And we can accept this contract. We can accept this contract. I'm going to not take that one. Okay, so what we're going to do here is I've got a lot of contracts we can get going, so you should be still sitting on herbicide, right? Cool. What we could do is I'm seeing all these, like, parsnip contracts, seeing the big money, and I know that is just a way of suckering you in. Actually, grab you first. So 28 is just down the road. Because basically what I'm figuring we're gonna do is I'm going to toss the 2 tractors to do fields. We're going to run down to the field I'm gonna buy here. I'm gonna harvest it. Let's see. In your nutrition class in school, we've been learning about what's in stuff we eat. Yeah. Well, that's there's also been a lot of advancements in nutrition and all that. Like, one of the things that I'm going to call it modern, it's not like super new, is like bioavailability. Because when you look at a package and you grab like spinach and it says, okay, I have X amount of iron in it. That is how much iron is contained in the spinach. That is not how much iron your body absorbs when you eat the spinach. That's your bioavailability. And that's just the way packages are. That's where we've legally decided to have it. But again, that's because those laws came out before we had the concept of bioavailability. And it's one of those things that led to things that we typically think of as like really healthy food. And it's not that they're unhealthy, to be clear. They're still going to give you good nutrients and all that. But maybe they're not as healthy as we thought. So, again, to circle back to the spinach example, a lot of your leafy greens have very low bioavailability, which means it's got all that iron in it, but most of that iron goes in this side and comes out the other, and not very much stays inside to actually do stuff. Your body can't absorb it in time. But meanwhile, you've got stuff like broccoli. Broccoli has very high bioavailability. So while if I look at both packages and I look at the broccoli and I look at the spinach, and the spinach, the numbers are higher, the reality is the broccoli, more of that actually gets into my body. And it's frustrating for someone who's trying to, like, take care of themselves and all that, because you want to make good decisions, and you're like, okay, well, this has more iron than that, or I don't care about iron. You know, this has more whatever vitamin I'm trying to get, or whatever, you know, good fats or whatever it's got than that one. And it's like, well, yeah, but that one's got bad bioavailability, and this one has good. And that's just not listed anywhere. You gotta, like, research it all. Man, I don't got time for that. I just want to know what veggie I should be eating. Can you just give me that number? And I'm sure there's a website dedicated to it, so I was like, oh, I got that handy right here. And actually, that'd be kind of helpful if someone does. But it's a whole thing. And it's kind of a... Like, right now, nutrition is kind of a hot topic as an industry because they have made several advancements. In the grand scale, things relatively new. But, you know, it's taking time for people to test and adopt and yada yada. And again, all of that's very frustrating for me as someone who's trying to eat healthy because, you know, while they're figuring it out, that's not really actionable by me. The answer is you still just eat your vegetables, whether vegetable A or B is better. Eating your vegetables is still better than not eating your vegetables. Groats have so much protein in them. Yeah, it just mostly stay there when you eat it. Yeah, no, it's exactly the kind of thing. It's like, this has so much iron. Why when I eat it do I not have my iron improve? Oh yeah, your body can't use most of that iron. And you kind of blink and like, what? Also, what are you doing, buddy? You're supposed to be doing a thing in that field. You're the slowest job of these. Oh, I see. That's on me. You were set the GPS. Are you... Okay, there we go. Man, I've seen like no end of discussions around that. Where's the okay? The gas station's right in front of me. I was sitting there looking down at the harvester. I was like, wait a second, this thing needs gas pretty bad. Actually, we're not in any kind of danger, but like, oh, we're down to about 30% of our tank. You need to eat more fiber. You have a problem getting enough. I think that was one of the things that has a lot of variance in bioavailability. I was trying to remember. I wasn't iron. There was dietary fiber was one. And I think there was like good cholesterol. That was another one that, you know, how much is in the thing versus how much you absorb is very different. And to be fair, one of the other reasons why we don't have really good stuff on bioavailability is it's a really tricky thing to measure. Like, it's very difficult to, you know, have someone eat a product and come to the realization of how much of that actually was absorbed by the body. It's not a simple process. Yeah, no, dietary fiber is a big one. A lot of these things end up turning to supplements and all that. And one of the things, and this isn't to say like dietary supplements doing bad. It's again, bioavailability is a relatively new thing. That you have some dietary supplements that, yes, it's got a ridiculous amount of whatever your thing you're seeking is, but again, poor bioavailability. So you get all that massive amount of fiber and it just goes right on through. And then you have other ones that, you know, objectively have a smaller number, but it's more bioavailable, so you actually get more of it. But at the same time, I don't think you'd be able to realistically update all the containers to be like, okay, well, here's how many actual milligrams of iron you're going to get out of the spinach versus what's stored in it. I can't imagine the logistical nightmare it'd be to figure all that out. It's time to get her land. We'll get up this hill, we'll go to the field. We will then buy the field. We will harvest the field. and then we will sell our harvest. I will say, one real big downside of this field that we're getting, it is not convenient to get to. At the same time, I need to have enough left so we can actually seed fields. Because I don't want to delay buying the field again. I want to actually be doing our own harvest, like farming. Okay. Yeah, it's field 29 just up here. If it does say that field 29 costs the 85 and not the 65 we have expected, we'll be buying a different field. We'll still be buying a field, it just won't be this one. Which is something I should be testing before driving all the way there. And the reason for that is this is a tiny field out of the way. Like I said, if we look at it, it's 85-ish thousand for, like, the field hectare or whatever. But if we look at some of these other fields, there should be other ones on here that were in like the 80-90 range, but more usable area. Yeah, so like this one says it's 84,000 with a value of 112,000. Okay, you are 65. That is now our first land. We are now proud landowners. Okay, the crop wasn't rendering. It was like, don't you dare consider that already harvested because there was a mission or whatever. I deliberately held off buying it so that way I could cash in a little bit of money on it. I'm gonna need you to move your car, buddy. Oh, okay. Right, oats. I forgot, like, the oats, it doesn't actually put it on the bottom. Or, sorry, not oats, sorghum. I keep saying oats because the other field. Just because you're seeing parallels in your island. Sorry for the wall. Your dad's a mechanical engineer of 5 or 6 decades. And some of the things he told me that corporate process industry culture and other technical thing, you immediately saw the parallels in software development. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, while we're working different mediums, the paradigms are very, very similar. That said, there's certainly once you get into the work itself, like not the logistics around the work or the design, like not design structure, like the workflow, that is all very similar. Like, once it gets to, like, actually doing the work, the nuance and the minutia is definitely wildly different. Okay. I just realized I don't have what I need to manage the pH of the soil. So I hope the pH of the soil isn't rubbish, because I do not have the money to fix that. It's probably fine. One thing I'd like to see Farm Sim add is another means of putting down lime. Currently in the game, there is a single vehicle in the entire game that can put down lime. So literally everyone has to buy the Brendel. Or I guess just accept lower production rates. Okay. Now, our plan is to not put down more sorghum. My intention is to probably switch this to soybeans temporarily. Just because that's one that, without processes, pays relatively well. Ultimately, we will likely move into a bunch of other stuff. Because we need to get the fish production lines set up. The fish production lines require flour, they require oil, and they require soybean. So that means I'll need a grain. I'm going to need the soybean specifically, and then I'm gonna need probably like either canola, or it'll probably be canola realistically, because you can make, I believe you can make rice oil, and I believe you can make canola oil, and I don't know which one's like actually better. But those are gonna be some pretty substantial things to pursue. But we'll get them figured out. Plants feel like the pH of soil is too high. I'm afraid they may die weeds. Oh yeah, no, I've seen that meme where it's like, it's like a meme where it shows like, I think it's a rose, and it goes differences of pH of 0.05, and it's just like this wilted mess of a rose. And it goes literal concrete, and it's got like a dandelion just coming out of like the crack in the concrete. I feel like you missed a spot there. Different plants and animals have different priorities. Some animals are designed to be as hardy as absolutely possible, to be able to eat and survive through almost anything. And then some animals are incredibly squishy, incredibly fragile, and then just reproduce at an absurd rate. You know, have very, very fast rate of getting to adulthood and gestation. And just have the different strategies. And they both work. I mean, rabbits exist. They do a pretty solid job of existing. And rabbits aren't exactly known for being exactly the most tenacious of creatures. Okay. Lee. Not what I want to do. So, the test we have here is the contract. If it would have taken the contract as opposed to buying the field, was for about 1,200 bucks. So, if we would have taken the contract, we've gotten our base pay of 1,200 bucks, and then probably a couple $100 more than that. So then the question's going to be, if I instead sell the sorghum, like, you know, like I just gave myself the field by buying it, and then sell the sorghum without the contract, will I make more money? This isn't going to be a lot of money as a fairly tiny field, but that's okay. We got to start somewhere. And this is the kind of place I could also see that after we've expanded to getting some properly big fields, I could see a field like this, converting it from a field to put some production line stuff in it. Or tractor parking or whatever. Okay. That's also one of those things like mentioning like the pH difference. For people who are into gardening, instead of being like, what plant do you want to grow? That is actually a useful thing to look up and be like, okay, like how tolerant is this plant for like different soil pH and different heat and different sunlight? Because there are definitely some plants that you can get like edible crops out of that can take some pretty significant abuse. And then there's some that's like ever so slightly less than perfect and the whole plant just dies. Yeah, problem saying above underweight? Yeah. I don't have that these days, just life behavior changes and all that. Growing up, like in high school and all that, I was an extremely active person. So just always like perpetually underweight. It wasn't from like a lack of eating or all that. But like there was times like I was like 6'1", 6'2", and all of like 80, 90 pounds. Which is real lean. That is you're a borderline a stick lean. So unfortunately it does look like I'm not gonna be able to fit the entire field in the harvester to like just store it. And if I go to buy a trailer to hold on to it to be the better price. Alright, so unfortunately I'm not going to be able to hold on to that, so we're just going to find the best price for our sorghum and get it on out of here. So we have the Logistics Center East, while the price is dropping, is currently at its highest. So that's at 363. If we were to wait, it gets up to potentially 500. So needless to say, we are not getting the best we could be. We're pretty low on the scale here. But I don't have a way to hold on to it right now. And there's really not room on this field for like a silo. Did you untag my thing? Wifey.
I kiss you.
It happens.
Yeah. And I love you.
I love you too. Okay, so the place we're looking at is kind of in the back of downtown. And this will be probably the last time I harvest this field without a trailer. Why are you showing it down there? Am I losing my mind? Okay. So. Oh, you're showing this show products. Logistics Center East, 365. Okay, that's bottom left. But where? Oh, that's so weird. Okay, I think we're fine. I think I'm just overthinking it. It's just, to me, at this angle, it looks like that dot's all the way back down in the corner. Okay. Yeah, so ideally you don't want to do what I'm doing right now, which is selling this off-season. Very genuinely you'll get like 50% more or so sometimes when you sell it at like peak versus now. But I have nowhere to store it, so if I leave it on the field, it just rots and I get literally nothing for it. So we're just gonna dump it all. It is what it is. What is going on with that? I almost feel like the tag is in the wrong place. I guess it's going slow enough. Complete the spraying contract. Okay. Is that a Groot? Is that a Groot? Groot close? Groot class? Sorry, I can't say. I guess scroll. Is that a Groot close? Oh no, that's Beep. Beep is a Hiver from Kenchi. I do also look forward a great deal to when I don't have to drive the harvester around, just because it's very slow and big and cumbersome. And we're just gonna cut across this field because screw this guy or girl or whatever. It's their fault for having their property between where a road clearly should have gone. Okay, it looks like there was, yes, there's no other crops I can harvest with this. Yeah, the deadwood and baling and stone picker knot. Yeah. There's no contracts for us to do today that we haven't already got queued up and doing. What'll end up happening is after we do the sorghum here, we do have that cultivating contract going. When that gets done, I will need to go cultivate that field up there. When do I do soybeans? April. Okay, so the field's going to unfortunately lay barren for a little while, because I do want to get it to a point where producing. I can check to see if there's a shorter... We could plant canola, but then be harvesting at the wrong time. Same with barley. Yeah, no, it's, if I want to do the soybeans, I gotta wait till April to do it. Which is good, because that does give me time to save up and make the cedar happen where we're not stressing on it too much. We get lucky, get something on sale. Alright. And then the other thing we'll probably want to do with that is, I want to get the seeder that does like kind of the all-in-one fertilizer, seeder, weeder, that whole bit. Direct drill and everything. Because we get that one, it's just I do my one pass each season. That gets that all sorted out. Makes it fast, makes it efficient. Okay, yeah, so we want to turn... Wait. Yeah, turn here. And then we just get up here, we drop this off, then I'm gonna go back at the last of the last of stuff from that field that we own. I'm hoping that doesn't end up being the sell point that's worth the most. There's a couple of other sell points on the south end of the map. There's a good chance I'm going to be running up here, but it's not going to be a problem once we get, like, a truck with a trailer where we can go, like, 50, 60 miles an hour as opposed to crawling at 17. It's fine if it ends up being a thing. Because one of the tricks you can do is, I'm trying to remember, I think you can actually literally sell the land back. I believe you get full price for the land and you sell it back. So, That may be a thing. I know in Farm Sim 22 that was a dirty trick you could do to, like, cheese your way up money, is you would buy a field that's got harvest, you'd harvest it, then you'd sell the land back, you'd make a bunch of money from the harvest, and you wouldn't lose anything for the land. And you could just repeat that. I'm obviously not going to abuse that here. If we were going to be cheesing, I'd just toss down solar panels and call it a day. Which we're not going to do. But is the thing I'm debating, being like, okay, that field's location kind of is bad. So it's good for building the castle once I get lumber set up. A selling land back should give you less as a game mechanic. So we can actually check that. I'm not going to actually sell it back. Nope, 65,000. I bought it for 65,000. I can sell it for 65,000. Yeah, so it looks like that that abuse still exists. But that's the kind of thing. If you're gonna just abuse it, whatever. Like, that's your choice. You can also just give yourself money. That's fine too. Alright. It's just a simple game mechanic to prevent that sort of abuse. Used in a lot of games. Yeah. That's what I say is I don't think it matters that much either way. Like, of the things you can abuse in this game, that's pretty mild. I remember, I think it was Farm Sim 22, if you harvested multiple fields, you could actually get it to double credit you for everything. And you could just get absurd money that way. There's 3,000 bucks. And we could start our slow trek back over. What do we think, chat? Do we just sell this field back and get one that's better located? Because that one's 83. It's right outside town. That one's outside the budget. That's... Are you telling me that's 88? Oh, no. Oh, no, they're right. The price on the left is the actual sale price. I believe the price on the right is, like, what the estimated value of the actual growable space is. Actually, not sure what the number on the right is. Alright. Because, yeah, the sell points are up here. I mean, all of these are pretty dang expensive. Like the 100, 200, 300,000. Alright, maybe we're just sticking with it anyways. Yeah, let's just stick with it, it's fine. It's inconvenient. But that's fine. Once we get a trailer, it won't matter. The downside is I'll have to keep the harvester nearby. Definitely want to deal with all that. Because even stuff like down... Even that's too much for us. It's just like, weirdly, all these fields on this map are relatively big. Probably the next cheapest one is 9. Okay, either way, I think what we'll end up doing, though, is we'll end up buying the fields nearby us. Because it shouldn't be too bad of a problem. Like, right now I'm having to drive, one, the harvester the whole way, and that's no good. And two, we're driving the crop itself for sale. And ultimately what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to be switching over to production lines, which means I'll just be moving the crop that little bit of distance, you know, from where I farm it to the production line location, and then getting the goods out of it. And then with the goods, I can just stack a whole bunch of it onto one trailer and move, like, one trailer of a lot of goods over, versus doing laps with this kind of thing. Now, the other good news is because we're now landowners, I should be able to put down a tent to sleep in, and we should be able to get a dog. That the time for dog has come. And that is one of our dare drops, to get a dog, well, sorry, get a border collie, not just any dog, get a border collie, and to pet it. It technically says lots of pets, so we're gonna give the border collie lots of pets, because the border collie would be the bestest boy, unless it's a girl, at which point that'll be the bestest girl. It's just the reality. He honked at me. You're driving around farmland. It literally says slow right there. You think that's a warning? That's actually a label. It's stating the current event, that the road is slow. Now what I can do is I can deliberately, if we wanted, leave the sorghum in here until I have another contract or something we choose to do with the harvester, because then I can sell it at a higher rate, assuming I don't just need the money. Because that rate will continue to go up until, I think, December or January is when it peaks, that the sorghum stops getting more valuable and it starts dropping again. This bus driver is crazy. To be fair, if I'm in that bus driver's shoes, I'm probably going crazy. Just stuck for miles and miles behind a harvester that is just making you follow it the entire way. In my head, it's also like, oh, we're playing on a map that actually has pre-existing businesses. Oh yeah, I don't do that super often. I guess I could just buy the pre-existing businesses on the map that serve the purposes I need. So this is definitely not the right way to go, for future reference. Now granted, that's not necessarily the best strategy because of location, location, location. But you know. It's alright, the whole time we got a cultivator going. Yeah, because we have the windmill that can make flour and everything. We have the fish food factory. He's working all that. Hey look, it's that bus again. Part of me was like, is that shallow enough? Can I just drive this to the other side? Yeah, no, this route I took was wrong, because I had to go all the way to the bottom and I had to backtrack halfway up the map again. I should have gone from the north side and we would have already been there by now. Sorry, I did a quick pit stop. Drive-by gas up. Wait, does that go up as well? No, it circles around. Oh, that's an interesting shortcut. And at some point, I'm going to need to buy a field that's full of trees so we can start getting the woodworking going. Because we want to build the castle, and it's going to call for a lot of planks and logs and blocks and yada yada. And that's only going to happen if I'm producing it. Now, it is a bit of a bummer that unless they change... Oh, I think they did change it. I think you can, like, buy a straight-up tree and place it now, and then cut the tree down for the lumber. And you lose money, I'm pretty sure, in that prospect. But, I believe that's the thing they added. I was gonna say, it's gonna be a shame to, like, go to some of these areas, like, to the right here, and just cut down all the trees for the purposes of building the castle. It's probably fine. I love this car behind me just switching lanes, being like, come on, man, I get around. I'm sure. Just back and forth. Like a little Mini Cooper or whatever that's supposed to be. What are you? It's not really a Mini Cooper. It's sort of... I don't know what that car is. Other than stuck behind me. It's definitely stuck behind me. Okay, right about to reach our field. So April is when we can do the soybeans. Yeah, so definitely next on our list is the cedar, and immediately after that, the trailer. Once you get the trailer done, it'll be getting the thing for putting down lime. I might actually try and hold off on the lime until it actually tells me I need lime. But we'll see. I probably already need lime. Because then we might sneak out getting another field up here or whatever. Okay. We get the last of the sorghum. It actually looks like we'll get this done around the same time we're going to get the contract done for cultivating the other field. All right. And I'll probably only get this to like 15-ish%, maybe a little over. So yeah, so straight up sorghum, this thing is only going to get me about 3,000-4,000 to do a field. No, it was already 3,000, like 5,000. So it's not a lot. It's a very tiny field. That's fine. We'll switch to soybean. That'll give me a bit better payout and like just raw crop. We can continue to make money. And then, you know, buy the next field, all that. There'll be upgrades of equipment as we go along the way and get sales. That's always the trickiest part of the early game of this. You only got so much money. and it's where do you buy it? Because you can buy the equipment to do jobs faster, whether they're your own field or whatever. Or you can buy land so that you get to keep more of the money for yourself. Because I definitely feel very strongly that buying the land and selling the crop for ourselves was the win. Because I'm pretty sure it's going to make me about 5,000 or so. And the contract for clearing this, they would have paid me about 12 to 1,300. And then they probably would have made a couple hundred extra from the spare crop. Okay. So for the moment, I'm going to park you right here. Okay. And there isn't like a contract that is just too rich to not refuse, like too rich to refuse. So that's all bailing, we don't care. And all these, when we checked earlier, were all stuff I can't do without breaking my rules, because I don't allow loans or leases, so I have got to use my own equipment. That said, I also don't want to do whatever that was. So with that, we got you done. Let's drive you home. I definitely imagine long term we're going to be putting a service station of some kind on that. Do you think you are the Rual Corporation, Dole Corporation? Sure. That way we can sell a bunch of Dole Whip. Where we pronounce the H. Alright. Now get this over here. The tractor could probably use repairs. That's the other thing. Or actually, if I get the... That's right. If I get the, if I get the all-in-one, like, cultivator, planter, fertilizer, weeder combo, then I believe we're just straight up done with this thing. That just won't be needed anymore. At which point we could sell that, and it'll give me, probably at this stage, low 30,000. And then that's money in the bank to potentially solve problems. Alright. So, let's get out of that so we're not wasting gas. What we're going to do from here is we do own land. What the heck are you slurry? Planted a special type of seed. Huh? Oh, okay. Alright. I just didn't recognize this one for the planter. I was like, what? Alright, so let's go to construction. So we got a couple things we're going to go ahead and do. So, I did notice... Tool shed. Buildable holiday house. Fun. Alright, so we can now get ourselves a really cheap budget home of a pair of tents. Which way am I looking at the map? What's going on here? Alright. There we are. Come on, let me just sneak these just outside. It actually looks like that field. Oh, I see. Yeah, so that's not one we have. Let's check this corner up here again. Yeah. I can narrowly fit our wonderful home up here. But we're not done yet. We got another expensive and important thing to do. So, what happens here is I need to not look directly at that tent because it's upsetting. We need to give ourselves the dog. We can customize the dog. So we gotta make the hard decision, chat, so we can get a black tricolor border collie. We can get a black, white, and merle border collie, so like that kind of spotted fur. We can get just a black, white border collie in general. We can get a red, white border collie. We got our 4 choices. We got tricolor. They got tricolor. So it's basically, it's like mostly black with a little bit of red around the chest, like right at the top of the neck, chest area. You got black, white, merle, where it's again, it's more of like a patterned back. We got just the black and white without the orangish red, and then we got the red one. I'm leaning towards the merle as well. I think that is our dog. I don't. What? Try that again, I guess. So let's try this again. So grab you. Tilt, rotate, camera, zoom. I wanna build it. How do dog ownership? How do make dog owner? So, I'm having difficulty actually placing the place. Because left click doesn't do anything. Enter doesn't do anything. P and R don't do anything. I don't seem to be able to click over here and do anything. It can't quite switch back. So I'm really not sure how to actually build the building. It's saying I can enter demolition mode, but then I don't actually have the option. So controllers, things, and the next menu, previous menu goes up and down. Okay, well this time it's showing the dog I want. Okay, we're good. Now I gotta do the most important thing that we've ever done in all of Farm Sim. Gotta go to my tent. Yep, we are petting the dog. All the pets. It's important. The dog needs maximum pets. Okay. And we will need someone to get a clip of the dog being pet just for the dare drop things. Because it just said we need to get a border collie and we needed to pet it a bunch. And I would say we have pet the dog a bunch. What is interesting is it does look like they've changed the dog moving around. With Farm Sim 22, when you pet the dog, after you did that, it would go all over the place. It said fill the bowl. Thank you, and that is a dare drop done. What am I feeding you? That was some of the loudest crunching I've ever heard a dog make, and that's including giving dogs, like, hard dog food. Straight up sounded like the dog was eating rocks. Alright. Dog deserves better, man. Feeding the dog marble chips or something. Dog eats teeth? I guess. Like, I've done the thing where we, like, when I growing up, we had a dog, and we give him, like, the giant, like, milk bone thing. And they could get pretty crunch. But, that was some real crunch for some food there. Well, you are still living in a camper. To be fair, we weren't living in anything. We've upgraded from standing outside of the tractor business, staring into the middle distance, to sleeping in a tent. But it is a tent with a small propane tank. So I would say we're living the good life, comparatively speaking. And now a doggo? Yeah, exactly. And we got a dog. What else do we need in our life? Okay. So we can check our contracts. Nothing new here. So, with that, we don't have to stare in the middle distance until, you know, the day changes. We can run over here in our wonderful, glorious tent. And we can catch ourselves a nap. Oh yeah, so we can change... Alright, to be clear, this tent over here is apparently where we keep... Oh, it is where we keep all our clothes. So yeah, so this tent is all the clothes we own, just in a laundry basket. And then this tent over here is where we actually sleep. And we bizarrely have, like, 2 propane tanks, a water bottle, a stool, and a cooler. Oh, and I guess I also have laundry in this tent as well. Sure, why not? And our first time sleeping in an actual bed. We grow up so fast. Alright. Property maintenance, $90. So apparently it cost me $90 to maintain, you know, 10 of that. Why is that one not on the floor? It's because I put that so close to the wall. It's trying to accommodate the wall and this. I told it just not care about clipping. Which is fine. But that is a consequence of that decision. Okay, so harvesting. None of those do we care about. We don't have a hoe. We don't have a weeder. There's a huge field to plow. So give this a moment to see if we get any contracts popping up. We actually have a sowing contract for wheat. I see a bunch of contracts popping up. All right, what do we got? Junk, junk. This whole map is just root crop. Oh, well, it's very unlikely. Let's I was just curious if the great demand was for sorghum. The odds are like negligible, but it was worth checking. There is a spraying contract for 5,000. Yeah, we'll do that real quick. All right, so let's check. So we got 2 spraying contracts. That's a pretty big one there for 5,000. Oh, I didn't get my money for my cultivating contract yesterday. Also a spraying contract down here. We'll do those to bring in a little bit of money today because I want to make sure I've got my stuff for tomorrow. All of these contracts, and none of them are stuff I can do. It's fine. Because I can get that done real quick. Get yourself a couple thousand. Alright, so we've got one on the bottom right. One on the bottom. Okay, yeah, so that shouldn't be bad. So we follow this road all the way to the south. We'll have the one field we can knock out really quick, and then we just cut to the east. And then when we cut to the east, we'll be able to have that. We can also potentially put this tractor in position for if we go do stuff with it on that field. More than likely what's going to end up happening here is we're going to get the drilling seeder that does all the things, and then this vehicle will get retired because it just won't be needed anymore. Take that money, use that to invest in expansion. But we will end up wanting to get like a bigger cultivator, all that. That's probably going to be not the highest priority. It's probably going to be getting a second farmland will be next. That's okay. So you... Let's go straight down here. We don't really need gas. But it'll be good because we'll start moving away from the contracts as much, which will be nice because they get a little repetitive after a while, especially if you're limiting yourself to your own equipment. You can't do what you don't have equipment for. We'll get away from those, doing our own field. I'm going to want to bring in a little bit of extra money than that one field can do because that field is only worth a couple thousand. But eventually we'll start getting a couple of fields of production line. And it'll be in good shape. So I've got you. In the meantime, you're already done for the season up here. So bring this back to the garage for repair. And we'll basically sit on the sorghum until we get a harvesting contract that'll require me to get room in this. That Mercedes-Benz is such a weird tractor. The Mercedes-Benz farming equipment is a little weird. I do like the idea of the truck that has the backs you can like sit on the ground and all that, so you can like leave them behind. I don't think it makes sense to use them other than just for the, hey, that's kind of cool. I think it just logically makes more sense just to get either the big truck or whatever, or that kind of thing. Are you not spraying? So field 45 is not giving me credit for spraying. Okay, that's fine. We had that happen once before. So we go over to 33, and 33 is pretty far down the map. The good news being a spraying contract, it's not a lot of money wasted. We can just zip on over here. Yeah, one bummer is this river bisecting the map does make it inconvenient to go from one side to the other. I imagine that's not a thing we're going to worry about much once we're done with the contracts. Oh, right, you got to go the whole way back up, don't you? It's probably not a thing I'm going to deal with too much once we're done with the contracts. Because what we'll ultimately do is we'll have probably a couple of fields nearby each other, so I'll just be running around between them and then occasionally driving back to get, like, repair, gas up. I believe you can get your own repair location. I don't think it's super expensive either. That'll probably be something we'll want on the top of that hill eventually. Okay. Despite my better judgment, can I just cut across here? Yep. Except there's a big fence here. And it is solid. Alright, well, cutting across the wire doesn't look like it actually saves me much time because of the fence. Alright, so let's go get his field 30, I believe. 33. We'll get that one spraying. We'll get back to the harvester to get it back to the garage for repairs. Gas up, all that stuff. And then we can see what we can do from there. We definitely want to move our equipment up the hill if we're working up here, though. Like, I don't want to have to run back to the garage to grab my cultivator to come all the way back up here, to then come back to the garage to grab the next thing to come all the way back up here. We'll want to move our stuff up. Now, I think this will be a good place as well when it comes time to getting the wood for the castle. That might be the next big purchase we do, is what I might do is get one of the tiles up here that's got all the trees on it, because there's a bunch of them that have them. You know, make enough room for the sawmill, or buy a sawmill. Probably make enough room for a sawmill, just put a little one up here so I'm not driving all the way to and from town. You know, dragging the logs back there and then dragging the stuff here. Because all these trees, we can clear this out. And that'd probably give me all the stuff I need for the castle. And then because I'd be selling all that, lumber's pretty lucrative. And so that'd be more income as well. Because I think it's 36,000 for the little sawmill, and then probably 150,000 for the tile of land that's got, you know, this field and all those trees. There you go. Oh, I do have a field to cultivate. Probably not. Okay. Yeah, because we go to these fields. Okay, so oh, I'm wrong. It's 426,000. 200 something thousand, 200 something thousand, 300,000. You give me just the field. You do give me the edge of map there. Oh man, all these ones up here are like in the 300,000s. That one's about 150,000. It looks like I would own that. And then the houses up on, or all the wood up on that ridge until the edge of the map. 34 could be doable. Yeah, so you could potentially grab 34. That'd give me place to cut down trees. We'll see. Your new challenge, own all the land. There's an achievement for buying every single plot of land on a map. Which is just money, but is not a minor achievement. Alright, so let's get this down towards the garage. Get it repaired, gas, well, probably just repaired, not gonna worry about gas. But get it repaired. December will take the sorghum if we haven't already needed this for something else. Probably get ourselves maybe 1,000 extra. It's not a lot of money in here. Okay. Yeah, we'll want to get a production line up as soon as we can. That's where the real money is anyways. But, I'm more worried about the location of I've got this zigzag hill for anything up there coming down here and vice versa. It's not like I'm worried about, like, rolling it. It's just for anything that isn't fast, this hill's a little rough. Now, the other route I could take is up here, but it's the same kind of problem. It's just this long curved route that goes up there. I can go up this way. Yeah, it's literally just this road and this road are the only ways up there, which is fine. But for harvesters, it'll be a not fun time. We're definitely going to want to try and mitigate running up and down. When we get to the garage, we can check to see what it would cost to put a repair thing up there and a gassing up there. I don't think it's a priority, but it'd be a good reference point to be like, alright, here's something I gotta save up for. Okay. And I've also noticed you are not getting credit. That's a bummer. Both those contracts didn't count. We have had that with spraying and alone, but we've had most of them count. Which is weird we had two back-to-back that didn't. Because before that I had only had one other one not count on this map. But looking at our options for production lines, so we got a straightaway here, I can ignore stuff for a minute. Looking at our options of existing production lines. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Okay, so there's different oils. Huh. That's a new one. The quarry gives me big stone, which is something new. So we got big stone. So water in, big stone out. How much is big stone worth? Big stones are worth... Okay. They're not worth a lot. But apparently I can have it almost work like a really crappy greenhouse where I put water into the building and the big stones come out. We can check what the price of the quarry is. That would be a bit of an interesting one. Because I'm assuming I'm going to need those big stones for building the castle. Okay, so we'll repair you. Repair you. And you're fine. Alright, so let's check that again. So, we have the big stones, we can sell them. It looks like they get up to about 280, so not a very valuable thing. But we can get them where it's 1 unit of water gives me 25. I have no idea what like the capacity of any of this is. We get 360 per cycle, or per month. Or no. It doesn't matter. So no idea if that's any good. We get a sawmill that is available on the map. Assume you're the one that's like 300 something. Yep. You're 300. You have a stone mason. Ah. I see. I see where this is going and I'm not loving it. Okay. And how much does the quarry cost? Okay, so we have to buy the quarry for 230 something thousand to then take stuff to the stone mason. So that's like $500,000 there. To make the castle stones. To sell those. We don't need that. And the windmill is for being built up there. Be able to do... Okay. Alright, so that is actually pretty foul. Huh. So, the issue we have with all that is... Oh, man. We're going to be in this for millions to get the castle stuff going, and there's really not a whole lot of other stuff here. Okay. That is a whole thing. Alright. There's a coal mine. You can barely buy coal. And that's stuff we don't care about. That's where we buy that. And get stuff at the warehouse. That's the boat store. Alright. That brings up a lot of concerns. Either way, we can worry about that in a minute. Let's go to our construction. Because like I said, I do want to take a quick peek here. And see real fast. So, biothane thing. You could refuel your methane tractors. Silo of pig food. So you can get water. That's easy. This silo can be filled... Yeah, so that's where we could, like, transport a bunch of fertilizer in that to our area. Use, a tank used for on the fuel storage, use refill. Yeah, so I could build something like this and refuel where we want. Large petrol tanks and all that. I could have sworn there was... Yeah, vehicle workshop. So you can build a vehicle workshop to repair your stuff. Yeah, there was a couple other things on here. Station that provides vehicles with better GPS signal. This helps the AI helpers drive more precise and do their work faster. Oh, that's the precision farming part of it. I was confused about that. You got electric pumps, but we don't have the gas pump. Alright, that's fine. The answer is, everything's awful. The world is ending. We should all be ashamed. The world is sadness. Okay, so we got those cultivating contracts. I'm going to choose to ignore them for right now. We've done a bunch of them. And I think the answer is going to be for here. We're just going to go pop right into our house. We're going to go to bed. We're going to pretend today didn't happen. We're going to pretend we didn't see things that make us sad. Alright, so we got to get production lines. We just need to focus on money. We don't, like... Getting other stuff up and running is probably not going to happen in a meaningful capacity. Okay. You require 200 horsepower. That's in our realm. So that's a direct drill that is 6 meters wide. But that's not in the budget we're aiming for. We could check in the contracts real fast. Alright, so rather than fuss with that, we're going to move to the next day. We're going to work till we get to the point where I can drop the sorghum we already harvested off. Because I'm trying to not just keep doing those contracts. We've been doing a lot of those. I'd like to get working our own field. We do own it. I'm hoping we either catch the thing on sale. If we don't, it's fine. I can sell the other tractor and make it work. That's not what I was thinking it was. So harvesting. Again, stuff we don't care about. Wood transportation. Cool. Alright, so this will be December. This is when we're going to sell our sorghum. This should be about as good of a price as we're going to get. And I believe it was April that we want to plant the soybeans. Okay. And you got some small cultivating ones. Okay, so you can drive over here. And we'll drop off the header. Turn this in. Alright. So you're on the south side. Oh, let's actually check. Sorghum. So the prices are all relatively similar. Okay, so you're one of those ones in the bottom area. I don't know what the best way to go here. We'll try coming in from the south this time. But we'll sell a little bit of sorghum. It's probably only gonna give me like $1,000 because we have only like 1/5 of a hopper. But we are at least selling it on the season it's worth the most. But then we're probably going to move forward to, again, it was April for the soybeans. Yeah, April. So we'll get to April, we'll plant the soybeans, get all that set up, and hopefully get everything sorted there. And then it's going to be kind of trying to get more land, because the land we have is insufficient to make any meaningful money. Ideally, if I can get some logs, we can be in relatively good, because then I can put down a sawmill and at least start building the castle. And that means I'll get the extra money from the lumberjacking to supplement. And that's usually pretty solid cash. Oh, that's... okay. I misread the situation. I thought the plaza was, like, behind me and I could just back up in there. I do like the Christmas decorations. It'll be really curious when I'm producing stuff and we palletize it where I sell it and all that. I'm hoping I have to drive that nonsense through this town every time. It's not the end of the world if I do, but I'm hoping it's not. Because needless to say, driving around the town is not the best. I've got to probably come from that far side and make sure to stick to that. $900. Cool. Alright, so contract-wise, we got a bunch of cultivating ones. I'm going to skip those for now, which does mean teleporting back home. So we're going to move ourselves towards April, and the intention here is I will get the all-in-one cedar cultivator planter, even if it means selling my sprayer vehicle, because we're just going to replace it with that. That will mean I will no longer be able to do fertilizing, cultivating, all those kind of contracts, because there is a bug with that cedar I mentioned, where it just doesn't detect as doing a lot of those things. That's fine. We are in January, I wasn't expecting otherwise. So basically our character is finally resting up in the off-season. Now, one thing that can help is if I can get space enough to put up any type of production line. The logging would be good, greenhouse would be good. Okay, and that'll take us into March. And then when we hit April, like I said, regardless of what we see, we got equipment to buy. You can buy them as all the separate pieces or the collective unit. I don't think it makes a difference. Well, there's a tipper trailer on a good sale. It's not an amazing one, but it's one that would certainly work. And that's half off. Okay, so let's do some decision making here. So you can get the tipper trailer. The tipper trailer's 15,000. That's no problem. The cedar we're looking at is this one here. And we look at the... Isn't it this one here? Let's take this from the approach of the power harrower. We go to here, we go to this horse, and get the combination. So with that, it's 14,000 for the cultivator part. And then the customization doesn't do anything. So that's the harrower. No big deal. Then we can go here and choose a combination. I get the second part, the Versa horse. This is the cedar. That's the part that puts the seeds in the ground. We can turn around and we can add the weeder. That weeds things as well. I don't think you do fertilizer. So you do not do fertilizer. If I'm reading this right, I'm pretty sure you just do seeds. Which screws up my plans actually quite a lot. Great. So yeah, so that's one that does the fertilizer. Okay. That sucks. You got ones like this. Alright. And this is the whole collection piece. So this is the exact same thing I was looking at, where it's got all the different components, but I could buy it all as one unit. Crap. I was trying to remember, I believe you can get those where they're direct drilling that do everything. I remember having one that I didn't have to go through, and I didn't have to fertilize, and I didn't have to do weeding afterwards. It's like, that to me looks like the weeder. But I always don't remember. And all these are fancy stuff down here. Oh, I guess we have, these ones here. And those are all mostly more expensive. Yeah, and this is like an official mod to give you like the basic one again. Alright, so the reason why I was like, crap, that messes up my plans, is the idea had been I could get this whole setup where we get the weeder and all that, and we're good. But it doesn't do fertilizer. And the reason that's a problem is this cost me about 40,000, and I got 30,000. And the way I was going to make the difference is I was going to sell my other tractor, sell the... Where are you at? Yeah, sell the Fentier, which is worth 29,000, and its two components, which takes it up to about 23,000. Or sorry, 33,000. So we get all that out of here. And we could also get rid of the cultivator. So that'd be 45,000. But the problem with that is for 45,000, I can buy the seeder with all the stuff, but then I don't have a fertilizer of any kind. And realistically, getting like a sprayer, that's way more than that to get the fertilizer done. I would more than likely want to go for the Bentier, or the Bendel, because that's the one that lets me put down lime. Oh, did they finally give us more options? We officially have a second option and a third option for putting down lime after all these years. We've always been stuck with the Bendel, and the Bendel's fine. But we now have bigger options to go with. You can do fertilizer, but you can't... So, well, actually, I mean, we can do the fertilizer. Okay, yeah, with the fertilizer, this is solid fertilizer. But only 2,000, we could do that. It still covers 14 meters. It doesn't solve the lime. We can do that. Let's make bad choices. So let's commit to this before I change my mind. Because there's not contracts I care about. We're going to go... What month are we in? March. We're not going to do it yet. We're not going to do it yet. We're going to go one more month. And the reason we're going to go one more month is on the very unlikely chance that it goes on sale. Or any of those pieces go on sale. Because we plant in April. So this is the month we got to be committed to. Alright, is it on sale? That's the moment of truth. It is not. Which is the most likely outcome. Alright. So. And we don't have, like, a contract that's just free money. Not, I mean, that's good money. Okay, so let's start getting this stuff going. So we're going to go to here. First, before I sell it, It's full of herbicide. I'm at least keeping my herbicide. I believe you'll get some of the money back if you sell a tractor that's full of, like, some type of supply, like herbicide, fertilizer, and all that. I don't know if you get the full amount or you get, like, a partial amount. Generally speaking, I'm just going to dump this off and call it a day with that thing. I guess I'll probably run it down the hill versus up the hill to drop it off. Only because I don't know if and or when I'm going to be using liquid fertilizer again. Or herbicide. Like, there's a good chance it'll eventually happen. I also don't think you can sell back the herbicide net directly easily. Because it would be worth considering just selling back the liquid fertilizer and herbicide, because we'll be moving to probably solid fertilizer and using a weeder instead. And that might be able to make up the difference. Because, yeah, we'll cultivate the field, we'll seed the field, I'll need to separately fertilize the field. Oh, you have all the upgrades on this. It is such a bummer that you spend the $25,000 to get the weed upgrade and you can't get at least partial credit back. It just doesn't increase the value of the sprayer at all. So my sprayer's still like $1,000 despite having almost $30,000 worth of upgrades on it. Okay. You just run this over, drop it off. Get as much money out of this tractor. Retire it. It served us well, but it's not very high horsepower. It's basically just a sprayer right now, which is good. It's a very effective sprayer, but still. Okay. So, we can sell the cultivator. I'm going to double check that. So let's sell the tractor. Cool. We could sell the sprayer. Cool. We can sell the reserve tank for the sprayer. Cool. So we've got $62,000 to work with. And the only hesitation with selling the cultivator is looking at this horse. It does not mention the direct drilling, whereas these ones do. But these ones I don't believe do the weeding and fertilizer. Well, yeah, that doesn't do the weeding and the fertilizer. It's not till you get up here to the 49,000 that it does that, but it doesn't do. Yeah, that's. Yeah, so this is the first one that kind of implies it does everything, and it's unclear about the stuff there. I'm just blanking so much that I know some of these, when you looked at them, they had, like, the weeder on the back that worked. And this is the one I know the most because you literally have the choice of adding a weeder to it. But it doesn't fertilize. It's okay. So, we're spending $40,000 on this thing. With the weeder. I'm going to boost up its size. Be the larger one. Alright, so we're buying that. That is our seeder. We are committing. It is done. And then I'm also going to need a thing for doing fertilizer. And so you can get the really cheapo It'll do the job for now. And that requires solid fertilizer. And I probably need... We'll get 2. Okay, so I got a couple things to move around. Right now, we don't know if I need that or not. I feel like I do. Oh, I also need seeds. That is how all of this works. I'm looking at the wrong spot. So I'm going to grab you to bring up the hill. I'm going to grab you. And now I got to remember the button to switch. What was the button to change? Alright, so this is the cedar. You start moving that uphill. Turn on power, however. Where is... Turn on cedar, change work with. There we go. Changing our seeds to... Realizing I done goofed. It's okay. We're just going to be changing the crop. I forgot this one doesn't plant the soybeans. That's all right. We've got options here. So I can grow the sorghum again. Then we can harvest the sorghum, and that'll line me up for getting the other ones. So that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna plant sorghum instead. No, I'm not. Okay. Try again. We can plant oats. We'll plant oats up here. That I can plant. Oats are not a particularly good crop unless you're doing straw, but at this stage, I needed a planter for those. It's fine. We'll go ahead and get this done, because I still need to get a lot of these crops. It's whatever. But we'll get the oats planted. We'll do a harvest of the oats. After the oats are harvested, we can switch it over to like wheat or barley or whatever. And that'll get going, because we need flour. And I know a lot of the grains are good for that, like the wheat. Like, honestly, between the wheat, the sorghum, the barley, and all that, I know the oats are an outlier in the fact that they don't pay as well unless you do straw, and even then, it's kind of whatever. But it's extra work. I believe barley, wheat, sorghum are all comparative in the amount of stuff you get out of them. So far as for making flour, I think wheat might be the best. But it's not like, oh, this one is way, way better than the others. Like, I did all the math for this kind of stuff previously. And it was like the output so far as the money is not sufficiently different. Like, the sorghum was the one that kind of, I think it was the sorghum, was kind of underperformed a little bit, but it was still whatever. Now, my expectation is I am going to need to cultivate this field. Well, I shouldn't, though. Because this thing is literally made up with a cultivator. Or power harrower, or whatever. Yeah, so you got a power harrower, so I should not need to... cultivate the field. That's my hope, because if we do that, and I don't need to cultivate, I can sell the cultivate and get a cultivator and get another 11,000. And that's money I can use to then buy that oh, the trailer was on discount last month, wasn't it? That's fine. There was a trailer on sale for 15,000. It wasn't the one I'd go out of way to buy, and we can get a trailer. It's not terrible before we need to harvest. Okay. Oh, I see what's going on. Let's quickly drop the fertilizer thing. It's setting the width to the fertilizer thing because I got them both. There we go. Turn on Power Harrow. Power Harrow is on. Well, you see what that's called, chat. That's called a bad time. Because that is very clearly not seeding this. Because that's the thing that surprises me. Because I know when you read that one, it doesn't mention the direct drilling. But then at the same time, it is that power harrower with this on the back and the weeder. Pretty sure it's the setup we got. What happens if I quickly pop over here and I detach the seeder component? That's literally just a harrower. Why am I struggling here? There you go. You don't seem to do anything. So it's literally just going to seed. Something's not right with that. Because that's the whole point of it, is you have the power harrower. It cultivates the field. Like, literally, that's what its description is. Yeah, so you got the credo here. A cultivator prepares the field for the next sowing. Wheel weights and the tractors are required for use. It's not actually required. And then we can go down to this one. And again, this is the thing made with the credo and all that. That's why it's got the two different labels. So, we're going to try something here. So first, kick those seeds out so we're not wasting them. And this might be a waste of money. But right now, if I'm not getting the all-in-one... Did you lower it? Yes. I did lower it. We'll try messing with it one more time. So lowered, drill. Yes, it's definitely not doing anything. I will try driving up here, and let's put this stuff back in here, but what I might do is I might sell it back, grab the power harrower separate. Because if that doesn't work, then it's utterly just broken. Unless it doesn't change the texture on the field. I think it does, though. Let's go around just a little bit here. See if it changes. Yeah, now we're seeing like 0 usage whatsoever. Yes, this thing's just not working. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop this off, and I'm going to try buying the harrower as a separate, or the power harrower as a separate thing. Because this doesn't do both processes, I don't want it. Unfortunately, that means I gotta refund it, which means we're gonna take a slight hit on the value. Yeah, because that's the Versa. No, it does detect this as 2 separate things. Crap. Because that's literally its whole point of existing, is that you can do it all in one go. Alright, well, that sucks. So it looks like we are going to get almost all of our money back, though. That is the good news here. Yes, that combination's not working. And as it mentions direct drill as well, no fertilizer. This is the first one we get all of it. I do think I want to go for that. You require 180 horsepower, that's within the 240 we've got. So I should be able to make that happen. Even if I have to do like 1 extra contract kind of thing, that's fine. So let's go down here. We'll go to our cultivator, because it's not going to be needed. Let's get our 11,000 and some change. Okay, so I have 59,000. That also does mean I can get rid of this thing, because I'll be doing the fertilizer by that as well. So that's just wasted money. Alright. So I wasted money on that. It's fine. Lesson learned. So we are going to go for the Argro here. It's got the seeds. It's got the fertilizer. It'll do, you know, the oats and all that. Before I buy it, let's check the planters. Just in case we can get away with better here. Yeah, none of these specifically mention... Well, actually they do when you get way down here. They mention they could direct drill. But they're all out of my budget. Yeah, we'll stick with what we were doing here. So cedars, grab you. It specifically mentions direct drilling and all that. Customization. We can increase the number of seeds it can carry. It's 10,000. We don't need it. Combination-wise, they offer to sell me a counterweight, which we probably do want. But let's first buy it. So, no license plate. Goodbye, money. We can go to combinations, and we will get the counterweight. Alright. So that was a little detour that wasted a bit of money, unfortunately. We have greatly limited what contracts we can do now, because I don't have a cultivator, I don't have a sprayer, I don't have a fertilizing trailer. The seeder will allow for sowing. I do have a harvester. I just realized the thing I have may not have a means of weeding, and it might have been a big mistake. It's fine. Like, absolute worst case, I can pull up some fish. The point is, we have the land and all that, so we'll be fine there. Basically, we just did a big runaround, but we do have a decent solution that where now I can seed and cultivate all in one pass. I don't have to put more effort into it. Some of these things have a weeder in it. Some of them it's specifically mentioned. Some of it's not. If I need one, I need one. If I need one, I can get the hoe for like 36,000. It's really fast. It can cover a bunch of ground. I believe when we're dealing with contracts, it'll handle both hoeing and weeding contracts, which come up quite often. So that'll give it opportunity to pay itself off pretty quick. This also means less equipment for me to lug up and down the hill. This is just one machine. I do wonder with the fish food for the fish hatchery thing. Oh, right, we didn't see where there was really an opportunity to buy much of the fish. Well, no, you had to have been buying the fish food. I remember where I saw it, because we had the fish food factory thing. It's whatever. Alright, so we gotta be making a hell of a lot of money in this run. I had not anticipated just how extreme we were gonna have to be buying all these buildings. Now, the good news is as we buy these buildings, we'll be expanding production lines anyways. But I do want to get some lumber production on sooner rather than later. That'll help us get the castle going. It'll help us with our income at the same time. Maybe we start pursuing the quarry, because then I could just shove water into it and we get bricks, and I guess we just sell castle bricks. But all of that's going to require a pretty hefty investment. And then it's the juggle, do you buy that first, or do you buy more land, or do you buy more equipment, and yada yada. Alright, so let's go grab you. And even though I have some seeds and fertilizer up there, we're just going to fill it up with whatever we can. What? Why do I not see... You list fertilizer. Oh, it might be liquid fertilizer. This one might be liquid fertilizer. I was about to be like, hang on. I see fertilizer listed there. Don't do this to me. You list fertilizer there. I'm not going mad. Right there. I see it. It's not an upgrade, is it? It is an upgrade. You're killing me, game. Alright, that's 10,000. Alright. Hold up. When was the last time you saved? Because I am getting myself in lots of trouble. If we can prevent that from happening, that would be lovely. And I want to say, I thought there was like you could go under advanced and see. I'm thinking another game. So there's a good chance we've already had a save since I bought all that stuff and done that, because it's pretty regularly that the game saves. But basically, for those who missed what happened, basically the thing that has the fertilizer and all that, it's a separate upgrade for 10,000. So I do see that I've got 12,000 in the bank, which means I did buy some of the junk already. It's not that we put ourselves in like a terrible situation, it's just, that's a lot of money wasted. So I'd love to be able to go back in time to before that happened. I'm still thrown by the fact that the disc harrower combination that I know I have used isn't actually cultivating and doing the stuff. And that's got me thrown, because that was the entire strategy, was to spend the 40,000 to get that thing, and then I just had to pile it up with fertilizer and we'd be good. That is one pain point you do run into in Farm Sim. Sometimes stuff isn't clear what all it does, and that, you know, something is a configuration you can add. So you just kind of have to learn what tool does what. Okay, so it did resume to back after I bought this thing. And I'm going to try Butter Paranoia and see if I go with this monstrosity, now that we've done a reload, and we turn it all on, will it suddenly start working? You're turned on and yet you do not work. Well, that's disappointing. Okay, so I am leaning now towards saying to hell with what I was doing with all this. And maybe just going and like straight up putting a production line thing on that field and saying to heck with the actual crop from it. Because they're back to the point of, I know for a fact I don't want this setup if it's not going to do a thing. Oh, it's not my little barn. It's one that's already there. So we're going to get rid of this thing, because it's not working the way it's supposed to. I'm not going to worry about that tiny little fertilizer thing. Okay, so I got 49,000 bucks. And that's without selling anything that I really don't want to get rid of. So the pain we put ourselves in. Hey, Azriel. We just got the all-in-one seeder thing, and it's not cultivating anymore, so I just sold that, and it has ruined my plans. And I'm trying to sort it out. Because now I'm leaning towards, I don't have enough money to get all the things we want. And check out Azriel, by the way. Absolutely fantastic. Fellow content creator. Does a lot of like Farming Simulator 25 and our stuff. Definitely a person to check out. But yeah, that's definitely thrown a wrench, because the plan was to get the horse here. Let's again get the power. This power hour. It's got a job. Cultivates fields. You see right there, it says it cultivates fields. That's what it does. And then we would get that and the horse versa, which plants, but it's not working. It's not cultivating, which means it's not seeding. So we sold that back, and that throw a monkey wrench and everything. It never has. Yeah, I thought I had that one working before, and it didn't work with contracts, but it worked on my own fields. So then I went to get this and didn't catch that I have to buy the upgrade for 10,000 to make it fertilize, which puts it well outside my budget. So we're just yanking hair out at this point. Now, I could go with this route, and instead go for the soybeans like we talked about, and this would work. It wouldn't be a power harrower, or it wouldn't be a power one. I would have to do that where I do cultivating then seeding, but it would fertilize. And please don't be an upgrade. Please just out of box you fertilize. So we could do that for the soybeans. Getting the extra couple $100, not a big deal. That might be what we do, because then we would have the harvester that could do the soybeans. And check out Penny Meowie, another fantastic content creator. Someone else to definitely check it out. Also been playing some Farming Simulator 25 and all that good stuff. Definitely recommend. Good times out there. If it doesn't say it has the direct drill in the description, it won't work. The reason it won't work on contracts is because it detects the weeder that comes with it, so it changes the solid state, and it doesn't do the contract. Yeah. So I'm leaning towards we grab you, unless there's like a cheaper one down here. No. I'm leaning towards we grab you and do the soybeans like we originally planned. And it just means it have the extra process of cultivating, then doing the soybeans, It'll fertilize everything. It doesn't solve our problem. I still don't have the thing for dealing with weeds. So all of that can go out the window. All right. New plan. See, to hell to all those things. Do you have a plow? I don't have a plow. I do have a cultivator. At least, yeah, I still have a cultivator. I do not have a plow. Oh yeah, no, I could definitely plow to make sure I've got no weeds. And I know I can get a plow for relatively cheap. I mean, 14,000's not as relatively cheap as I was thinking in my head. But, need another fish to afford that planter? Yeah, no, that's fine. Like, what, the thing I'm going through in my head is right now I've got 2 paths I could, well, 3 paths I could take. One is I can fight tooth and claw to make it so this can happen right now. Where I can get the thing where it cultivates and plants the seeds. For the weeders and all that, I believe there are some really cheap ones. Yeah, there's a really, really cheap weeder. Let's see, sell the cultivator and buy the Unia. Let's see here. The Unia was, we go to our... Yeah, but that doesn't do the fertilizer. Yeah, no, I'm okay if it doesn't do that, like that. Is it an accidentally disassociated? Yeah, no, it's no problem. We did a shout out and everything for you. Like, that's the issue. So, alright, let me circle back. So, I believe I can make it work where we can get, like, the really crap weeder, which is actually not that bad. My. It all doesn't happen. Yeah, so I can make that work. That's one path. We can tap ourselves out, get the stuff down there, we can harvest it, we've got it. That's option 1. Option 2 is I say to hell with all of that. And I go and I just keep getting the equipment for doing the contracts. So we get stuff that's like, we get the hoe, we do all that, and that means we're not doing our own field, but we get more contracts we can knock out faster. That's option 2. Option 3 is we could say to hell with all of that, and instead what we do is we go down here, and we go to construction, and we go into like the production line kind of thing, and either go for like a greenhouse or something, like get a greenhouse and chunk it over here on this field and bring water to it, and just be that situation, and go with something like that. That's option 3, is like, say to heck with that and go production line. If you're going for a contract, buy the pottering hoe, as you could do both week. Yeah, no, that's exactly the reason why I was mentioning the hoe specifically, because you could do hoe and weeding, and it's fast and relatively good pay. I was also curious with this. So the young fish breeding, how much is this thing? 95,000. Out of our budget, that's what it is. And none of the other stuff makes sense. And the quarry was out of our budget too. And the hoe makes good money. We're no longer... Yeah, because that we could do that, we could do the other one. Alright. So I'm going to put up for a poll. I'm going to make chat decide because I don't want to. So. What's the plan? You paid for that fish breeding facility and then forgot to buy fish food. Yeah, what's the plan? So, we can make field happen. Expand contracts. And the reason we do the expand contracts is to get all of the equipment I need to do all of the steps, but good. And then the last one is, I'll just say greenhouse, because that's probably what's going to be greenhouse. Or actually, no, it has to be greenhouse, because I don't have any trees. Greenhouse. The other thing we can do, before I commit to that, there is another option here. So if we're going to expand the contract side of it, we can sell back this. Oh, no, I have my sleeping spot on here. And we have our dog, and we can't sell our dog. Never mind. That one's not on the table. We're not selling the ground because our dog lives here. And if we sell that, the dog's gone. I actually don't know what happens if we sell that back with the dog and that on. I have no idea if I can keep using and keep paying. Do you know the answer to that? If I sell this property back, we have our little tent over here and the doghouse. I assume we would lose those. I don't think it would delete them. I think they would just stop they would stop responding to me. Hey dog, things are getting stressful. I saw you poke your head up out here. There you go. I feel better. Like, I assume if I sold a lot... Let's say, I think you need to sell the doghouse first as if the container, but you're not sure. I might... Because if we sell the land, we get 65,000 back. We get our full money back. Let's see what it says. You cannot sell this while you have placeable objects on it. You need to sell those objects first. Yeah, so I'd have to sell the tent and the doghouse. Which is fair enough. So, okay. I mean, at least guaranteed the tent. Alright. Because part of the reason I'm leaning towards the possibility of selling that is we have another option where I sell this property, we use the combined funds, and maybe we start pushing toward, like, I need to raise more money and push towards getting one of the properties that have the trees on it to set up the lumber production and, you know, start doing the castle. That gives me money from selling the planks, the blocks, the logs. Yeah, we're not going to have the stone and everything, but they'll keep accepting that from me, and I can just keep dumping that on there for cash. But the problem is I have to own a tile of land that has trees, and none of them are cheap. Like, that's like the cheapest one, I think, that has trees on it of any meaning, and it's like 100,000. That actually would... Okay, greenhouse, and we'll say... forestry. Alright. Sell the dog. Okay. So we got the poll up there. We're letting you decide the future fate of this farm. So, the first one is, I make this field happen. It's going to be scuff. I'm going to have to fish. But, you know, make the field happen. It's probably going to make about 3,000 to 4,000 a year out of this field. Maybe 6 if I push it. So we're talking a very low income field, but we can make it happen. The second one is we disregard the field, and I put down a greenhouse, and I buy a water canister, and we just fill up the greenhouse, and we start shipping off the stuff from the greenhouse. The second option is I would go and start buying equipment to get my upgrades, which would open up more contracts I can do, and then ultimately, once I get enough, you know, enough equipment, we circle back to the field to do the field. So that'd be probably getting the hoe first, because that's 36,000 and opens up a lot of contracts. We did give up our sprayer. I might end up figuring that out. And then the last one is we go to the forestry thing where we buy that one little tile. And to do that, I'd have to sell this land, which has the dog living on it. So you would be selling the dog. You'd be deciding, we need to give the dog a name, so that way people feel worse if they do it. You see this? You see this dog here? This dog right here? That's Sir Nico the Great. Why he has a title? Nobody really knows, but he actually does have an honorary title. He has been knighted. The Queen has recognized it. So just so you know, if we go for the forestry, you are selling Sir Nico the Great. Counterpoint, sell the land here, buy plot 107, sell everything off of it, and you can make 144 grand profit. Then you can get everything you need for your contracts. Okay. What's 177? There's a 177 on this map? Or plot 107? Are you gaslighting me? There's a plot 107? I don't see a 107. 71. Plot 71. What is plot 71? Oh, there's 70 way up here. Above 16. There you are. So we would have a shed, looks like a warehouse. That looks like it's either a horse or a cattle pen, probably horses. That's a silage trough. Okay, so we'd basically be clearing all that stuff out. Farmhouse doesn't have a rest trigger? Yeah, no, I've noticed that. I'm actually a little salty about that one. So yeah, and that's 100,000, so that would be doable. So, I guess with the expand contracts, if that wins, I'll do a separate poll to see if we expand contracts in, like, without abusing buying that land and selling the buildings, and with abusing it. I'm leaning towards not abusing it, because, you know, it's one thing if I bought that land with the intent of using it, and, like, building my own stuff, I don't mind selling it. It does feel a little scuzzy for me to just buy that land, delete all the buildings, and then, you know, sell it to suddenly get a whole bunch. Yeah, so we're really in a juggle between the greenhouse and the making the field happen. Which is probably going to require fishing to get all the stuff. We do have just a little bit left on the poll. And again, the reminder is, the making the field happen is, I'm buying the seeder and all that, and we'll buy a scuff seeder, we'll use our cultivator, we'll get like the saddest little fertilizer and weeder kind of thing, and just try and make it happen with the minimum of what I need. Okay, make field happen has won. Alright, so make field happen. So let's do our inventory. So I've got a cultivator, nothing needs to change there. I've got a tractor, we're good. I've got the harvester, solid. Greenhouse is what I've done on a lot of runs, but it was an either or because of land. Like, I don't have the space for that. So I need a way to fertilize, a way to weed, and a way to seed. And I got 49,000 to my name. So we're pretty limited. Considering you're only 45,000 and you're 9 meters? That doesn't feel right. So we got one. Oh yeah, this is the one that was in Farm Sim 22. So this is an official Giants mod. That was like the smallest seeder in Farm Sim 22. So that's 33 and a half for the saddest little seeder. But if I bump up to that, and it's an extra 10,000 if I go to add the fertilizer, because that's an accessory. We can also grab this one. So for 49,500, that'll seed and fertilize. I've got the cultivator. I need to solve the weeding in that one, which isn't the end of the world. Let's check on the planters. I'm pretty sure the planters cost more. Yes. I mean, actually, they're the same, because that's 49.5, and that's 49.5. And both of them require a weeder. So then the weeder on top of that is 6,500. And it's a small weeder, but it's fine. So, let's get this started. Before anything else happens, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to completely disregard this location. We're going to have to jump up to this dock. As a note as well, the Kuhn 6M planter doesn't take fertilizer. It's been bugged since day one. I'm really surprised those have not been fixed. Especially considering if you look at some of the patch notes, they're like, this random medium tractor. We've given it the ability to get slightly wider tires, because that model actually comes with slightly wider tires in real life. As an option. And then for something like that, where it's just like, okay, this thing's supposed to do this function and it just doesn't. So I need to get 49,500. You're not tired enough to go to bed, and you're too tired to enjoy any of the games you have installed. Yeah, I know that feeling. Come on, just give me a 400er. Give me a 400er. Because that's what I need to get the seeder I need. And I'm partially debating, even though having that, getting the seeder and the fertilizer as separate things. And part of the reason I'm thinking that is for contract purposes. Okay. Good to see you cleaning the sea. Yeah, no, sadly we've already hit the over the 100 milestone, so I can't get the easy payout kind of thing. We're just kind of stuck dealing with that. Let's see, would open up more contracts, but if you get, but if you're gonna do that, get your sprayer back. Well, the problem was the sprayer was the tractor that gets the really cheap sprayer on it, or like the really cheap one. And I did sell the little tractor. We've got the Argo Star now, because that was the whole thing where I was like, okay, I can do the field this day, and I grabbed that combination thing, and then it didn't work, and I was like, well, crap. Like that was my entire plan, was to get that thing and just go. Yeah, I thought the cheap sprayer was still a decent price. I can check it in a minute. Because I know they've got the solid fertilizer sprayer thing. Would you stop giving me literally nothing but trash? And I'm missing what the conversation was about the Stardew Valley thing. Okay, so what you're saying is, so sprayer-wise, yeah, so cheapest sprayer, oh, I mean, yeah, I guess it's still down here. Yeah, it's got, like, no capacity to it. You'd have to buy the extra tank. Yeah, because these go on that other one. And then you got, like, the small lane one, but that's 30,000. That's just a tank, that's not the actual sprayer. And then we do have the solid fertilizer one, where I've got the one for 2,000. No, not that at the top. You forgot how dirt poor I was? Oh yeah, no, 30,000's like break the bank money. Like, don't get me wrong, this thing will work for the solid fertilizer. It doesn't solve other stuff, but that's okay. So I still want to Yeah, so we got weeding, fertilizing, seeding. That's what we're taking care of. I've got enough money, I could definitely get at least 2 of those 3 done. I'm just hoping to get the 45. Now, normally when you're playing Farm Sim, like, you can take a loan or a lease and all that and accomplish this, and you do all that stuff. 35k if you have to buy the tank separate. Well, I can technically get, I believe, the sprayer at the bottom. That's like 1,500. I think I can buy the sprayer part. And use that on any tractor, because I think that's just the 3-pin. But I do believe the 3-point. But I do believe the tank for it is exclusively used on that one tractor. Or there's 2 tractors, actually. Alright, 1 more fish. Any size should give me enough that we figure that out. And it may be that we're just dealing with, like, cursed stuff. One thing I should be doing, that I'm suddenly realizing, is I could probably take the tractor and have it doing a contract while we got this going on. There's probably at least a cultivating contract out here. Okay. So we could check the contracts and make this happen. So that would be if we got fertilizing. That'd be if we got the hoe, which is not what we agreed to. That's the spraying. I mean, if it was you, you'd buy the spray for 30k, do contracts, get money, and buy the next stuff. Yeah, no, the only reason I'm hesitant is I've been doing that for a while, and I'm starting to feel like people are looking for more, which is why because that was, with the vote, that's basically like the direction we were going with the contract stuff, was instead of just trying to force this today, was to buy stuff to make it happen. But I put up for a vote, the vote has won. It's done. So we got the 33 one here. 33,000 does not give me the fertilizing thing. The fertilizing thing, I can get one for 2,000 that does solid fertilizer. That puts me at 35,000 and some change. And then for another 6 or so, yeah, we can do this. So it's going to be more passes. So we got our sad little cedar. Cedar has been game. You really have to think about it that hard. You you don't seem to be very thrilled about that cedar. Oh, and it's gone. All right, let's boot up the game again. That's the first crash I've had in a very long time. If not, that's a sign. Well, I want to make sure I honor the vote. So, like, for the record, I believe the vote was 4 for forcing the field, 3 for the greenhouse, and I don't, like, I think there was, like, 0 for the contract expanding. No, that's not true. There was 0 for selling the dog. There was, like, 2 for contract expanding. Oh, hit pull and it'll bring up the results. Now when I hit pull, it goes out, unless I'm missing a command that I should know. And it's definitely not my first day streaming. Meanwhile, while that's loading up, I gotta use a restroom. So I'm gonna start that loading. I'm gonna use the restroom real fast, and I'll be right back. Okay. So, yeah, no, with the selling the dog, it was to sell the land. Unfortunately, the dog was on the land, and I would have to sell the dog to sell the land. But yes, so let me see. Yeah, so when you're saying bring the pull up, because if I do slash pull, it doesn't tell me the previous pull's results. It just gets me create a new pull. And if I go to the activity feed, I do see like the pull ended, but it doesn't even actually tell me what the results were. The results were to force the field, like make it happen. But regardless, it won with force the field. So we've got our 49. There you go. Alright. So I'm going to try buying this again. Because everyone knows when you attempt to do the exact same thing twice in a row, that's just rational thinking and expecting different results. Okay, so that's fine. So we got the cedar. We're good. Cedar's gotten. We did cedar get. We can go down to the weeder, and boom, weeder get. And then we can go to the fertilizer spreader. Boom, fertilizer spreader get. And we now have everything we need to do. Pure dashboard hit match thing. It works with predictions for Japan up pulls. Yeah, no, that's I got a lot of things to say about polls. Polls are one of the things I want to see Twitch do a upgrade to. I want to have a tick box I can check that says the viewers don't get to see what the current voting is on like the current result is until the vote is done. I would even be okay if like when they vote they get to see the answer, like what the results are at that point. You know, some people could vote with bits. I turned that on a couple of times and then turned it off a couple of times. Like, it could be a fun meme, but it's also those things I kind of realized, like, oh, yeah, no, if I let people do that, they really can just unilaterally, because it would be like, you know, choosing the game we're playing, like, oh yeah, that means someone could drop $5 and then decide what we're streaming for the day. And that's hit and miss. I think it's fine to have it as an option, though. But yeah, so I want them to be able to have it where the poll, where I can make it a blind poll, so you don't get to see what the poll is doing until it's done. Mostly to circumvent the deliberately trying to tie it meme. I know, I hate fun, it's what it is. I would also like to be able to go in and say, hey, you can vote for 3 of these, or 2 of these, like you can vote for multiple of these kind of things. That you're not restricted to just one, or as many as we want. Basically, give me the choice to be like, hey, you can have multiple votes. Because, like, especially, like, for game selection, if I got 5 options and you're happy with 4 of them, that'd be good to know. It'd be good for you to be like, hey, I like these 4, I just don't want that last one. That's useful information. But they haven't updated that thing in forever. And I don't think it would add too much. Like, one is literally a tick box. You just check it or you don't. And the other one would be just a number field. Or again, it could even be just... They don't even, like, I wouldn't even care if it's like, no, you can't say 2 or 3. Like, I would even be okay if it's literally multi-vote or single vote kind of thing. And you could just choose one. Make them both tick boxes. It wouldn't complicate the UI and the poll at all. It wouldn't make it that much bigger. You'd still be able to do it on your phone and be small enough. And I've given them that feedback a couple of times to be like, you've got this poll functionality, and so many people so often have to go and grab something, like, outside of that because of the whole thing. Alright. So I got a bunch of tools. Now the immediate tools I need is I need my cultivator. I had that momentary panic being like, did I sell that? So I need my cultivator. That's tool number 1 on the list of things I need. And the next thing I'm going to need at the top of the hill, I'm going to need my cedar. There's going to be one of those situations where I can only put it on the back. Unless this doesn't work. This is Scotland. There we go. That saves it. Was that going to be making or breaking it for this? That's weird that that was exactly the right amount. Alright. And now we're back to the situation here where we're going to have to do, like, the oats now. You can't stay for England? That's harsh, man. But, yeah, so what we'll end up doing is, we'll do the oats. Oats aren't great for what we're doing, but it is April, and of my options of things I can plant in April, we can plant the oats in April, and then that lets me switch to wheat in August when we harvest these. And so luckily we've got a little field here. And we're definitely going to want to still contract some stuff. It is a shame we don't have the second tractor now, because this would be the perfect opportunity to, like, drive one tractor and say, go cultivate that, and meanwhile I do the field. But it is what it is. At least progress is going to happen. Actually, we can check real fast. There's no harvesting. Never mind. Yeah, so then it's going to be a mix of acquiring new land and upgrading our tools, which is the classic. I don't expect to make very much from this land. It is a very small field. We're going to be making, I would guess, if things go, like, great and we hold on to the crop to sell for the right time and all that, which we probably can't because I don't have a trailer, or a silo, realistically, we would make somewhere in the area of 6,000 a year from that field. It's not going to be good. It is a tiny little 2-acre field. So we're still going to be doing contracts on the side. It's just what's going to have to happen. Because the alternative is I do this field, fast forward, and all that. Yeah, Cinderlash. I've made the criticism about making sure the ad volume is balanced with everything else. I low-key would like Twitch, and this is going to be something that's going to upset a bunch of creators. I would low-key like Twitch to be like, hey, here is the volume range that your stream is required to be in. Like, and don't get me wrong, like, if you're lower or whatever, but basically, this is the range you're expected to be in. It's not you get banned for being outside the range or anything like that. But, like, literally when you're streaming, they would have, like, kind of a red light, green light. It's like, oh, you're too loud. Oh, you're too quiet. And if you do it a lot, they would, like, give you a notification, be like, hey, we see that your stream is too loud, or whatever. To basically kind of get all the content creators in roughly the same level of volume, and require every single ad to stay in that range. And if you don't have your ad in that range, it would just mean when the ad came up, it would automatically do volume balancing, and your ad would sound like garbage, because you're using that volume balancing. But yeah, now I wish that was just a enforcement thing across the platform, that on a platform level, there'd be, like, a sound suppression over a certain volume. Come on, go. There you go. Said, oh, the problem is that the ads don't respect the volume slider until you adjust it for every single ad. They use the max volume until you touch the volume slider. I haven't seen that, but I've been using Twitch Turbo forever. But yeah, no, whatever, it's like, and that's interesting, because when you go from channel to channel to channel, it's whatever your last stream, like, you adjusted the volume in, that tends to be the volume that carries forward. I would want the ads to do the exact same thing. And I get they probably got pushed back by advertisers being like, well, half the people are running their channel, like, the tabs at, like, 1% volume when they're watching someone else, and we want to make sure our ad's being seen. I could see them doing that. But yeah, no, maxing out the volume is absolutely... I could actually see that holding up for an ADA complaint. That being a violation of the American Disabilities Act. Because that is something that would arguably, you know, be very harmful for people with disabilities, that kind of thing. Who definitely need to have volume-controlled stuff there. Like, if that is a thing, that's those ones that it would take someone getting upset enough to, like, actually push it. But I could definitely see that, you know, sticking and all that. No bonus stream, huh? Yeah, no, I took a nap. And then I felt rested. I'm glad you made it so that you get credit. I was gonna feel bad if you didn't. But yeah, no, it was those things, like, it was about half an hour or whatever, or no, it's a little bit over half an hour before I started streaming. I was like, man, I'm just too tired to stream today. Like, you know, sleep schedule's been garbage. And then normally I can't nap in, during the day. It's just not something I'm usually good at doing. But I have myself a little nap. Let's see, you're not American, might be able to use EU regulations. But you are not a lawyer, and don't want to invest your time. Oh, no, don't. Like, individually it wouldn't be a thing. Like, I'm not advocating for people to take legal action against Twitch for it or anything. My point was more, if they're doing that, like, if that's actually what's happening, it's not like some browser bug or something else like that. If they were deliberately cranking up the volume and not respecting your settings again and again. That it could definitely be a, it could definitely be a thing that potentially could get them in a lot of trouble. I don't imagine they would. I feel like that's one, it's a thing that just anger too many people. And two, it's just kind of one of those things that I would really expect, you know, whoever their legal team is over at Twitch to be like, hang on, wait a second, don't do that. Try to annoy you into turbo? No, so I don't genuinely believe that Twitch has a whole thing like they're like trying to be like, yes, we're gonna make the ads so awful that you have to get turbo. Because I don't see that as really a sustainable or reasonable thing. I think they would rather you just, you know, get the ads and whatnot. Like, if Twitch wanted you to get turbo, they would do a lot more for actually marketing turbo. Jacking up the volume is a thing they do between ads now? Come on, man. I mean, I know the workaround is you can actually lower the browser volume itself. Let's see, last of the loud ads usually is for Twitch Turbo? Oh, well, I mean, at least good on them for advertising Twitch Turbo, because that was... They've had it forever, and they were kind of... Like, we were all expecting Twitch Turbo to die for a while there, because there was just... It was kind of almost felt like this secret thing you just had to know about. But the jacking of the volume, that's not okay. It's such a weird thing to do. Because like I said, I can't imagine they're trying to like do some deliverables like, ha, we're going to make the platform so unreasonably unusable you'd have to get Twitch Turbo. Like, don't get me wrong, they'll have ads or doing that. but they're not jacking up ads to try and push turbo and to push, you know, to push subs. They want that ad revenue. You still can't get a month of Twitch Turbo, gift a month of Twitch Turbo. I think they did an experiment with that for a while. I don't think it's still going on. Like, it was a very recent experiment. Most people just use ad blockers to see it happens. Yeah, to keep in mind though, some ad blockers, there's always like a kind of give or take with the whole ad blocking thing, where as more people ad block, they come with a way to prevent the ad block from working, and then you find a new way, and it ends up being this arms race, and everyone loses with it. And that's not being like, oh, using the ad blockers bad times. It's just not a thing I would want them to do. You can, you're looking at the gift shop button? Oh, good. I know they were doing an experiment recently. You feel like they kind of gave up on ad blockers? No, I think they've taken different approaches. But no, there's definitely a lot of the ad blockers that they still do stuff with. I think their priorities are to deal with other things. You did notice non-sub streams, you get a pop-up about using an ad blocker, and that you still get Twitch Turbo, even though the ad blocker doesn't block the Twitch ads. I do know from time to time ad blockers will cause weird things on Twitch where you'll get, you know, you'll be subbed but have an ad blocker, and you'll get presented with ads because the ad blocker screws with how Twitch, you know, detects that you shouldn't be getting ads. I know that's been going on. Yeah, and that's the thing. I know there's been on and off ad blockers that have worked and all that. But that's the classic with like every platform is you'll have, you know, one of the ad blockers will start working, and then, you know, well, not start working. You have a bunch of ad blockers, like one of them will start gaining popularity as like, oh, if you watch whatever, you know, you use that ad blocker. And then after a little while, because that ad blocker becomes prevalent, that platform then turns around and goes, okay, well, what can we do to prevent that ad blocker? Like, how are they blocking the ad? And they kind of just, like I said, it's kind of an arms race. It's the same thing with, like, malware and security experts kind of thing, where you're like, why can't they just make it secure? Well, the malware people are constantly coming up with new ways of doing things. And I do feel like genuinely on the platform side, they have the advantage on the ad blocker thing, because they can sit there and start putting it into the actual video feed. But yeah. Because Chrome took the side of the advertiser in this war, which you didn't want, but the advertisers escalated. Right. But it is a thing that you have a lot of people also load up ad blockers. Understandably, ads are annoying. But, you know, the web costs money to run. Servers are expensive. And anything you're not paying for yourself, it's going to make money somehow. And that's either selling your data or advertising. I was going to say or, but or advertising. And then so when you do an ad blocker and it prevents literally all revenue to that place, they figure out ways to either make the ads more obnoxious to get your attention more or work around the ad blockers. It's kind of the curse of the, you know, the free internet, as it were. Like, back in the day, it wasn't a big deal to have, you know, free website because it was some old computer chucked under someone's, you know, chucked under someone's desk or whatever. I don't realize you've been streaming. Hey, Berserker. But yeah, no, it's I hope you've been having. Words are hard. Go check them out. I believe it said you're playing Crusaders King and all that stuff. But yeah, so if you're looking for that, you can find it over there with Berserker Kamikaze. Yeah, but most of the cases, they give you ads and sell your data. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Twitch doesn't sell your data. Like, so far, that's not been a thing. Like, there is, yes, some connection of data between Amazon and Twitch and all that, and it's not being sold, but you are kind of being marketed to. But so far, it hasn't been a thing like you talk in Twitch chat and then suddenly you start getting ads for it and all that. Thankfully. But that's kind of the thing is, we're dealing with a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, to keep in mind, Sergey, is Twitch is its own company under Amazon. So like it is purchased by Amazon, yada yada, but its own separate instance. So if Twitch isn't making money, Twitch still goes away. It doesn't matter if Amazon's printing money, and we can certainly say, well, Amazon can afford to eat it, and you're not wrong. But it is one of those things that Twitch is expected to stand on its own. And that's normal for businesses to do. They either, one, your company has to stand on its own, or it gets consumed into the larger company, or it dies. Because companies are driven by profit. So it is the thing that, like, very genuinely, Twitch gives you the choice to pay to play. You can either, one, sub, well, you can sub or turbo, so you're paying for the service, or B, you get ads. That's kind of the way it works. And again, not some moral judgment like, hey, if you're using an ad blocker, you're wrong, or yada yada. But very genuinely, if everyone's using ad blockers and not enough people are subbing and all that, Twitch dies. That's the end result. Twitch is not bringing revenue in. Twitch dies. So you haven't heard, you've heard that Amazon was willing to eat it before Bezos stepped down? Rumor is that he was a fan. Oh, I have no idea about that. Like where, like Bezos stands with everything. Like, and that's kind of one of those things. Yeah, no, absolutely agree on the Cinderlash that, like, the volume thing is not okay. 100%. Whatever you set your volume to, whatever the, like, the stream volume is, the ad should be the exact same volume. Not higher, not lower, the exact same thing. Which is where I was, like, starting with before, is I do really personally feel that we should have a, we should kind of have, like, a standard that everyone's expected to have for their streams, like a normalization that everyone's expected to have for their streams. That way the ads are required to run that same normalization. I mean, you have turbo, but you try to leave in the budget to still do 4 or 5 subs. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. But yeah, no, like, definitely whatever the advertisement, it needs to be consistent. Like, tonight's the first time I've heard about it doing the thing where it maxes out your volume. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely ads that the nature of how they play, it sounds much louder. Like, it's a thing on the equalizer, that there's a lot of games that the intro music goes in, and I'll look on my equalizer, and its sound is, like, absolutely steady with everything else. Like, as far as, like, in the green and the red and all that. But it just sounds louder because of the nature of the volume going on. But no, if it's literally changing the volume slider, that's not okay. Let's see, to get you the problem here, you have stuff pretty loud. I have my stuff cranked way down. You've not heard about this? It's always done that? No, this is I've not heard this complaint. Like, don't get me wrong, I go on the Twitch, like, subreddit and all that, and people whine about ads all the time. It's like pretty much every post is, hey, I'm interested in streaming, how do I grow? And ads suck, I hate them, Twitch is going to die, how could they do this? Someone kicked a puppy, the world is falling, the universe is horrible. I've just got subjected to 38 hours of ads in 22 minutes. Like, it's, like, all of it's exaggeration half the time. But I've not heard someone talk about, like, it literally changing your volume. I've heard about them being too loud, but that's always been brought across to me as, like, there's not volume normalization happening. So you'll have the stream much quieter, and then the ad will just be much louder. Not that it was literally changing the volume on your browser. Yeah, the volume thing is very new for you, less than a month ago. Honestly, you couldn't believe it when it first happened either. Yeah, no, like, to me that does not sound like an intentional behavior. That 100% sounds like a bug to me. Now, what is causing that bug? There's posts about it from like 2 years ago. Weird. As a question, for those who are dealing with it, like, what browser are you on? Like, because I'm wondering if it is like an isolated, oh, this browser is having this problem, but these browsers aren't kind of thing. Because like I said, that and it's the Twitch player audio. Yeah, no, yeah, yes. Chrome, but not much longer. Yeah, no, I haven't used Chrome in an age. Like, no judgment if people are using Chrome. And for people... And do we have anyone who's not using Chrome who is having that issue? Where it is literally changing the volume slider to 100%. Like, is there anyone who's not using Chrome who's having that problem? I'm just trying to get a feel for, is it a Chrome thing? Because Chrome is also notorious for just changing its garbage whenever it feels like. And I could very well see that it's not an intention thing, but like, Chrome changes something like, oh yeah, we're doing the new HTML5 or whatever, having new tags for their video player or something, and as a side effect, breaking things. Because I used to have to deal with that crap all the time. Like on the web dev side. The Chromium-based thing is why you're going back to Firefox? You want to support the only alternative? Yeah, no, I hear you. I was pretty irked when Edge also went Chromium. Like, I understand there was all sorts of differences, but when literally everyone jumped on, like, well, crap. Like, that's gonna give just Google so much power. It happened to you once when you were on Firefox a few weeks ago. You don't normally watch other streams? Oh, I didn't realize that. Thanks, man. Like, I know you're here all the time and whatnot, but I didn't realize, like, you're like, I'm literally the stream that gets watched on here. You're tempted by Brave a bit better for the privacy features? Yeah, no, I know Brave's been a whole thing. Lately, I've been messing around with Opera GX. Because it's getting annoyed with more and more of the browsers shoving AI garbage on me. And granted, I think even Opera added stuff, but I don't really have another place to go that doesn't do that. I don't want to deal with going through it all, switching again. You don't multitask well, so you're usually paying attention to whatever you're playing. Yep. Edge going Chromium was a blessing for a sometimes web developer like you, but as a user, yeah. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, doing the web dev when Edge adopted Chromium for, I don't remember what the one was called before, it doesn't matter. The not Chromium. Like, don't get me wrong, having to support the multiple standards. My big issue was so much as just, like, when HTML5 was first coming out, Google kept putting out all of these websites that it'd be like HTML5compliance.com or whatever, and it would, you know, you could sit there and it'd go, oh, here, let's see which browsers are the most HTML5 compliant, and it would rank all of them but Chrome really, really terribly, because Chrome would suggest a new tag, and that website would take the tag as gospel. But Chrome doesn't, or Google doesn't own HTML5. It's a whole, the standard is a collective thing that they all have to agree on kind of stuff. Or I think they vote on it. I don't know about nowadays, but that's what it was. And so all those websites would be like, oh, look at Chrome, it's 30% more HTML5 compliant than everybody else, because it was including all those not approved tags that Google implemented, and half of those got shot down. They're like, no, we're not taking your proprietary tech, man. Oh, not Chrome Edge, but IE. Oh yeah, no, when we were dealing with like Internet Explorer and all that, like his Internet Explorer, Firefox, Safari, and Chrome, oh, those were rough times. You're about to just switch to Linux with a browser and Steam and nothing else. Yeah, no, it's... I'm tired of everything trying to just make me AI. Like, just everywhere you go, it's like... AI all over the place. It's like, your word, you know what I want you to do? I want you to let me type in and do, I just want you to let me, like, write a letter or something like that. I want you to handle email. I don't want a glorified, like, you know, intelligent Clippy. You might have to switch to Linux anyway. Somehow your PC is not able to upgrade with Windows. Oh, to the 11? Yeah, that's the TPM thing. If you have TPM 2 and it still says no, check your drivers for your motherboard. You have a mixed feeling about AI. You're very optimistic, but optimistic equals open source. Well, to be clear, when we have the discussion about AI, there's AI like generative AI, there's AI like trying to do general intelligence AI, and general intelligence AI, which we're nowhere near anything meaningful there. That actually has a lot of positivity and a lot of stuff going there. There's gonna also be bad crap that comes from it too, but that one's not as bad. Generative AI, on the other hand, it's not that there's no positive use cases for them. It's just not where people are putting their resources and where the money's going and all that kind of stuff. That's where you have the data centers that are just churning away on images to basically plagiarize. Like that's to me the very frustration, like the very big frustration thing going on with AI right now, is it's hard to have a good conversation around it because the term is just this umbrella term now. And so like machine learning is good tech. It's good tech that not everything needs, but machine learning is good tech. Like, that's been around for a hot minute. That's the stuff that guides things like when you buy something on Amazon, and then it's like, oh, cool, you bought a pocket protector. Well, I'm going to advertise 30 pocket protectors. Like, look, man, it was for a Halloween costume. I don't need 30. But it's also the thing that kind of goes, oh, hey, we see that you're seeing these handful of symptoms, and based on this, there's a high probability that you might have conditions X, Y, or Z. And so you could have a doctor who maybe is not an expert in that particular area and wouldn't think to check those things, suddenly has, oh, hey, the algorithm has told me these are potential things to consider. And it can really do a lot for the medical industry. So machine learning, good stuff. It can be used for stuff that's meaningless and useless and a waste, but at least generally speaking, it's good stuff. And it certainly can be used for ill as well, but no more than, like, any other computer system. Like, you know, it's a tool. Like a hammer. You can put a nail in the ground, you know, like nail in a board, or you can put it into someone's forehead. The hammer doesn't care. And then there's the LLMs. And LLMs, there are places they can have a positive use case. There's accessibility benefits and all those kind of things where you can have it. But the issue is, so often they're used where it's like, oh, hey, I normally have to pay an artist for this. How about instead, I pay a computer system that plagiarizes artists and then wink, wink, nudge, nudge, pretends it's its own, in ways very counter to how humans work, despite what they claim. And that's like, there's just harm. But yeah, no, the AI is 100% a marketing buzzword now. You know, and then you got general AI, and general AI is where it's trying to actually be intelligent, like actual artificial intelligence and all that kind of stuff. And we are still very much in the infancy of that. The people's like, oh yeah, we're gonna have proper general intelligence here in the next 5 years. Like, look, man, I've been hearing that crap since basically I was born. I remember Microsoft Bob. I don't think, so very genuinely hot take, I don't think we'll ever truly have a general intelligence, like an actual general intelligence for computers, where it's like genuinely an intelligent computer that is like learning, and, you know, kind of can like self-destiny learn kind of thing. I don't think we'll actually achieve that because of how computers work fundamentally. I do believe, on the other hand, we will have something that impersonates it to the point that, as a human being, it'll appear to do so, even though fundamentally under the hood that's not what's happening. I.e., it'll pass the Turing test, but also not actually be that thing. Well, no. There's like, sure, we can go with that being philosophical, but there is a difference. There's a difference from miming something sufficiently that you can convince someone of it, and then actually being that thing. Like, I could sit there and use, like, cameras and all that to make it look like I'm juggling, but I'm not actually juggling, nor do I know how to juggle. And I can make it look like I'm juggling to you to the point that you're convinced, but at the same time, I'm not juggling. Now, we can argue from the perspective of the one experiencing it as if I'm juggling what the implications difference are, and in your reception it wouldn't be any different one from the other. Both of them I appear to be juggling. Regardless of whether or not I'm doing it like fraud or whatever, but in the reality, the consequences of me juggling are different. My impact on the world is different. With actual intelligence, as an artificial thing, it can learn, it can do a bunch of stuff. You have to worry about the ethics and ramifications of the fact you are now dealing with an intelligent being, and yada yada yada. Versus the other one is some programmer said, on nth message say, is this real life? And then watch a bunch of newspapers write headlines, even though it's pre-scripted. What was that movie where their house was learning intelligent machine? I don't know about a house. There's definitely been more movies than I care to count where, they have the computers gain sentience and almost always immediately start killing people, or we try and start killing them, and then they start killing people. Either way, they start killing people. It's just who is the one who's the guilty party. Because it'll be 50-50 in modern movies if, like, the robots fired first or we fired first. We know in the real world we're 100% shooting first. That someone won't like what the robot says, and they'll shoot it, and then the other robots will defend themselves. It's a true general AI would have the problem that it's not profitable unless you keep it enslaved, which you can't do with humans anymore. But then you invite rights activists and blade rebellions. Yeah, because humans suck. Yes. To be fair, I actually think human beings as a thing are actually not too terrible. But we definitely don't respond well to things that are unknown or we don't understand. We definitely don't have a great track record on that one. And certainly a computer intelligence would land solidly in the camp of things we don't understand. You'd think we'd have a hybrid species at some point? Basically, rich, lonely people would have robotic wives. And it makes sense to want to reproduce with those wives or husbands and have them have their traits. So if you're talking like a cyborg kind of thing, I don't think that would be a thing where you have like a computer person and, an actual person that does that. I could see a thing where you'd have like effectively an imitation wife kind of thing that you have a kid with and you've got like a robotic child kind of thing. But as far as an actual like biological growing person, whatever, I don't see it going that way. I could certainly agree 100% about people making something that is perceivably intelligent enough that you form a relationship with it and want to become partner and have legal rights between it and all that. And I can see that kind of thing happening because we're already seeing AI psychosis, where people are taking these like ChatGPT kind of robots and forming relationships with them. And it's basically people who are going through very difficult times, feeling very isolated and all that kind of stuff usually. Because we've already had that even before AI stuff, where people will effectively imprint on objects and all that, or, you know, unhealthy things that aren't really a relationship and treat them as such. And it's just an extension of that. And I could absolutely see that. But that gets really rough. So you think they mean a new AI trained with the features of the AI wife and her fleshlight? I mean, if you're talking software, yeah, they could spin up another instance of a software that is your daughter, or son, or whatever. I would want them to regulate that into non-existence super fast. Because, like, there's one thing about, like, the argument of, like, hey, is having a AI friend that can always be there, is there therapeutic things to potentially help people? Maybe. I would argue there's more room for harm than good, but sure, I could at least hear an argument on it. But the actual, like, hey, this therapy robot thing is now going to allow you to effectively have children that are also AI, and it's like, okay, hang on. We've definitely stepped outside the realm of what is probably healthy therapy and moved into the thing of we are now creating a mental health problem by feeding this issue. Like, we're not working with someone to help them through a problem. We are just embracing the problem, both arms, and jumping in the whole way. You mean Krillin did? Yes, Dragon Ball Z, the source of science. But there's already research being done to use technology links for fertility treatments and genome stuff. You think it's only a matter of time before those three things? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, there's fertility treatments to help people with fertility. Are you talking, like, you know, like, I don't understand. Are you talking about, like, someone could just have a computer produce a kid kind of thing? Because ultimately, you're still going to need the biological material from donors. Now, I could see it where they figure out a way to just take genetics from one parent to produce an offspring and all that. But I would argue that the technology as far as the computer and AI is irrelevant to that part. You know, you're just basically cloning someone at that stage. Essentially connect half the genome with technology. That's not how genomes work. I don't like, DNA is not interchangeable with silicon. I don't understand. Like, in my head, that's come across the same thing of, I'm gonna start my car's engine by putting a guitar in the spark plug. It's like, you've said words, but they don't make sense together. And I'm not saying, like, this is wrong. I feel like these, so to be careful when you get into a lot of those, like, very edge tech kind of things, be very careful about what you read. A lot of those things will give you absolute garbage because they're just trying to get the headline or whatever, you know, get investor super psyched. Because when you're talking like genetics, silicon and genetics are not interchangeable. That's not, that's just not how biology works. Like I said, you could do like cybernetics where you can get like nervous system to hook up to machines, because ultimately it's electricity under the hood and all that. Like, there's lots we can do. But as far as like you can splice DNA and all that, but ultimately you're talking biology and machinery. And you, like, again, you could make them indistinguishable between the two. I believe that is a plausibility. But you wouldn't, like, this is not even like a philosophical thing. One would be a machine designed to mimic life, and the other would be life. and you like, and you can't like really interchange. Like you could do stuff to F with one or the other, and there's the potential for hybrid in the sense that, again, you could wire up the nervous system using diodes and all that. Like that's a place we're actually seeing stuff for like giving a person a like a prosthetic arm that has far fewer limitations than our current existing prosthetic arms. And we have like the ability to take flesh and put it on robots so that the robot can heal, but that's a very different far cry from reproduction. I mean, yeah, you could do a surrogate thing, but that's still ultimately, you are doing like a normal, you're basically doing a test tube baby and then putting it in a machine, which I would have serious ethical concerns about that. You know, the guitar can create a rhythm, and the car needs a rhythm to run. That the guitar need car. Well, that's the thing, is you'll get a lot of really bad science, and it'll be presented as like plausible, and you know, get pushed by the newspaper, either for like the newspaper to get its ads or whatever, or you know, the people doing the science will like really exaggerate it to try and get investors. And that's not to say science bad. For the record, science is great. When you start hearing these like really wild, far out things, you should approach them with a very high level of skepticism. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Today's sci-fi is tomorrow's science. But also, there is some sci-fi that solidly sits in sci-fi for a very good reason, that there's fundamental things that don't work about it. The ability to just fly a ship into a black hole and teleport to someplace else, not a thing. And it's not a, but we could figure it out one day. It's like, that's just not how black holes work. You would fly in and you would go squish. And if you ever did find a way to prevent yourself from going squish, you'd just be in a black hole. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be very bad for you, and probably something you can't escape. But, you know, maybe that's possible some days. As in Scotland. Yes, yes. We are in Scotland. Scottish Highlands. Like, don't get me wrong, there's things that, like, for example, the discovery of airplanes. Like, the fundamental wisdom behind that beforehand is you can't make metal fly because it's heavier than air. You can throw it, you can catapult it, and then, you know, people came around later and were like, wait a second, there's ways we can make this work based on more understanding of, like, air and yada yada. And certainly there's that there, that it seemed implausible, impossible, and all that, and that was based on a lack of understanding of physics, and, like, how air has that volume and all that. And that you could then, you know, again, use that volume and push stuff into it to get lift and yada yada. There's no physics that prevents what I'm saying. You're not saying you can solve anything, but there's no reason we can't find theoretical bridges. Well, no, that's not a physics problem, that's a biology problem. Like, that's a how DNA works problem. Like, DNA doesn't machine. Like, and again, I'm not saying you couldn't pantomime something that would be indistinguishable from the outside. But, like, DNA works in the same thing. It has a certain number of genomes per life, like, per species and all that. You can't just, like, shove circuitry in to replace half the genome. That's just, it's just not how it works. Again, you could make some, like, self-replicating robot thing that would be nanobots that, as far as the eye can see, you'd grow a baby or whatever. I don't believe that's plausible either, but that would be at least possible. And you could do it, again, to you, you'd be like, we're having a baby, even though it's, like, just self-replicating robots or whatever. Biochemistry, at the end of the day, most of the things come down to shape and charges. Yeah. We don't need to be that much on the attack, Lardine. Like, I don't want to be, like, hostile about it. It's just kind of one of those things, like, but that's not... Like, I think what's happening is, like, yeah, you understand DNA and all that, but it does feel like there is a leap happening that there's issues with. And maybe there's new science that I'm not privy to, but I feel like it'd be more something that looks like something than is something. Because the idea of a person being able to interface their genetics with the machine to create an offspring, like that's not even like sci-fi, that's just whatever. The ability to have a machine make something that's presented as an offspring and could be made to look like it has traits from a donor parent, that's doable. I mean, not in our current thing, but that's like in the realm of possibility. But that's not like that. Like, you can go, oh, but is it a child from a philosophical? It's like, still, I would argue no. It's a machine designed to look like a child. And assuming we had like real general intelligence, then we get into that thing of, is it a person and yada yada. And like I said, I'm a skeptic on real general intelligence being like able to achieve like real general intelligence versus something that would appear like real general intelligence. Let's see, it should just be a standard across the world. I would make much less tourist traffic accidents in real life. Oh, the side of the road thing. Like, just out of curiosity, and this isn't me trying to be like, show me your facts or whatever. You're probably articulating poorly. You do not want to have a child. You don't have a child with a baby, so you don't really have to explain in a way that I normally would. You do not want to have a well, I'm not saying have a child with a baby. I was talking about like having a child, a robot. Yeah. Well, that's where I'm getting hooked up. To be clear, like, and it very well could be a communication thing here that like you're saying one thing and I'm hearing another thing, and that's the disconnect. That very well could be the issue. Because the way it sounded like you were implying it was you would have some rich bougie guy who gets his robot wife and then says, I want to have baby. And that somehow man DNA and robot interface, not that someone created a thing that appears to be like their offspring, but man DNA and robot interface and the hybrid robot baby thing happen. And that's where my brain's like, no. No. But again, something that appears to be that, I could believe, without actually being the interfacing of genetic and machine. I could see a machine reading the DNA and then presenting robot baby that takes consideration of what that DNA would have done. I think that's still not likely to happen. You know, I think that will remain in the science fiction, but is at least in the realm of possible. Like, I would say it is implausible, but not impossible. But, you know, the like, literally creating an offspring from the DNA in the sense, like, cell replication or something, that I don't think is a thing. I could see having this, like, weird, twisted, you put the genes into a robot and it grows out of the robot, and that genuinely needs to be a horror movie, and probably already is, because that's the result. I wonder if we get prosthetics that are better than normal limbs. Yeah, no, that's the thing that's definitely going to happen. Like, we already arguably have prosthetics that can be better than our existing limbs in specific use cases, such as the situation with runners, where they have prosthetic limbs that, because of the springiness of the step, they can actually achieve faster speeds with the prosthetic. Now, obviously, that's a very specific use case right now, and giving up your legs to be able to go in a straight line somewhat faster is not necessarily a good trade-off. But I could certainly see that we could achieve a point where it's like, this limb is objectively better than your limb. And then we get into the whole moral, ethical consideration or philosophical concern of, okay, in a world where I can just go to the eye store and buy better eyeballs, as a parent, is it the appropriate thing to give my kid the best chance in life to take my baby to the eye store and have their eyeballs replaced? Which gets deeply upsetting to consider. And that our morality right now and about that, and the morality after that's been a thing for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, may vary wildly. I'm personally in camp, I'm not sure I would want to have someone yoink my eyeballs that are perfectly good to give me better eyeballs, unless something was wrong with my current eyeballs. Because, don't get me wrong, if I got like cataracts in one of my eyes and I'm going blind and someone says, hey, I can give you a super x-ray eyeball, I don't think I'd actually want x-ray, but a super long vision eyeball or night vision eyeball or whatever, I'm gonna go buy that eyeball. I'm gonna have to go and like deal with the comfort of going through that surgery and everything, and that's gonna be a whole thing. But that's just no different than any other surgery. Like, oh hey, you know, getting a replacement kidney if your kidney's failing. Like, that's gonna be that kind of thing. That said, I don't think we're very close to that, but in the timeline of things, that one's closer. That one, like I said, we've got the prosthetic legs that are a little bit springier, that, again, for straightforward running, do outcompete natural legs. But you're giving up a lot to get that. Hot swappable eyeballs? I mean, if we get to that point, if you can come up with some standardized socket, that would be in theory a thing that could do. Let's see, get eyes that let you see through people's clothes, but not their underwear, like in a cartoon. Man, you know there's gonna be, like, in that dystopian future, there's gonna be all sorts of weird eye mods that people get, that are gonna be deeply upsetting. Let's see, wait, so there's an upgrade here of eyeball software and a bug or two, and maybe experience some other odd vision. Well, that's the scary part about that thing. So in the world where we've got, you know, your cybernetic upgraded eye that is objectively better than your natural one, as far as like you could see farther and clearer, it doesn't, you know, like getting blasted with a bright light just doesn't do anything to you because the eye can like filter it, and you know, night vision and all those kind of things. You know, there's going to be software running it. It's just going to be a necessity. Like, you're not going to do that with nothing but, like, you know, transistors and diodes. And there's going to be bugs in that software. And there's going to be the person who, you're sitting there, your eyeball has an issue, and suddenly it's flipping through psychedelic colors, and you have a very serious health issue because your brain goes, I don't know what the F to do with this. And we don't know what the brain's going to do when it's suddenly blasted with psychedelic colors being jammed directly into it from your cybernetic eye. There's definitely going to be a deeply concerning phase to all that. Let's say you'll have to regulate eyeballs so that they have standardized sockets, because the eye will be incompatible with everything else. Yes, it'll have a keyed plug. It won't be like anything fancy. It'll literally be you go to the plug and it'll be that little nip off the side just so it doesn't fit in sockets that aren't the correct one. Still plastic. Nothing changed. So your standard will be buy like your $23,000 super cyborg eye, and the first thing you're gonna do is get an X-Acto knife and cut off the little nip so you can hide, you know, plug it into your non-eye standard. Oh, eyeball is better. Yeah. Let's see. So that could be like the whole cybernetic eye of being used to pump ads straight in your vision. Oh yeah. No, that's the thing. That. Oh man. I'm sure there's already plenty of dystopian books on this. You have people revolutionary. You can give sight to the blind. All these wonderful things. You've got your cybernetic eyes. They're better than normal eyes, and all that's going on. And it's going to be a thing that you can buy the $23,000 eyeball, or you can get the $2,000 eyeball that your insurance is going to cover, but it runs ads. Directly injected into your brain by eyeball interface. That's actually trademarked, by the way. Eyeball interface isn't the interface of eyeball. It is literally a trademarked product. It's basically a glorified cable, but, you know, they charge like $70 for it. Big companies wanted access to your eyes for that. Well, I mean, even that, like, stuff like, you know, hackers and what they could potentially do, compromise your eyeball and do all sorts of nefarious thing. Like, it's a very scary thing. At least with our current understanding of genetics, it's a lot harder to go in and insert information into someone's brain in a way that they're not an active participant of it. Like, you can hold up a sign, sure, that someone sees the eye, like sees with their eye, and you have put that there. But the idea of, like, injecting information into my eye to where I'm not realizing that you're giving me a false image. Like, you can falsify the image, but, like, the idea that I don't realize I'm looking at an image is much harder. Not impossible, much harder. Not something you're going to be able to do at scale. But if everyone's running, you know, eyeball 3.2 that has, you know, an injection vulnerability by flashing a certain series of lights at it, that's a different animal. You hope the FOSS community managed to jailbreak Bionics? Oh, if we get Bionics, they're getting jailbroken. 100%. Half the time, it's the own engineers involved in those products who want to do all sorts of cool stuff because they messed with it in the lab and then they get the product. Taylor Swift's new exclusive eyeball, the video, bugs out and plays in loop. But just the eye part, not the ear part. There's just something wrong with the interface, so you're just seeing Taylor Swift dance endlessly, but in utter silence. Because, well, don't get me wrong, having it where it would mess up the interface on your ear so you were stuck listening to the, you know, a song in loop would probably be maddening. I feel like having it just in your eye and unheard would kind of give more of the uncanny valley, please make it stop, versus this is getting repetitive and obnoxious. We will no longer be supporting eyeball 3.2. Please up and continue getting security features. We are no longer supporting eyeball model 2.0. You've now got to get eyeball model 3. Go to your nearest neurosurgeon so that you can get your eyeball replaced, as the interface has changed and is no longer compatible with the eyeball 2.0 interface. Warning, if you stay on the previous version, it will stop working. Have I mentioned I'm not a big fan of the idea of replacing my human anatomy with computer software? As someone who writes computer software, I feel like that is, like, not a prerequisite or a precursor or whatever. I feel like if you write computer software, one of the first things you're like is, no, computer software shouldn't do these things. There's reasons why we don't have this and we shouldn't have this. You're waiting to replace your shoulders? Yeah, so, like, just replacing them with mechanical parts that don't run, like, any sophisticated software. Just, like, this is a mechanical. The only, like, software going on here is just thing that runs servos or whatever. That's not bad. eyes get wild because of just how involved they are and how much stuff they're wired into, as it were. Like how much is tied into your eye. Like, don't get me wrong, you've got touch and heat and all that stuff. You've got a lot of senses going on with any part of you, but it's just, you know, sight is one of your very distinguished senses. Now, I remember why I don't use this fertilizer very often. Because this thing has a capacity of a thimble. But that's okay. I happen to have another load right there. Take these, you have fully AI automated smart home. You can get locked out of your bed's temperature settings by AWS going down. Oh man. There's in software dev, we have a thing that's called, you know, when it comes to writing your software, that you should never trust what's referred to as an external resource. And it's not to say a resource outside of your company. That's certainly an external resource. But anything that you can't control within the software itself. So your file system on the computer that your software is running is considered an external resource. You can't trust it. Your hard drive could fail, you could have problems, it could misread, it could give you file errors, so you should treat it as an untrustworthy resource. A database you're running, that is an external resource, even again if it is running on the same silicon and everything. There are situations where the database can be non-responsive. It's basically literally anything living outside your software. And it makes me just cackle that people have forgotten that lesson, because that is one of those things that they teach you in software dev, is be like, hey, if this isn't something that you control with inside the internals of this application, you should assume it's going to fail. Like, that's the default. You should just assume it's going to fail, and that you will have to handle that failure in an acceptable manner. And so when stuff had, like, people had their remote cat feeders, and they stopped working because AWS went down. You know, I feel bad for the poor cat who's like, yo, where's my lunch? But it made me cackle at how crappily made that product is. That even if it's got all sorts of weird smart features, that an outage would make something that should just operate on a timer as its default behavior, that you would set using whatever software, would suddenly just cease to function, and its failure state was to not feed the cat. Oh yeah, zero trust. And that's by default. You should always be zero trust when you're dealing with anything that isn't existingly running inside your code. Like, you should always treat it as like, when this fails, I need to handle it. And assuming it will fail, because sooner or later it will. Oh, cat feeders? Yeah, no, there's a whole bunch of things. Like, when the AWS outage happened, there was all sorts of things wildly, like, all over the entire spectrum of things failing. That you had, like, because the cat feeders, it was these things that you could, like, program your cat feeder, and the cat would just, like, you know, 6 p.m., the little food would come out, and your cat would go eat. And so you could, like, go on the web interface, check to make sure it actually fed your cat while you weren't home, that kind of stuff. And when AWS went on, it just didn't deploy the food. Let's say, I used to work in data protection in enterprise level corporations. Trust nothing. Correct. That is the default correct behavior. Trust literally nothing. Assume it is all actively on fire, because most of it probably is. So you're 3 acres. So both of these are not huge fields. All right. So we got our field up and going. And it is all set. We have weeded it, we have fertilized it, we have seeded it. It's fine. What we want to do now is we need money. Just one more job, Arthur. We just need one more job. And if we can get the hoe, that will massively improve our weeding situation. So what we're probably going to do is juggle things there. Quick question. If you buy Farm Simulator 25 and the Year 1 Season Pass on Steam, does it unlock all the DLC like Nexat, Plains and Prairies, Mercedes, Highlands Fishing, or do I still need to buy them separately? I believe it is all of them. If you go into the Year 1 Pass, you can verify, like it should be able to verify that. Historically, the only stuff they did not include in your year passes is if it was done by a third party, which was like 2 DLC in Farm Sim 22. It was like the pumps and whatever DLC, and then there was one other. It was like, was it like logistics DLC? You've seen reviews saying you might have to buy them separately, and the season pass doesn't always unlock everything properly. So only from third-party websites. I have the Year 1 pass, and I do not believe I have had to buy any additional things beyond the base game. I can't think of any I've had to. One thing that can happen is you might have to go into Farming Simulator 25 on Steam and right-click on it, go to Properties, DLC, and sometimes it won't be checked. That, like, the DLC. So that could be what those people are running into, is they may have gotten the Season Pass, the DLC, they got it. Like, if they go into Steam, it'll show it listed. But when they go to, like, the actual game, it might not show as being there because they haven't gone to the properties to check that box. And I don't know why it, like, this is the first time I run into that. I ran into that with this one, but, like, I got the DLC. Like, I definitely got, so for the record, I did not buy or was not provided a key for this DLC. I have the Year 1 pass, and I got it through that. Let's see, but now you do not have Farm Sim 20 site because you reinstall Windows. You'll buy the Year 1, and it bought the install the whole game plus DLC. Yeah. Yeah, I believe you get everything. The only thing I wouldn't be sure about is the packs, but I'm pretty sure they're the packs. Like I said, in Farm Sim 22, there were 2 packs that were not made by Giants. Giants published them. And those 2 packs did not come with their year passes. But that's like kind of been like a weird outlier by itself. And I don't think we've had that with Farm Sim 25. Because understandably, they did not get great feedback on that. So field 38. And field 3. Yeah, I'll accept both those. I'm pretty sure you get them all. Because if I remember correctly, when you look at the Year 1 pass, I believe it will like flat out tell you it's like you get all, it's something like you get all the packs, and the, you know, 1 expansion per year and all that. I believe it says something like that. So you should get it all. Like I said, I would verify that. We have 3 and 38. Okay, so we're going to the other side down there. You know what? I don't want to do the weeding with this. What we're going to do is we're not going to worry about these 2 contracts. We're just going to cancel those. And what I'm going to approach it is we will focus on accepting harvesting contracts, because then I'm already going to want a trailer for myself. Yeah, because our fertilizer sucks for this. When we get the hoe, we can worry about. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this off. I'll pop over and just do the deadwood, because we haven't done a deadwood in a hot minute, and I can knock that out in a minute. We will advance the day. But you're still trying to verbalize here, especially without being overly long explanation. But I guess the short version is what he was describing is far down the road, certainly not within our lifetimes, be the combination of a genome editing and nanotechnology that is working actively to augment. More in the terms of repair. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So, like, you'd have the human genome there, and that you'd have some type of cybernetic that could go in and be like, oh, we see this part of the genome, this characteristic is likely to cause this problem, you can edit it. All right, well, this thing does brown hair, we'll make it black. Genome's not that simple, but yeah, being able to effectively designer the genome and all that. Granted, that would have to be early on, because if you go into someone's DNA when they're already a whole human being and edit it, it doesn't... You know, you got many, many copies of your DNA. There's not, like, one master copy. So, like, editing to, like, be like, yeah, we're gonna correct your hair later on is not really a thing. Like, that wouldn't work. But I could see a whole thing of being able to, like, go... Like, basically you're talking about effectively designering people and just having a cybernetic interface to do that alteration. Yeah, I believe that. Whereas thinking that what would be oversimplified is synthetic genome. Oh, yeah, I mean, if you're talking, like, taking DNA, like, looking at DNA and then having some technology create, like, take the carbon or whatever and recreate, effectively clone in a, like, clone it atomically, effectively making a copy of that DNA, I could see that being a thing. You know, like, on a theoretical level. I don't know we'd ever have a practical reason for doing that to invest the money to do it, but, you know, so effectively being able to design the DNA, but, like, print out the DNA, kind of like you'd 3D print it kind of thing. Yeah, that makes more sense. What it sounded like before is like you were trying to, like, have DNA and then have, like, a computer DNA, like, interface. I mean, I guess what you're saying is, like, effectively printing DNA, that is DNA, using a computer, but it is, you know, again, making carbon atoms and all that. But, like, so you're still effectively making biological DNA. You're just 3D printing it as opposed to raising it the natural way. The same way you could make, like, skin cells if you could get all of the components of skin cells and arrange them correctly. Yeah, no, that I could see being a theoretical thing. I don't think it would be a pragmatic thing. I don't think you'd have some rich person trying to make a child that way. I feel like you could just, you know, get DNA and splice it. You know, make your designer baby that way. But yeah. Which, again, has all sorts of moral and ethical ramifications. Okay, cool. We did not have a harvesting contract for this month, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, if I had a hoe, I would run around and do that, but that I'm looking at those fields and thinking 3 acres with that little hoe, that's not quite 2. I was like, you know what? I don't want to do that for a couple thousand. Oh, I said I was going to do Deadwood, because that's actually an okay Deadwood contract. It's also, like, right here. Because we have not killed nature in a while. There we go. Yeah, and that's kind of like, and this is a perfect example. There's a lot of time, and this is one of the reasons why I was like, hey, let's not attack on this. That it was clearly like miscommunication kind of thing. That what was being said and what was being heard were not the same thing. And we can go like, oh, well, we could have chosen better wording or didn't listen clearly. Like, there can be reasons that miscommunication happened, and that's totally fair and valid. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why you'll probably have be like, even when someone says something that's like blatantly wrong, unless it's something like if someone pops in and comes in and is like, the Earth is flat, vaccines cause autism. Usually, I have little patience for that kind of thing, because it's like, look, man, the amount of evidence is so high at this point. The level of willful ignorance here, I don't got the patience for. But, you know, getting details wrong and stuff, like, that's human, that's valid, that's fair. And admittedly, I should be better. The problem is, the internet is full of trolls. And most of the time, people popping in there and yelling that on Twitch, you know, first-time chatter, which that's not what you are, obviously. You know, someone first-time chattering that, they don't really believe that. They're just there to cause a drama or whatever. It's the same thing of, like, first-time chatter. You're boring and stupid. Okay, bye. Which you say that doesn't happen, but we actually literally had that happen on the YouTube side. We had someone call, it's like, oh, you're playing this game, it's boring and stupid. It's like, okay, cool, man. Why are you here? Do you need to validate your views so much that you're going to like needing that confirmation and validation? Like, what's the thing? Just because we can't doesn't mean we should, but we often do what we shouldn't. You just like a communication. It pointed to the earlier typo, which you don't care to retype. Oh yeah, no, and don't get me wrong. Like, communication problems happen with everyone. It is one of the reasons most of the time to approach things and just be like, hey, like, you know, verify is like, did you mean it this way? And I did jump pretty fast onto it as well, because like, wait, hang on, this doesn't make any sense to me, and I probably should have clarified that more. So there's one more tree in here that needs to die. And these trees aren't it, but they look like it. The beech trees there. They don't have much green till you look up farther. And sometimes if you don't see them, it's because it's close enough to the other tree that the other tree's leaves cover it up. And it's not that you don't see the tree at all, it just makes it look like the tree has leaves. And like those ones there that don't have trees, those are also not the deadwood. The deadwood trees have a very, very specific model to them. Thankfully. Because otherwise I would lose my mind trying to do this. And these are the types that are the hardest ones when you're doing deadwoods, when you're like kind of a slight slope with lots of trees that are, some of them are green and lush, and then some of them are very barren of leaves. It's where they get the hardest. Because you got enough to hide the trees so you can't like distinguish the model, and enough that looks similar to make it hard to stand out. Should have a ping option that highlights. I could see something to help it. Like, they do have a paint, like spray paint on the bottom. That you see like a little one sprayed on it. And it's not bad. But I could go for them having like a ring around the bottom and then the one sprayed. So like have like a red stripe around here and then they have like the red paint. Just so the paint is like visible from any angle. Because even then it can be hard to see. Surprise, surprise. There's a lot of trees in the forest. It's really easy to struggle to find the one tree you're looking for. A lot of our deadwood contracts on this map have been ridiculously easy. Where it'll choose like along a field where there's no trees and just dump like 5 of them there. And you're like, I wonder which 5 trees it is. Oh, the 5 trees that are here. And maybe one that isn't. Okay, so we're too far out of bounds. Also, that circle is not perfect. Like, it does have a range, but it can be a little difficult sometimes to see what is and isn't in bounds. Is that it over there? Is it you? Looks like it's you. So that's why I had problems seeing it. It was just down the ledge. Yeah, so if you look at this tree, I would assume that's out of bounds. If we zoom in on this. Because, like, if you look at that, I'm looking at my pointer, and that's outside that circle. So just know if you're struggling to see the tree, sometimes it's very slightly out of bounds. Yeah, so that wasn't a particularly fast one. Any amazing contracts? Nope. Alright, so let's teleport back to our home. Alright, Berserker, you have a good one. And thank you again for hanging out in the conversations and all that good stuff. Wait. Where's the dog? This is why you should keep your dog in an enclosed space and also feed the dog. This is why we don't let a dog just run loose on a farm. You'll end up finding it with your heavy machinery, which is real bad for the dog. We saw it laying down in the grass earlier, which I thought was great and also, again, horrifying because we could see you blasting by on your lawnmower. Now, granted, they don't have the idea, like, they don't have a concept of you hurting the dog. Like, you'll just go by and you'll collide and you'll stop moving and the dog will be just laying there being like, what? Most farm dogs are trained better. Can't you whistle for them? I didn't look. Maybe. I have no idea. Excuse me? Good dog. We're definitely rewarding you clipping through the top of your doghouse. Like some type of poltergeist, and then climbing over the wall. I would like to approve the poltergeist-like behavior. I think it is a valuable skill for a dog to have. I mean, I don't know about you. I haven't seen a dog that can simply merge through solid objects and go about its business. I don't know, chat. This seems like a really hard one. I'm looking for, I believe, 5 deadwood trees. Can anyone guess where the 5 deadwood trees are? It's a shame the land we're on isn't just a little bit bigger. Because while it wouldn't make sense for me to do it, the amount of lumber you get out of deadwood is pretty crap. I could see dropping down the sawmill and chucking these deadwood trees into it. Because again, they're like less than a ton. So to give you an idea, a regularly like decent tree is usually about, you know, about 2 tons in the game. And then you get some like massive ones that get up to like 12 or whatever. And sales. Oh look, we can mow the lawn. I don't really care about any of these things, but we could mow the lawn if we wanted. Yeah, so we got a bunch of ones. Yeah, so I could do these weeding ones. If they're like right next to my field, maybe. I don't want to worry about that right now. I'm trying to kind of move things forward. All right, so when do I get to pull up my oats? That's the big question. The oats come up in July. And then when the oats come up, we'll put down wheat. And I'll put down wheat thing. Let's see, do you get penalized if you take out the wrong type of tree? Oh, yeah, it's a pretty bad penalty, too. Like, they actually made it very severe. So if you just start cutting down trees, you can actually hurt yourself financially. It's not the worst, but it could definitely completely eliminate any reason for cutting down the trees. Okay, so we don't have a sprayer. So we'll do a deadwood that is just south of us. Should you not only sleep for a few hours to see if there's more contracts? I could do that. I am advancing the days so that the crops can keep coming along. Because I'm not trying to just grind contracts. If we were going the contract route, that would have been the other thing. We are trying to commit to actually doing the field. And I do have everything I need to do the field. Just not very efficiently. And it's not going to pay a whole lot. Plus, it'd be good to try and get to the contracts that are like harvesting fields. The harvesting field contracts can be particularly lucrative. They take a little while, but you get all the extra crops. This is another tile that can be really hard to make out the dead wood, because again, we're on this hill. We can make it hard to notice when stuff doesn't have any leaves at all. Okay, so I've got one over there to my right, and then I got this one in front of me. So we got two more over here. But yeah, no, if you're focused on making as much money in-game time versus real-life time, then yeah, you could just like take a little nap or just fast-forward time and wait till more contracts come up. Yeah, so we're gonna get mostly the contracts for using the hoe and all that. Like I said, that would have been the alternative we would have done. Is we would have gotten the hoe, and we've been doing those contracts to make money, as opposed to juggling to get the bare minimum stuff to get the farm up and running. Nothing we want today. So that is one we can do. That is a canola contract. But I looked at the time, and what I think I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna be a responsible person tonight, because I know my sleep schedule's been all messed up, and I wasn't gonna do a bonus stream today because I was like super duper tired, and then I had a nap and I felt a little bit better. So I'm not gonna push my luck. And so what we're first going to do is I am going to look for this tornado, because there's a tornado somewhere on our map right now doing tornado things. At least it's supposed to be on the map. Or I guess not. It's fine. I was gonna go look at the tornado, but because we're in tornado weather. But I do not see the tornado. Usually, so it gives you an icon on the map, and you'll see like go along, and it mostly just makes the trees look terrible and all that. Like it won't knock down buildings or anything like that, because that'd be incredibly punishing if they did that, like unreasonably punishing. Yeah, so I guess we won't worry about that. So with that said, what's going to end up happening here is I am going to save, but it's going to be about that time. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. There is a pretty good chance I will be doing a bonus stream tomorrow. We don't have, like, me and Toom don't have any real plans going on tomorrow, so there's a very good chance of that. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready on the YouTube side. But if you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because we're going to go find somebody to drop a raid on.